A small town in the Tohoku region of Japan was home to Seki Ryuji. The cheerful boy was in the second grade of high school, and now cheerfully and carefree he was spending his summer vacation. After Ryuji received a message and learned about the release of a new novel he was looking forward to, he immediately set off. Ryuji was in a hurry to make the purchase, and under the scorching summer sun, he had already rushed on his bicycle for more than an hour. But by a terrible coincidence, on this beautiful July day, Ryuji was riding past a construction site. The young lad wasn't expecting anything bad, but suddenly he heard a loud cracking and shouting from the workers. That was the last thing Ryuji saw and heard in his home world. And unlike the previous world where Ryuji came from, there is magic in this world. The white orb explained that he was the strongest magician with an undiminished supply of powerful energy, and together with his associates, he created a magical art known as beast magic. From Zapale's later history, it was clear that the magic he created was so powerful that it could easily wipe out an entire country. However, it was such a complex art that even the strongest wizards could only use it once in a lifetime. Therefore, such magic was not particularly popular. The creators of the art could not bear the fact that their invention would disappear with them. But there was no wizard in the world who could inherit such incredible power. That's why Zapale decided to turn his attention to other worlds and used his life and all his magical energy for one last spell. Therefore, since then, he has been patiently waiting for several hundred years for someone who would be able to inherit the beast magic. Zapale explained that if Ryuji was willing to fulfill his request, he would grant him a new body possessing the necessary basic knowledge and the magical items they were able to create. The body would be created from the knowledge and magical power that the best wizards possessed, and so it would appear in the magical world. Zapale asked Rage if he wanted to inherit such incredible power and start a new life in a new world, or would he still refuse and sink into eternity. Ryuji realized that if he refused, nothing good would come of it and he would be forever in the vast world, so the schoolboy agreed to something he didn't even know about. Zapale thanked the young man and explained that when people found out about the existence of the beast magic he had inherited, many would try to fight him or even take his life. Therefore, Ryuji must keep the fact that he possesses such powerful magic a secret, and it is best not to tell anyone about it. Zapale asked his chosen one to strive for more with this powerful magic and thanked him for his agreement. Ryuji promised to stick to the advice and succeed, and Zapale wished the lad good luck in his new life. Soon the white light disappeared and the vision gradually began to distinguish the outlines of the surrounding world. Ryuji found himself on a bed in an unfamiliar house. The guy felt calm and realized that he now had access to Zapale's knowledge. Ryuji noticed that in his new body he was a little younger, and despite his small size he felt physically strong. Ryuji remembered Zapale's words of incredible strength and realized that he now possessed eternal youth, unrivaled stability, and superhuman physical strength. Also, if one were to believe the words of the wizard, several hundred years must have passed in this world as well, and it was all due to the influence of time magic. In the cozy cabin, Ryuji noticed the only painting on the wall. The painting depicted all 12 creators in the beast magic. Among them were Water Mage, Light Mage, Earth Mage, Wind Mage, Darkness Mage, Time Mage, Space Mage, Ancient Magic Mage, Research Mage, Alchemist, and of course the leader of the group, Fire Mage Zapale. Ryuji was interested in the appearance of the research mage Takumu Suzuno's, who looked very much like a quite ordinary Japanese. Apparently, this person uses magic that researches different things. It all resembled the ability to analyze spells in a normal computer game. Ryuji reached a closed door that indicated that if anyone tried to open it without knowing the magic of the beast, they would be cursed. Ryuji mentally thanked Zapale for being able to hidden messages. Outside the door in the room was a huge magic circle that literally pulsed with magical energy. Thanks to the knowledge Ryuji had gained, he realized that the creation of spells and their activation was done by absorbing magical energy through circles and special formulas. The spell creation itself was similar to a medical procedure, and Ryuji decided to try it and see what would happen. The magical energy literally enveloped the young body of the novice wizard, and Ryuji felt a strange sensation. The magical power literally squeezed Ryuji and penetrated to the very depths of his consciousness. While creating the spell, a huge egg suddenly appeared behind him. The process of magical activation continued, and gradually the shell began to crack. After a few minutes, the shards of the shell showered the young wizard and an incredible beast appeared behind him. Ryuji felt relieved and tried to realize what he had actually created. The huge griffin was examining its creator with interest. Ryuji rejoiced at the successful spell and asked the mighty monster if it understood his words. The griffon nodded its head, letting him know that it understood its master. Ryuji was incredibly surprised and realized that it was because of his immense magic power that he was able to summon such a rare creature. Ryuji decided to immediately think of a name for his new friend, and the first thing that popped into his head was the name of the Egyptian god of chaos, which is usually represented by a donkey's head. He named the griffin Seth, and judging by the monster's reaction, he liked it. Ryuji stroked the griffin and the mighty monster liked it very much. After that, an information window appeared and it indicated the level of the griffin, which was the first one. Ryuji realized that Takumu had done all this and this way of finding out information would be very useful in the future. Suddenly, the griffin brought a strange object that looked like some kind of weapon. The new information window indicated that it was a death scythe. Ryuji was surprised, for as it turned out it would be related to basic knowledge and magical things. The scythe was a magical device or tool that was created to concentrate magical energy in it. The Scythe of Death had the function of reducing weight and worked if one synchronized their magical energy with it. Also, the Scythe of Death was a weapon that works on the provided magical energy. Such useful characteristics pleased Ryuji a lot and he mentally thanked who provided him with such an excellent item. Ryuji remembered Zapale telling him to check all the magical devices and decided to try out the Ring of Mist that was designed to hold the devices. This ring looked more like a bracelet and ended up on the guy's thin wrist. Other than that, Ryuji could use the Dragon Cloak, the Slipnir Boots, the Ring of Power, the Magic Absorption Ring, the Mithril Knife and the Orb of Analysis. This orb was capable of analyzing magical abilities, but it was also disposable. The Mithril Knife was capable of changing sharpness and had strong magical energy. The Wind Ring had a flight function and could protect its master from swift attacks. The Dragon Cloak was of course made of dragon skin and was completely imbued with magical energy, thanks to which it protected its owner. The boots increased the speed and provided a flight of several steps. Ryuji was amazed by so many useful items and decided to try them out. To begin, Ryuji took advantage of the Ball of Analysis and took this magical item in his hand. Thanks to the ball, Ryuji found out that he had fire magic abilities and was easily able to gather flames in the palm of his hand. Such a discovery pleased the young wizard and he decided not to do anything else for now. Ryuji did not want to carelessly burn down the house because then he would lose his magic circle. Then the guy decided to try out a wind ring and a power ring for Seth. The main task for Ryuji was to make sure that the magic of the beast was successfully inherited. It was also important to find a town or village with people as soon as possible, as staying alone in the house was no fun. The barrier of this house protected Ryuji and Seth from the invasion of the evil creatures that live outside it. Therefore, it was also dangerous to take off on the griffin because it looked like there were dragons or other nasty creatures. Ryuji said that in all likelihood they would have to go through the forest, but it would be better to do it in the morning. And since they had a long way to go, they should eat and rest now. Seth agreed with his master, making a sound similar to a bird chirping. As they had planned, the friends set out in the morning to face the unknown. Ryuji was stronger and decided that now the whole world was open to him and all he had to do was look into it. After half an hour on the road, Ryuji appreciated his magical boots, thanks to which it was possible to cover a huge distance in such a short time. He also noticed that his body was responding well to the long hike on foot, as he hadn't even broken a sweat during the entire time. But suddenly, an eerie growl was heard ahead and soon a ferocious monster. A black bear at least 3 meters tall blocked Ryuji's path. The aggressive monster immediately attacked the young wizard, but Ryuji instantly dodged and then told his flying friend that it was time for them to show their strength. Ryuji attacked the bear with a slash of death, and the fearless griffin showed his opponent how sharp his claws were. But the huge black bear was not an easy target and continued to counterattack and attempt to deliver a killing blow to Ryuji. But the young wizard masterfully avoided meeting the bear's paws and marveled at the abilities of his new body. Also, after another attack, Ryuji was able to deliver the strongest blow that stopped his opponent. But then the bear started acting strangely, it growled wildly and some kind of magical aura appeared around it. It turned out that the bear had the ability to regenerate and its wound instantly healed. Ryuji realized that the only way to defeat this beast was to take it down with a single blow. The young wizard also remembered that if he channeled magical energy in a death move, it would become sharper and more dangerous. At the same time, Ryuji felt anxious and was unsure of his strength. But usually the body would give more signs of nervousness, be it sweating, stupor or eventually wet palms. But Ryuji was in complete control of his body and didn't feel the negative effects of excitement, all thanks to merging with Zapale. Ryuji decided that at the moment this huge bear was a big problem and needed to try some fire magic techniques and find out what would come of it. Ryuji asked his trusty flying friend Seth to hold off the bear for a few minutes while he activated fire magic. Then soon 3 fireballs rushed toward the shaggy monster. Ryuji followed up the first attack with a second attack and then ordered Seth to rush at the bear. The griffon took advantage of his opponent's confusion and clawed at the bear's paw with its deadly claws. Ryuji chose the right moment to make a precise strike with his death scythe and stabbed it into the bear's torso. The young wizard then summoned a blazing fire to burn the enemy to the ground. The blazing flames emerged from the scythe of death and instantly engulfed the huge bear. The vile odor of burning fur signified Ryuji's first victory in this new world. At the same time, the guy did not forget to thank his flying friend for his help and praised him for his courage. Ryuji decided that they had better get out of here as soon as possible before the smell of blood started to attract other dangerous creatures. The only thing unclear was what to do with the bear's corpse. But then the young wizard remembered his magical vault and instantly moved the huge bear outside it. Such a vault could not be used for living creatures, but the corpses of enemies could be done so. The friends then traveled onward in search of human settlements. After a while resting, Ryuji decided that there was one great way to cross this huge forest faster and asked Seth for help. Ryuji asked if he could ride on the back of a griffin. Seth nodded his head approvingly and Ryuji thanked his friend for his help. Flying high in the sky felt good, and Ryuji was glad that he had been able to enlist the help of such a helpful monster as Seth. Coming on a flying griffin proved to be an interesting endeavor, and soon enough the terrible and dangerous forest was left far behind. And it was all thanks to Seth. Ryuji decided to make camp on a high cliff, because from there they could see everything very well. If some wet one wanted to attack them, he would not be able to take them by surprise. After the battle and the long flight, Ryuji felt hungry. The young wizard explained that the smell of the water dragon's blood might attract monsters nearby and asked Seth to be wary. Ryuji then discovered a water monument in his pocket and regarded this beautiful find with interest. Judging from the rumbling in the griffin's stomach, this monster was also hungry, and Ryuji asked to wait a bit. And then the wizard started to build a fire with magic in order to cook the meat. Ryuji decided tomorrow to continue searching for the city he had gotten information about from Zappale's knowledge and register with the Adventurers Guild. To begin with, it will be possible to pay the innkeeper with a beast and then with money and food. It is also necessary to get magic stones to ensure that Seth's level increases. And with that, the young wizard realized that he needed to come up with an official story of his life in this world, after all, and it was impossible to reveal his true path of appearance here. While the meat was languishing on the fire and the pleasant smell increased the feeling of hunger, Ryuji decided to think about this question. As he watched the griffin salivate, Ryuji began to recite to himself the story that he lived far away in the mountains, completely isolated from the outside world with his master magic teacher, and that was why he was unfamiliar with the social norms of life. It was still possible to say that his master was a hunter and taught him magic and hunting. Soon the meat was ready and the travelers began to greedily gorge themselves on the succulent pieces. Next, according to Ryuji's fictionalized story, his master sent him to a place he had never been using a teleportation spell. After that, he and his partner Seth hunted monsters until he came across a city. Ryuji decided that such a story would be enough to explain his appearance. As darkness fell, Ryuji confessed that this dinner had been wonderful and he had really gotten full. Then, relying on Zappale's knowledge, he asked Seth if he could really eat magic stones. Ryuji realized that it seems that creatures created by using beast magic or by digesting other beasts' weapons, absorbing for strength, the magic stones found in monsters are much more powerful than the others and are able to evolve. The direction in which these monsters will evolve depends on the magic stones they lay. So far, no one knows the limit to which they can reach in their development. Therefore, this means that no human has ever fully evolved his animal. That said, there is no guarantee at all that a creature will acquire a new skill after absorbing a magic stone. And if the creature's power is very low, it makes no sense to give it such a valuable stone. In addition, evolution is only possible if the beast, or a wizard wielding the beast's skill, engages in combat and defeats the monster. This is why, in order to properly process the magical energy to mine the stone, the beast must synchronize with the enemy monster during battle. During the battle with the huge black bear, Seth was able to learn the water bullet spell. Most likely, water bullet is the ability that the water bear possessed. Ryuji was interested in such an acquisition and asked the griffin if he could fire it, for it would be useful to know the power of such an attack. Seth easily used his new skill and the water bullet rushed forward with a hissing splash. Ryuji quickly found a suitable target in the form of a sturdy tree and asked him to shoot at it. Seth quickly did his creator's bidding and another water projectile rushed precisely into the target. But unfortunately, the water bullet did not do any damage to the tree and only wet it. Ryuji decided that this poor effectiveness of the water projectile was directly related to the low level of the griffin and needed to develop Seth. The griffon himself was upset by this, but Ryuji hurriedly reassured his flying friend and explained that for now, he was only at the first level, and if Seth absorbed more magic stones in the future, his level would become higher and the number and quality of skills would increase. Seth listened intently to his creator, and Ryuji decided that even if they couldn't use this water attack, it wouldn't be a big deal. Come morning, Ryuji decided that he should learn all his abilities, and for that he needed to practice. Meanwhile, the griffin took to the sky to survey the area. Upon completion of the training, the friends set off and soon the young wizard spotted the nearest town and suggested that they land near it. Ryuji explained that the locals would surely be frightened if they suddenly flew into the town without warning, so the remaining cutoff was to walk and enter the town through the central gate. But as soon as they approached the gate, guards arose in the way. One of the guards ordered them to stop immediately and then asked that did the stranger with the beast decide that he could just enter this city. Ryuji had expected something like that and inquired what the problem was in the first place. The commander of the guards explained that he could not let the griffin pass. The commander then inquired about the reason for Ryuji's arrival in this city. The young wizard noticed how some of the guards were afraid and could barely contain their emotions. Ryuji explained that his purpose was to visit the Adventurers Guild, but the commander stated that he certainly had nothing against it, but they had never dealt with such a large animal and it would be nice if the griffin stayed waiting at the gate. After all, no one knows what danger could come from this huge beast. The commander left his squad to guard the gate and admitted that he was very surprised that someone had been able to tame a huge griffin at all. The commander invited Ryuji to follow him and explained that if he let the stranger pass just like that, his superiors would kill him. Soon Ryuji found himself in the cozy cottage of the commander of the guards, and to begin with the host offered to get acquainted. The guard introduced himself as Manga and explained that he was the commander of the guards in the city of Gil. Ryuji also introduced himself in response and explained that he was just a wandering traveler who happened to be at the walls of this beautiful city. Manga asked what was the purpose of visiting the city. Ryuji decided to answer honestly at the inquiry and stated that he wished to join the local Adventurers Guild if there was one in this city. Manga even resented such a question and stated that this city was quite developed and could not be called a backwater. The young wizard then began to tell a prepared story about how he had lived from birth far away in the mountains with a master who had trained him in magic and therefore was not too knowledgeable about the standard things of this world. Manga asked in surprise that does such a young lad really know about magic. Ryuji explained that it was more usual for him to call such abilities magic and he was able to learn a lot thanks to his great master. Manga explained to the lad that he was really very unfamiliar with this world, for it had been many years since magic had ceased to be called magic. The commander of the guards asked if he understood correctly that Ryuji had tamed his griffin with magic. But the wizard replied that Seth was not subject to him or his magic and in general they had been together since childhood. This surprised Nang and the commander explained that there were some cases where some adventurers became trainers of dangerous monsters, but they could tame D-rank animals and no one ever thought that one could tame an A-rank animal like this griffin. Then the commander of the guards informed the young wizard that in order to enter this city, one must pay a fee, and so it was doubtful that Ryuji would be able to do so since he had lived in the mountains all his life and was unlikely to have money. This new world was called Urgin. In the very center was the kingdom of Million. This country was the supreme in the entire continent, and this city of Gilm was in the remote lands. The population of the city was about 100,000 people, and this made the city the largest city in the state even though it was far away from the capital. Gilm was one of the most popular places for adventurers to hunt monsters, and as long as adventurers lived in this city, Gilm was safely protected from enemy monsters. Therefore, Manga, the experienced commander of the guards, decided that it would be unwise to lose a hunter with a tamed A-rank beast. The commander of the guards asked if the wizard had anything he could pay with for his passage into the city, and if anything worthwhile could be found, he would be free to pass into the city and visit the local Adventurers Guild. Ryuji quickly displayed a beautiful water bear skin and caused Nang to have a fit of excitement. The commander was surprised not only by the offer to take the hide of the water dragon that usually dwells at the entrance of the dangerous forest, but also that Ryuji possessed a magical vault. Manga inquired how the wizard managed to skin such a dangerous monster, but Ryuji did not explain and asked if it would be enough for passage into the city. Manga replied that this hide would be the ticket into the city and promised to inform the guards to let Ryuji pass. Then the commander of the guards even returned the extra money. Manga explained that because of the damage in several places, the hide had sold quite cheaply, but still that money was enough for passage into the city and still had some left over. The commander of the guards then offered to put a special collar on the griffin if of course Ryuji planned to lead his beast through the city. Manga advised to start by going to the eastern part of the city where an inn called the House of the Twilight Hand could be found. That place is at least large enough to keep a griffin there. Ryuji thanked him for his helpful advice and inquired about the Adventurers Guild. Manga explained that if the young traveler walked straight ahead and down the main street, he was sure to eventually see the Adventurers Guild. Ryuji thanked him for his help, and the guard commander politely opened the gate and wished him good luck. The first thing the young wizard noticed once he was in town was how surprised the locals were by his griffin. From everywhere they heard talk about Seth and everyone looked at him with interest. Seth was disturbed by this attention, but Ryuji explained that he should not worry as long as the griffin was behaving well and not causing any trouble for the locals. Ryuji set off exactly the way the commander of the guards recommended him to go. The Adventurers Guild building was different from the other buildings, and Ryuji asked his flying friend to wait for him outside and show off his collar to the locals if possible. Opening the creaky door, Ryuji found himself in a busy room where a group of adventurers were seated at one of the tables. The young wizard immediately felt the unpleasant stares, but decided not to react to the strangers. The pleasantly smiling young woman receptionist asked how she could help the unfamiliar traveler. Ryuji explained that he wanted to join the Adventurers Guild, but immediately he heard rude shouts that this was no place for rabble like him and he should get out of here. The guys at the table suggested that Ryuji shouldn't make them help him and hurry up and send him to his mommy's skirt. The malicious laughter intensified and the adventurers continued their insults and nasty jokes. The boys were amused by Ryuji's overly childish appearance and were sure that he was just another weakling who had decided to test his fate as an adventurer. Ryuji tried not to show his face and did not react to the insults. The administrator girl was upset by the behavior of the local adventurers and didn't know how to react to it. Finding courage, the admin girl ordered the adventurers to stop picking on the newcomer. But one of the guys called the girl Lenora and joked that he never thought before that she liked such weaklings. After all, such a small guy could hardly satisfy all the girl's desires. The daring adventurer started bragging about his strength and promised to show Lenora what a real man really is. The admin girl asked the adventurers to calm down and had already cracked up in the last task and so did not need another reminder of what scoundrels they could be. But the adventurers responded with insults and reminded Lenora that she was only an administrator and therefore should treat the adventurers politely and fulfill her duties. Ryuji decided to intervene and laughed as he looked at the group of adventurers. This act expectedly caused the half-drunk guys to burst out in anger and they immediately jumped up from their seats. The guys promised to immediately make Ryuji regret his laughter and apologize. But the guys remained seated at their table for now and drank strong ale. Ryuji again asked Lenora if he could register with the guild and become a member. Lenora advised the stranger to be careful, for these guys are adventurers after all and can cause trouble. Ryuji explained that he had only pissed them off a little. Lenora still explained that one should be careful with such hot-tempered guys who don't always think before they act. Lenora then introduced herself and explained that she worked for the Guild of Gilm City and would be happy to cooperate with the new adventurer. The girl politely handed over a registration form and asked him to fill in all the required fields. After Ryuji completed the requirements, Lenora handed the document to her friend to proceed with the registration. The friendly girl then suggested that the newcomer familiarize themselves with the guild rules while they waited for their personal card to be produced. Lenora explained that first of all, an adventurer guild has a hierarchical structure. It starts with the lowest rank H, followed by G, F, E and the rest. Ryuji asked if he understood correctly that rank H was for beginners and that would be its initial stage. Lenora replied that this would most likely be the case, although ranks E, F and G are also considered beginner ranks. C and D are for more experienced veterans, and ranks A and B are for the top class of adventurers. You should also be aware that adventurers with rank H are not allowed to fight and only quests located within the city are available for this rank. As for H rank quests, they are usually various quests from the townsfolk to get money rather than adventures. Lenora then stated that there was also an S rank, but it had only 3 representatives in the entire world and those people had gone far beyond what was possible. Lenora finished familiarizing herself and asked if Ryuji had any questions. The young wizard asked how a H rank novice could raise his rank to G. Lenora explained that it was only possible with the help of a guild examiner, who must evaluate the applicant's combat skills. You should also know that the assignments for each rank are posted on special announcement boards. The willing adventurer takes the assignment on paper and it means that he has accepted the assignment. If an adventurer forgets to take a quest or defeats a monster for which there is no reward at all, he will not receive any reward. So it is necessary to carefully monitor your actions and at the beginning of any quest to make sure that it is properly filed in the guild. The deadline and other conditions are written in the assignment itself, and if the adventurer fails to complete the assignment with special characteristics, the guild will charge him 30% of the reward amount as a penalty for not completing the assignment. Therefore, one must calculate one's strength properly and choose the assignment carefully. Lenora explained that starting at rank G and above, Ryuji would be able to accept quests 1 level higher, and when he reached a high level, this restriction would be removed altogether. Once he had completed a few assignments, Ryuji would be able to study for the exam, and if he passed, his rank would be increased. Ryuji realized that in order to find more powerful magic stones, rank increase should be his priority. The admin girl then suggested to deal with the team rank. As it turns out, if a group of adventurers join a team, the rank of the members will be calculated as the average team. At the same time, a team could accept an assignment 2 ranks above the team level. Ryuji realized that it would be nice to join some team, but because he already had a griffin set that would scare everyone away, it would be problematic. Lenora further explained that if the adventurer's own adventurer rank and team rank matched the rank of the monster they had to defeat, it would make it easy to deal with, and Ryuji should definitely try such an option. After saying that, the girl declared that her instruction was over, and although it lasted for quite a while, if Ryuji didn't understand something he couldn't hesitate to ask. MANHWA added that technically the Adventurers Guild does not interfere in any way with disputes between adventurers. Ryuji of course took the girl's hint and realized that a group of evil adventurers were waiting until his registration was over to do some mischief. As it turned out, the guild member card should have been ready in a few seconds, and Ryuji decided to ask one more important question. Ryuji asked if it was true that he could raise his rank to G if he could prove that his combat skills were decently high. MANHWA didn't quite understand why the newcomer was asking this in such a strange way, but still confirmed it. Ryuji stated that he wanted to increase his rank as soon as possible and asked to call someone authoritative to evaluate his fighting ability. Lauren was surprised but still promised to fulfill the request. After that, Ryuji, anticipating the next events, turned around to the group of adventurers who kept laughing at the newcomer. The leader of the team of daring adventurers, having finished another mug of ale, decided to challenge Ryuji to a conversation outside the guild. The adventurer promised to teach the newcomer a lesson and explain who the real adventurers were. As it turned out, Ryuji ran into a team called Hawk's Claw. These guys were on the street and openly threatened to kill the newcomer, but Ryuji did not back down and said that such scum would be better suited to the name of goblin shit. From such words of the newcomer, the leader of the group, Hawk Claw, became furious and promised to put Ryuji on his knees and make him beg for mercy, and generally unlikely to make it home in one piece. The young wizard advised his opponent to distinguish his desires from reality and not talk nonsense. Such words overflowed the cup of the adventurer's patience, and shouting insults, the adventurers ran in the direction of the insolent newcomer. Ryuji immediately took out a scythe of death from the magic vault and surprised the angry adventurers with such an act. The Hawk Claw fellows couldn't believe that such a petty rookie possessed such a weapon and vault bracelet. Ryuji decided to up the ante and promised his opponents to gift his vault bracelet if they could defeat him. The adventurers began to discuss the possibility of obtaining such a valuable magical item, because they could make a lot of money with it. The adventurers, who were eager for easy profit, rushed forward demanding to give them all the magic items. Ryuji met one of the opponents with dignity and gave him a powerful blow to the face. The blow was so fast that the other guys didn't even realize how it happened. Ryuji was satisfied with his body's ability and turned around to face his opponents to continue the battle. The newcomer's cold-bloodedness stunned the daring adventurers and they lost their confidence. Ryuji decided to stun his opponents and rushed into an attack that ended with heavy blows on the adventurers. The leader of the Hawk Claw team was shocked by the young boy's abilities. The leader, shouting curses and insults, rushed into the attack, but Ryuji fended off the axe strike thanks to his death scythe. Meanwhile, Ryuji was surprised that the enemy's axe did not crumble from his blow, which means that the enemy's weapons are not so simple. The Hawk Claw leader continued to attack and had no intention of slowing down. Ryuji took a few steps back and was able to parry all of his opponent's blows. The young wizard assessed the strength of the enemy and realized that the leader of the adventurer team was much stronger than the other guys. The next attack was also repulsed and Ryuji was able to push his opponent aside. Meanwhile, the leader of the Hawk Claw felt tired and realized that it was getting harder for him to attack. The adventurer was also struck by Ryuji's speed, which was clearly faster than that of a normal rookie. The adventurer couldn't why Ryuji was completely calm and didn't even lose his breath. After all, such a thing simply couldn't happen. But Ryuji was about to end the battle and declared that it was now his turn to attack. This made the Hawk Claw leader furious and he swung his axe once again. This act of the adventurer was met with a swift counterattack by Ryuji. After the crushing blow, the daring adventurer went down, and Ryuji was surprised to see many locals around. Then Seth flew up to the young wizard and the master praised his beast for quietly watching the battle and not interfering. Back at the Adventurers Guild, Ryuji asked if he would now be promoted in rank. The guild examiner praised the newcomer for such a fine battle and promised to raise his rank and provide a new card to the Adventurer Guild. The examiner admitted that he never thought that a person who had just registered would be able to defeat a D-ranked team because such a thing had never happened during his tenure, and if he had not seen it himself, he would never have believed such a thing. Meanwhile, Ryuji was searching the defeated adventurers and this caused the examiner to be surprised and asked what Ryuji was doing. The young wizard explained that he was collecting trophies since it was normal for adventurers to take useful resources from defeated enemies. The chief examiner agreed with this decision of the newcomer and did not interfere. Evening darkness was gradually descending on the city and Ryuji decided to find a place to stay for the night. At the inn, the wizard was met by a very friendly woman and Ryuji explained that he needed a room and a place for the griffin waiting outside. The hostess of the establishment promised the best conditions and explained that there were 2 ways to pay for the lodging. One night and a double meal would cost 3 silver coins, but if one rented a room for 10 full days, one could get a 10% discount off the sum of 2 gold coins and 7 silver coins. Mistress Zana said that the price for monster accommodation depended on their size, but they were also discounted. Ryuji eventually decided to take advantage of the discount since it was more favorable than paying for each night separately. The wizard then asked if he could eat something hearty now, as he was very hungry after his long journey. Zana answered that it was not a problem, but warned that all food except breakfast and dinner was paid for separately. Ryuji paid the required amount for himself, and Seth and the satisfied hostess promised to prepare something quickly. In about 15 minutes, the young adventurer was already enjoying a fine stew with meat, cheese, and fresh crusty bread. The food was very tasty and worth the money. Ryuji thanked the hostess for the fine meal and asked what kind of meat was cooked in the stew. Zana was surprised at the strange question and replied that the meat in the stew was ordinary wild boar and that Ryuji had never eaten it. The young adventurer declared that he had never eaten such deliciously cooked meat. This delighted the hostess, and Zana embarrassedly replied that Ryuji was flattering her. As he continued to eat the flavorful stew, Ryuji decided that tomorrow he should find out more about this place, because being in a new place one could miss important details. It would be ideal to find the local library, as there should be some books. Meanwhile, the commander of Nang's guards arrived at the city leader's office to report on the situation. Manga apologized for being late and greeted Mr. Dasker. The chief, on the other hand, explained that he was interested in something in the report provided earlier. Dasker asked if it was true that a certain man had arrived in town with a real hand griffin. Commander Nang replied that there was no mistake and he had personally met the man. Dasker said that this was very interesting, but also wondered if this was not too good a time for such a strange visit from a stranger. With the first rays of sunlight that illuminated the city, Ryuji woke up and decided to attend to important matters. Thanks to Zana's clue, Ryuji found the city library and asked the griffin Seth to wait for him outside. To his surprise, Ryuji met the admin girl Lenora in the library and asked why she was here. Lenora herself was surprised by the encounter and explained that she wanted to find guild-related information in the library. The girl then showed her feminine curiosity and inquired about the purpose of Reggie coming to this not-so-popular place. Ryuji explained that he had lived in the mountains for too long and so he didn't understand many things that were quite common to all humans. And in the library, one can learn many things and fill in the gaps in his knowledge of this world. Lenora didn't get too involved in Ryuji's words and suggested that they search for information together because it would be much more fun. Lenora then explained that there was a fee to visit the library and that one had to pay 5 silver coins for a day of research. But that was not all, and Lenora explained that these coins were like a deposit and that when Ryuji finished his research, he would get his 3 coins back. Lenora explained that books are very expensive things in this world, and it is common for books to be valued in platinum or gold coins. So to just familiarize with such expensive books, spending 5 silver coins is a reasonable price. Lenora explained that the book she was looking for the guild was in the back section, so if Ryuji didn't understand something, he could feel free to go to the front desk. The librarian will both answer any questions and tell her where to look for the necessary. Ryuji immediately followed the girl's advice and asked the librarian for literature that would give information about the man named Zapale. The librarian turned out to be a friendly guy and after thinking about it replied that he had already heard such a name somewhere. The librarian spent a few more minutes thinking and searching the catalog of books and said that since he had heard the name a long time ago, it was most likely a famous blacksmith of the past. Ryuji was surprised and questioned if he had found the information correctly, but the guy behind the counter was confident and explained that other than the famous Zapale, he didn't know of any other people with that name. Ryuji inquired exactly where this blacksmith's books could be found. The librarian politely explained that the first place to start was to go to the mythology and lore section, which is where the books could be found on the shelf in the aisle. Soon the young wizard began to read the book he needed. It stated that Zapale, who existed many thousands of years ago, led an army of spellcasters. All of them had the power to capture and enslave an entire country in a matter of seconds. Because of this, Zapale was considered an extremely dangerous man in many countries. And because of the might of his magical power, Zapale devoted his life solely to spellcasting and became known as a blacksmith. Though the most terrifying was the fact that Zapale controlled a giant wolf that according to legends could repel any attack, absorb any magic, utilize several types of dangerous breath, and shatter any legendary magical objects with its claws or fangs. Ryuji decided that Zapale had most likely created such a giant wolf with his spells, and although he had said when they met that it had only been a few hundred years, in fact, judging from this book, it had been thousands of years. And if Zapale really did have the kind of power that makes him mentioned in legends, then his power focused on such a monstrous art is not fiction at all. After finishing reading the rather large book, Ryuji decided that he now had a general idea of the order of things in this world. In this world, as well as on Earth, there are 24 hours in a day, an average of 30 days in a month, and 12 months in a year. A watch in this world is a magical item that is considered a privilege and is only used by wealthy merchants and noble people. In contrast, ordinary people recognize the time by 6 chimes every 3 hours during the day. After that, the young wizard noticed a beginner's guide to existing monsters. Ryuji decided that it was a must-read book for adventurers, but doubted his ability to memorize all the information mentioned in the book. Therefore, it will be better to look for a similar book in a bookstore to buy for personal use. The next day, the adventurer guild was very noisy and crowded as usual, and that was where Ryuji went. All the adventurers present were whispering about yesterday's event where an unknown guy in a cloak defeated Balgus and his guys alone. Everyone was amazed at how such a kid could even defeat tough D-ranked guys. The first thing Ryuji did was head to the bulletin board and was frustrated by the very boring tasks. Although it was clear that they were meant for adventurers and such monotony was quite expected. Ryuji became interested in the goblin hunting task. It was necessary to destroy the goblins and bring the right ear as proof of victory. Instead of hunting was the road leading to the city of Gil. The reward was 3 copper coins for each goblin's right ear. Ryuji quickly calculated the possible profit and he thought it was too small a payment. But all Ryuji decided to fulfill this quest and approached the girl registrar, who apparently substituted for the already familiar Lenora. The girl was friendly and belonged to a race of beastmen. She introduced herself as Kenny did not explain that she had already heard about the capable newcomer who had registered on the day she had off. Kenny studied the chosen task and explained to the wizard that he had a chance of running into a rare type of monsters, so he shouldn't relax even if he passed the task very easily. Ryuji had no idea what rare type meant and inquired about the details. The girl explained that some monsters could acquire supernatural abilities through several mutations, and such a transformation would help to greatly increase their difficulty level. Soon Ryuji along with his trusty friend Seth were already in the right neighborhood, and the young adventurer asked the griffin to land in a suitable place to continue the search on foot. Almost immediately after landing, Ryuji and Seth found a whole group of angry goblins who were ready to do battle with the uninvited guests. But after Ryuji rushed to the attack and demonstrated his scythe of death, most of the goblins rushed to flee and now had to be caught. Ryuji knew that goblins with high intelligence should be armed, but here it appeared that all these monsters were unarmed and perhaps a rare type of goblin should be allowed to be present. Also, judging from their intelligence level, the commander might have decided that being ahead was dangerous and was somewhere hidden. But the young wizard was not going to stop and ordered Seth to take care of the goblins on the left. Ryuji himself rushed forward and destroyed all the monsters that got in his way. The goblins were so agile that they easily climbed high trees and then jumped over the trunks to escape. At first Ryuji was frustrated, but then he remembered that he only needed to destroy 5 of them in order to complete the task, and so he shouldn't get carried away with the chase and waste unnecessary energy. Collecting the necessary trophies, Ryuji thought that even killing humanoid monsters he felt quite normal, and perhaps it was thanks to the magical connection with Zapale. It could be called pure luck since it didn't feel guilty at all for killing living creatures. Ryuji decided that it was likely that even if he killed a human, he would only feel a bitter taste in his mouth. Seth was watching the area, and Ryuji at one point felt as if someone was watching him, but it was hard to tell from where exactly. There was a high possibility that it could have been that rare goblin. The young wizard decided that this was a great chance to obtain a valuable magic stone and began to carefully listen to the surrounding sounds. Suddenly, some kind of crackling sound was heard and a fireball landed next to Ryuji. The young adventurer was able to jump back in time and avoid the damage, and Seth instantly extinguished the fire with a water bullet. It was dangerous to encounter fire magic in this place because it could make the entire forest catch fire, and then it would be unlikely that anyone would be able to extinguish it. After such a treacherous attack, the rare goblin attacked by jumping down from the tree, but Ryuji was prepared for such a turn of events, for he had been warned about it by Kenny. Ryuji was surprised that such a small and ugly goblin had fire magic, and it was obvious that this monster could be a serious opponent. Though the most important advantage of the rare goblin was of course the ability to conceal its location. Ryuji stated that the goblin had made an unforgivable mistake when it showed itself and was now an excellent target for hunting. But Ryuji's first attack was unsuccessful, and the rare goblin was able to avoid being hit by the scythe of death. The young wizard only smirked and appreciated his opponent's cunning. But Ryuji's main trump card was of course Seth. The rare goblin did not expect an attack from behind, and the griffin used its deadly claws to destroy the monster with a single blow and handed the magic stone to its creator. Thanks to this stone, Seth acquired the ability of Fire Breath of the first level, and now it was a great addition to his physical power. Ryuji was pleased with this enhancement of his pet, for now neither water nor fire would no longer be a problem for them. Though with that said, the young wizard couldn't understand how a rare goblin's magic stone with fireballs could turn into a fire breath for Seth. The day after successfully completing a goblin hunting mission, Locals saw Ryuji and Seth walking along the road. As a result, the commander of the city guard, Manga, asked the young wizard to refrain from landing on the main road as he flew his griffin toward the city. Manga explained that various travelers and merchants had complained about it to the A-rank adventurers, and so it could not be allowed to cause problems, especially not inside the city. Ryuji promised the head guard to be more careful and went to the adventurer guild to receive the reward. Lenore immediately offered a new task, which was to destroy the giant ants. However, the girl warned that even though the task was rank F, the Ant Queen herself was a rank C monster and it would be better not to encounter her at all. Lenore insisted on repeating this several times, but Ryuji decided not to miss this opportunity at any cost and took the same level magic stone as the water bear. Once in the right place, Ryuji and Seth had already spent an hour searching for the giant ants and finally found these horrible monsters. The first monster encountered was a soldier ant, and Ryuji destroyed the enemy with his death scythe and a swift dash. But soon another group of ants arrived, as these creatures don't usually move alone. Ryuji realized that the ants were much slower than they looked, though it would still be a challenge to deal with so many of them. Deciding not to waste much energy, the young wizard ordered the griffin to use fire breath. Seth instantly began to sizzle the monsters with fire, and Ryuji continued to attack with the slash of death, dealing deadly blows. After only a few minutes, the mandatory minimum to complete the guild's task was met, and Ryuji decided to continue his search for the Ant Queen. It was also desirable to avoid serious confrontations and long battles with large groups of ants, as usually such creatures could gather in huge groups. To reduce the risk, Ryuji decided to take off, for that way they would become completely invulnerable to the ant soldiers and could improve their view of the area. The decision to fly up into the sky proved to be really useful, because not far from where the battle was, Ryuji noticed a huge group of ant soldiers who were coming to the aid of their fellow soldiers. But then the unexpected happened and winged ants began to fly up into the sky. Ryuji immediately noticed that these creatures were much larger than ordinary soldiers, and if these ants were from the royal guard, then it meant that the Ant Queen herself was somewhere nearby. Seth gained great speed and rushed towards the enemies, and Ryuji was able to destroy the winged ants with a masterful slash of death. Ryuji decided to break through the formation of the enemies and reach his main goal, and in doing so utilize magic as well as Seth's abilities. A huge fireball flew forward and cleared Ryuji's path, and all that was left to do was to be brave and stay on his path. As the fireball flew toward the ground, it bloomed a deadly flame flower that looked more like fireworks but was meant for something else entirely. After destroying many ants, Ryuji noticed the huge creature that was the queen. The young wizard, feeling the thrill of the hunt, ordered Seth to keep up his speed. But as soon as Ryuji was near the ground, the Ant Queen attacked the adventurer with formic acid. The wizard had to move quickly to avoid the deadly jet, and that was the only way to approach his opponent. Upon approaching the Ant Queen, Ryuji decided to use the Serpent Flame spell to scorch his opponent to death in a terrifying fire dance. But something happened that the young adventurer did not expect. As soon as the deadly flames engulfed one of the Ant Queen's limbs, she reacted instantly and bit off the flaming leg, thus preventing the flames from spreading further. Such cleverness amazed Ryuji, and the guy appreciated the Ant Queen's intellectual ability. But it was impossible to give up and retreat, and the young wizard rushed to attack the huge creature. With the help of fire magic, Ryuji created flying tongues of flame and ordered them to destroy the enemy, turn it into ashes. Just at that moment, Seth was approaching from above. The young adventurer threw a fireball at the Ant Queen and, noticing her stop, ordered the griffin to act. Seth instantly began to dive at his opponent and thrust his deadly claws forward. The griffin's speed was so swift that it needed only a few seconds to reach the queen of the ants. Seth's blow was so powerful that it literally chopped the huge queen in two, and it was an impressive victory for the griffin. Ryuji was surprised, but after all, the beginner's guide doesn't describe the method of dissecting the Ant Queen. Therefore, it would be better to skip this complicated process and just take out the magic stone. After estimating the size and weight of the Ant Queen, Ryuji asked his flying friend to turn the monster belly up. Seth easily flipped the defeated foe with just one paw. Ryuji thought at that moment that even considering only physical capabilities, the griffin was already incredibly strong compared to the Ant Queen. But at the same time, it couldn't be denied that they still lacked experience. After all, the Ant Queen has survived in the wild for a very long time, and Seth has only been in this world for a week, as well as Ryuji himself. The young wizard thought that it might seem that with such physical data and potential magic power, it was rather strange that they couldn't handle a rank C monster much faster. Although in reality, it was understandable that a battle could go differently and it was hard to predict. Ryuji decided that he and Seth should train much more, because for them, combat experience couldn't improve when fighting such monsters. In the end, the young adventurer was still able to obtain the necessary magic stone, whose level was much different from that of a rare goblin and was the same as that of a water bear. Ryuji apologized to his friend and explained that this time the stone should be absorbed by the Scythe of Death. All he had to do was to hit the Death Scythe on the magic stone with force, and the young wizard did just that and learned that the Death Scythe had gained the level 1 corrosion skill. It happened just like what happened to Seth and did not meet Ryoji's expectations at all. The corrosion skill was much different from the acid attack skill, but although it was still a new skill that would probably be useful. After that, the young adventurer suggested to his flying friend to return home as quickly as possible. After all, they had already done everything they wanted to do in this forest. Meanwhile, in the Adventurers Guild, Lenore was reading to me a very nice message she had received from her superiors. From what was written, the superiors demanded to keep a close eye on an adventurer named Ryoji, and in case he has any problems with the nobles, he should immediately report to his superiors. It would also have to be reported to the superiors if that person had any problems with other adventurers. Kenny noticed her friend's disgruntled look and asked what she was so upset about. Lenora suggested that her partner read the letter herself to see what they would have to do. Kenny expectedly resented such an order from her superiors and couldn't believe that they would have to sneakily spy on Ryoji. After all, this violates a basic rule in the Adventurers Guild, which states that one must not interfere in skirmishes between adventurers. But now, because of the order from their superiors, they still need to report all of Ryoji's actions. Also, Kenny resented the fact that this letter was signed by the guildmaster himself, and the cat girl immediately asked what exactly Lenora had done. But the girl exclaimed that she had absolutely nothing to do with the case. But Kenny immediately asked her friend why then they belonged to the guildmaster. Kenny asked that is there really any special relationship between Lenore and Ryoji. But Lenora refuted such speculation and explained that she had merely registered the fellow with the guild and had witnessed him quarreling with other adventurers. But Kenny didn't stop developing the topic and suggested that perhaps this strange newcomer was targeting Lenora. But the girl did not agree with that either, saying that Ryoji is not the kind of person who mistakes among women and seduces them, and rather it can be said that he is not interested in the opposite sex at all. In the end, Kenny agreed with her friend but still called her a nerd. Kenny recognized that when Ryoji was talking to them, it really seemed like he didn't have any hidden agenda. But looking at this important document, one could conclude that the guildmaster was expecting something extraordinary from this newcomer. The guildmaster is probably interested in how far Ryoji can go, relying only on his own abilities and the help of his faithful griffin. But it is unknown whether the level of the guildmaster is high enough to draft such a serious document. And when one considers Ryoji's actual abilities, it makes perfect sense that he is given such attention. After all, in his first assignment, this newcomer had killed about 10 goblins, and yesterday, as it turned out, Ryoji had confirmed about 30 more kills. Even if Ryoji could only accomplish this task with the help of his griffin, it only confirms his incredible strength. But for all that, it was amazing that this guy was only 15 years old. And if Ryoji already had such incredible abilities at such an age, then he would absolutely be able to reach the S rank in the future. Then Kenny remembered that she hadn't seen Ryoji this morning, and it was unclear if he would even come to the Adventurers Guild today. The girls speculated that it was likely that Ryoji had decided to take a break since he had taken hunting assignments 2 days in a row. It was a reasonable explanation, especially after killing 30 ant soldiers. As it turned out, the girls were right and Ryoji was resting perfectly in his bed enjoying his dreams. Lenora wondered why Kenny was showing such interest in Ryoji. The cat girl explained that she actually wanted to get close to a money guy like Ryoji, and if he becomes a big success in the future, who knows if he wouldn't suddenly want to marry an older woman. Kenny was reminded that she has a seductive body that a lot of men are willing to just die for. Lenora was outraged at her friend's cunning and asked if Kenny had ever thought that the opposite could happen. While Ryoji might certainly turn out to be a talented adventurer, he's only a G rank adventurer right now, and it would be quite some time before he could reach S rank. Therefore, by then, Kenny might be out of the mating age and lose his former attractiveness. Kenny became indignant and called her friend a stupid girl who has a mediocre body and mind. After these remarks, the women began to argue with each other, the noise of which echoed throughout the Adventurers Guild. The next morning, well-rested Ryoji went to the Adventurers Guild, where as usual they started discussing him and calling him a dwarf. No one still couldn't believe that this little adventurer was able to defeat an entire team of Clawhawk. But Ryoji was already accustomed to the taunts against him and did not pay attention to any chatter and headed straight to the bulletin board. But at that moment, the entire Adventurer Guild was parted by a loud voice that announced the recruitment for an emergency mission. The sturdy fellow explained that the purpose of the assignment was to destroy an orc village that was located 1 day's journey away from the city. The reward for participating in this quest will be given immediately, and it will be 5 gold coins. In addition, if successfully completed, adventurers who went to the task will receive an additional 2 platinum coins. Plus, additional rewards will be given according to the contribution to the common cause. Also, the price of the right orc ears will be raised from 3 to 5 silver coins. Then the organizer of the campaign said that of course he knows that orcs are D-rank monsters, but in groups they are considered C-rank, and therefore only those adventurers who will be really worthy will be allowed to participate. And all those who wish to participate should sign up with the secretary within an hour and gather in the meeting room on the second floor. Questions were heard from the crowd of interested adventurers. Many adventurers wanted to know details about the number of orcs. The organizer of the mission replied that there was no exact information, but there were at least 50 orcs. That being said, there is reliable information that the orcs are led by a rare or advanced type of orc. Ryuji was interested in such an interesting task and remembered reading about orcs in the library. Orcs were typical non-human monsters with pig snouts. They could use swords and spears, but mostly preferred close combat with strong clubs. Orcs' combat abilities aren't very high, but these monsters are incredibly physically strong, and they most likely instinctively realize the advantage of moving in groups. This is why orcs usually live in groups of 10 or more individuals. The orc race is made up of only males who use females of other species to reproduce, and unfortunately in recent times orcs have taken a special liking to human women. There are also orcs armed with bows, orcs archers, and in addition some individuals can use magic and are called mages. There are also high-level subtypes called orc generals. Such creatures are much stronger than any other gather them, so it is no surprise that such advanced or rare types lead an entire horde of several hundred orcs. Ryuji decided to definitely take part in this quest. After all, this quest had an exceptionally high reward, and besides, the rank of an adventurer didn't matter. The young wizard rainbowed his way to Lenora and declared his desire to participate in the extermination of the orcs. The girl excitedly warned that the orcs had D rank and this task was incredibly dangerous. But Ryuji asked that if he could prove his ability to handle an orc, because then there would be no problem. Lenora replied that it would certainly allow him to get into the orc extermination team. Ryuji immediately stated that he was capable of killing a C-ranked water bear, and this admission caused the admin girl to be colossally surprised. Lenora replied that if Ryuji was really that strong, there would be no problem and offered to take a form for this task. Then the beautiful receptionist advised to go up to the second floor to the meeting room, and it was there that all the details of this difficult task could be found out. Once in the right room, Ryuji found a lot of adventurers who wanted to participate in the destruction of the orcs. The young wizard once again felt the piercing stares of the adventurers, and quiet discussions about his abilities and prospects were heard everywhere. But then everyone abruptly forgot about the young adventurer, for someone loudly announced the appearance of the team of the Axe of the God. Into the negotiating room found one man whose name was Elk, and this delighted the adventurers present. Elk appeared not alone but accompanied by a young man and a woman. From the conversations in the room, Ryuji realized that this was a rank-a team, and so everyone had confidence in the successful completion of the task. The young wizard looked at such experienced adventurers with interest, for he had never before seen people of similar power. But at some point the woman's gaze collided with Ryuji's, and from this the adventuress staggered slightly, and if not for her son, she would probably have fallen. The angry young boy quickly approached Ryuji and feeling furious grabbed him by his clothes. The young member of the Axe God group started shaking Ryuji with all his might and demanded an answer as to what he had done to his mom. But Ryuji had no idea what he was talking about and asked him to take his hands off. But the angry son wanted revenge for his abused mom and promised to destroy the unknown guy. Ryuji tried not to resist and restrained his emotions so as not to develop the conflict. Just at that moment a woman, the very mother of the young adventurer, came up and hurriedly persuaded her son to get behind Ryuji. The woman, realizing that her son, whose name was Rhodes, was not going to back down, threatened him with a staff and demanded that he calm down immediately. The woman explained to her son that the young man had done nothing wrong and was not guilty of anything, for she herself had stumbled by accident when she was surprised to see such a child among the adult adventurers. Rhodes made a desperate attempt to argue with her mother and stated that if it wasn't for this boy she wouldn't have stumbled. As it turned out, this was a mistake and Rhodes was immediately hit on the head with a staff. The woman apologized for her son's behavior and explained that Rhodes had a great lack of manners. Ryuji was mutually polite and replied that there was really nothing wrong and he understood the young lad's emotions. The woman thanked the young wizard and rejoiced that this was the end of the whole conflict. Rhodes' mom was certain that Ryuji was going to break her son's wrist and she managed to intervene just in time. At the same time, the woman immediately recognized the incredible magical powers the young wizard possessed and therefore did not want to face Ryuji under any circumstances. After that, the woman still remembered to introduce herself and called herself Min and explained that they had their own family team, the Axe of God, with her husband Elk as the head. As it turned out, the father of the family was much more reserved than his son and said hello to Ryuji quite friendly. Elk followed his judicious wife's example and apologized for his only son's foolishness. Ryuji introduced himself in return and said he was pleased to meet such a nice family. Min explained that their team had been in Gilm City for a long time, but she could not recall ever seeing Ryuji before and apparently he had recently arrived in the city. The young wizard explained that he had actually arrived just a couple days ago in the city and immediately joined the Adventurers Guild. Rhodes was shocked by this news and asked that was Ryuji really just an ordinary newcomer. Rhodes asked Ryuji not to say that Ryuji accidentally walked into this room and doesn't know why adventurers gathered here. But Ryuji calmly replied that there was a meeting here about organizing an orc hunt and then asked Rhodes' parents that is their son mentally retarded. Rhodes could not stand such a provocation and instantly boiled with anger, calling Ryuji an insolent bastard. But at that moment, the mother's staff once again soothed Rhodes' anger and made the son clutch his head. Rhodes cried out in pain and asked his mother not to hit him on the head again. But Mina ordered her son to shut up and not to interrupt when she was trying to make conversation. Eventually, the meeting was announced and everyone hurriedly settled into their seats to learn the details of the upcoming assignment as soon as possible. The organizer of the assignment introduced himself as Hobbes and explained that he would be the one in charge of this difficult mission. The main task is to completely exterminate the orcs, and now everyone will learn about the contents of the task, information about the enemy, and the rewards. With that, Hobbes asked everyone to check their applications to participate in the mission. Hobbes then explained that everyone was leaving this afternoon and the team would have to go all night to reach the desired location by noon tomorrow. After that, there would be rest until dusk, and then under the cover of darkness there would be an attack on the orc settlement. When asked about transportation and equipment, Hobbes replied that the Adventurers Guild would provide everything. Hobbes also explained that he was the main leader of the entire operation and only he had the right to give orders. At the same time, the adventurers asked how much the guild would appreciate their efforts in completing the mission. Hobbes stated that the Adventurer Guild leadership would consider every candidate for promotion, and of course successful completion of the mission would be a huge bonus to that. Each participant's activity would be taken into account, and those who just showed up for quantity would naturally not receive the full reward. Ryuji asked Hobbes if helping with the transportation of equipment would be considered a contribution to the mission. The commander appreciated the young applicant's size and asked if Ryuji had a wagon of his own. But the young wizard explained that he had something more efficient and demonstrated his magical storage bracelet. Ryuji explained that this storage was called a mystic ring, and if used to carry equipment, it could solve problems with heavy loads. To demonstrate his abilities, the wizard spectacularly displayed a dagger that he pulled out of the vault. Many adventurers were shocked by such abilities of the young novice, for many of them had never seen such a magical vault before. But many understood that it would take a lifetime to earn such a valuable artifact like the vault bracelet. Hobbes promised that the guild would definitely provide a suitable reward for helping with the transportation and asked for further questions. It turned out that no one had any further questions. The squad leader explained that everyone should be in full readiness at the main gate by lunchtime. Min turned to Ryuji and asked for permission to look at his magical storage. The young wizard allowed it, but warned that it only worked in his hands. Min was delighted by the magnificent bracelet and confessed that she could feel the strongest magical energy emanating from it. Rhodes immediately stated that Ryuji had no outstanding abilities and could only rely on his magical toys. Elk immediately silenced his son and apologized again for his behavior, while explaining that he and Ryuji were about the same age, but Rhodes was too attached to his mother and could not grow up. Hobbes asked for study for the interrupted conversation and explained to Elk that he needed to take Ryuji with him for a while. Elk was fine with this and decided to get busy preparing his team for the dangerous journey. Hobbes, left alone with the young wizard, asked if Ryuji thought he could stand up to the real orcs after dealing with the Hawk's Claw boys. Ryuji admitted that he really had never fought orcs before, but he was confident that he would be fine since he had fought an equally dangerous monster before, namely a water bear. Hobbes asked if Ryuji had ever taken a solo mission before, because if any problems appeared during this mission, it was unlikely that anyone would help. Ryuji agreed to such terms, and Hobbes asked him to finish his preparations before dinner and return to the Adventurers Guild. And when Ryuji arrived at the place, he would get the necessary equipment that would need to be hidden in the magic storage. The young wizard then stated that he had his own tamed monster, and Hobbes praised for it would greatly enhance the potential of the overall team. As soon as Ryuji went down to the first floor, Lenora immediately inquired about the meeting. The young wizard explained that his candidacy had been approved and he would definitely handle the task. Lenora was delighted with Ryuji, but at the same time did not forget to show concern and asked the adventurer to be extremely careful. The beautiful girl joked that as the administrator, she would have a huge problem if the guild's rising star suddenly disappeared. But Kenny reminded that no matter what, Ryuji was still considered a newcomer and there was nothing wrong if he suddenly caused trouble for the senior staff. Such words from Kenny made Lenora angry, and she reminded her that that was not what the cat girl had said before. But Kenny instantly found an excuse and said that before she did not know about the participation in the mission of the Axe God team, which as usual will take all the glory for themselves. So there is no need to worry about a little person like Ryuji, because as long as Elk is around him, then everything will be fine. Lenora, tired of her friends chattering, covered her mouth with her hand. Lenora then explained that the mission to destroy the orcs would definitely be dangerous, so Ryuji shouldn't relax for a minute. The young adventurer promised the girl not to let his defenses down, but for now, he needed to prepare for the trek and so he had to go home. The girls wished Ryuji good luck, and Kenny separately promised the young wizard a special reward from herself if of course he returned safely. But Kenny decided not to stop there, and unnoticed for her friend left the Adventurers Guild and caught up with Ryuji. The young wizard was surprised at such attention from the cat girl and asked what he could be of use to her. Kenny explained that she perfectly understands the situation in which Ryuji found himself, because it is the first time he takes part in such a big quest and therefore she is ready to give him a helping hand. The young wizard began to suspect some trickery on the part of the girl and asked if it would be convenient for Kenny to combine work in the guild and this kind of help. But the seductive girl declared that she was confident in herself and there would be no problem. Kenny explained that there were very few people in the guild at the moment because the whole orc situation had drawn away a huge number of adventurers who were confident in their abilities. It was only now that Ryuji guessed that this cunning girl had just decided to skip work. Though in doing so, it would be nice to get some help from her because he really has no idea what he will need on this mission. The young wizard admitted that this was really the first mission of this magnitude for him and he was feeling some excitement and would like to learn some useful information. Kenny was glad that her plan had succeeded and said that of course she could tell a lot of things. After all, she had been working as a secretary in the Adventurers Guild for so long for a reason. Kenny was incredibly persistent and grabbed Ryuji's hand and suggested that they go somewhere comfortable so that she could tell her a lot of interesting things. Kenny brought Ryuji to a rather nice cabin and explained that even though he could use all sorts of magical abilities, but he couldn't heal himself, that in that case, it is necessary for Ryuji to bring special healing targets with him. The young wizard was surprised at the sight of the transparent vials and asked if it was a glass shell that wouldn't break during transportation. But the cat girl explained that it was a magical item and could not be broken easily, so one could not worry about the integrity of the vials. Magical items like these glass vials are made with the latest technology with all the advantages, but they are still necessary for everyday life. However, in order to make even such useful items, magic stones of specific monsters are needed, and that is why magic stones are the most valuable items for any wizard. Kenny then asked if Ryuji had ever used a magic potion before, and if not, then one should know that any potion is easy enough to use and just needs to be drunk or applied to a wound. Either use will have the same effect, and if you drink a healing potion, the healing process will take less time, but the recovery effect will be exactly the same as applying it to the wound. Ryuji asked why in that case one would do anything other than just drink the potion, but Kenny explained that there is an unpleasant feature of magic products, and that is their disgusting, nauseating taste. And if one drinks even one potion, it would be impossible to taste anything for days. It sounded very disgusting, and after Ryuji received the potion he said that he should already head back to the guild. The young wizard thanked Kenny for paying attention and helping to sort out some issues. The girl reminded him of the danger of meeting orcs and advised him to stay behind the other adventurers. At this, Kenny blushed and became flustered and made a chagrined appearance and said goodbye to Ryuji. After this meeting, Ryuji hurried to the inn where he found his faithful friend. The young adventurer explained to Seth that they were going on an overnight camping trip to take part in a mission to destroy orcs. But this time it would not be just the two of them. They would be part of a larger group of adventurers that numbered at least 30. Ryuji explained to Seth that for the duration of this mission, any use of magical abilities is forbidden, and as an exception, it will be possible to use them only in grave danger to life. Ryuji then headed back to the Adventurers Guild, where there were not many adventurers this time, as most were preparing for the dangerous mission. Ryuji was also greeted by the cheerful looks of the girls, and Kenny asked if the wizard had decided to see her before the dangerous mission. But Ryuji explained that he had received a message from the assistant to the head of the Hobbes Guild who asked to visit him before noon. This was the first time Kenny had heard of this, and Lenore was hesitant to admit that she was the one who had sent such a message to see Ryuji. The girls began to discuss why they even had to call Ryuji ahead of time to the guild, since all the adventurers should gather at the gate. Ryuji suggested that it was most likely due to the transportation of equipment. Just at that moment, Hobbes himself appeared, who immediately praised the young wizard for his punctuality and offered to follow him to complete the transportation arrangements. Kenny was immediately upset and complained that she never got to talk to Ryuji, but Lenore ordered her friend to shut up and go to work. Meanwhile, Hobbes showed the necessary items that the young wizard was to take with him and stash in his magical vault. Hobbes explained that Ryuji would be escorted until they reached the orc settlement with the God Axe troop. After all, if Ryuji died on the way, the TNI would not be able to use the equipment, and so it was necessary to take it seriously. After that, the squad leader ordered the squad to head to the main gate where the main forces are. The young wizard thought about what kind of magic stones he would be able to obtain in this dangerous mission. Also, Ryuji guessed that among the participants of the trek there are owners of the mist ring and therefore will not have to be bored during the mission. As it turned out, the young adventurer arrived too early at the main gate and immediately spotted the commander of Nang's city guard. The chief guard was surprised to see Ryuji, for he had already heard about the dangerous mission to destroy the orc settlement. Manga explained that he was well aware of the danger of the orcs and agreed that Ryuji was a very strong guy, but still he only had a G rank. The young wizard explained that because of his magical abilities, he was still accepted into the team for such a task. Manga recognized that defeating the water bear was indeed a good reason to take Ryuji into the team. Ryuji decided to spend the remaining time before the trek began resting, so he settled down just outside the city gates and leaned against the soft feathers of his friend Seth. Soon the God Axe team arrived and woke up the young wizard. At this, the entire family team was surprised by the magical beast, for they did not expect Seth to be such a powerful monster. Nina asked Ryuji if she understood correctly that the creature was a griffin. Ryuji explained that he had long ago tamed the griffin and they were true friends. Rhodes again showed his bad temper and exclaimed that this was nonsense and that a G-rank adventurer could not tame such a powerful monster under any circumstances. Seth began to let out an angry growl in response to such accusations, but Ryuji hurriedly calmed his pet. Ryuji stated to explain one last time that Seth is just an ordinary quiet tame pet. He is ruthless to those who try to harm him or his master. These words elicited an enthusiastic laugh from Elk. The head of the Axe God team admitted that he had seen many times taming monsters, but this was the first time he had seen someone being able to tame a real griffin. Nina stated that she wouldn't mind having such a pet either. Ryuji asked Seth if he wanted to change masters, but the griffin hugged the young wizard, clearly saying that he had no intention of doing so. Elk and Mina were delighted with the mighty griffin and stroked its soft feathers with interest. The head of the family team then stated that one of the best days of his life, for he had never before imagined he would have the opportunity to touch a griffin without fear of being destroyed. Nina supported her husband and recognized that it was an incredibly valuable experience. The only one who was expectedly dissatisfied was Rhodes, who kept to himself and was clearly afraid of the griffin. The parents told their indignant son that Seth didn't seem to like him too much, but Rhodes exclaimed that he didn't care about the stupid creature's opinion. Ryuji informed the God Axe team that Hobbes had ordered him to be with them until they reached the orc settlement. Elk replied that he was aware of this errand and, shaking Ryuji's hand, promised to take care of him. Rhodes immediately became indignant and asked why their elite team should be in charge of guarding some very green newcomer that no one knew anything about. Elk explained to his son that they were obligated by the commander's orders to accompany Ryuji, who was in the process of carrying valuable equipment for the entire squad, and what could be unusual about this assignment. Rhodes exclaimed that he certainly understood the importance of protecting the equipment, but completely failed to understand exactly what the need was to accompany this little guy. Rhodes was annoyed and couldn't accept that Ryuji was being overly manipulated by his parents, and purposely using their nonsense with the griffin and the magic vault, yet completely incapable of any manifestation of his own power and foolish to accompany such a passerby. But Elk decided to impose discipline on his squad and said that it was his decision as the head of the Axe God, and if someone turns out to participate in the escort of Ryuji, that person will not be forgiven. Rhodes decided to show his teenage temper and stated that in that case he didn't care. At that, Elk thought that his son was certainly acting too arrogant, even though at his age, he already had great strength and had reached the C rank. But at the same time, Rhodes is too attached to his mother, and it would be great if Ryuji could influence him in any way during this dangerous task. Elk realized that unlike his wife Min, he couldn't see other people's magical powers, but it was likely that Ryuji possessed a powerful force since he had managed to defeat the water bear alone. Soon an order was heard from the squad leader for all participants involved in the orc extermination mission. All were to immediately gather and board the wagons as it was time to depart. The heavy wagons creaked away from the city and many adventurers began to chat to pass the time. Elk admitted that it was hard for him to believe that anyone was capable of taming, and it had been hard to realize this while meeting Ryuji. Hobbes explained that it had nevertheless turned out to be an unexpected and pleasant bonus. Ryuji admitted that he felt like he was scaring everyone away with his tame pet. Hobbes asked the young wizard not to worry about it, because there was nothing that could be done about it. Hobbes explained that for many adventurers, being bitten by a griffin is the worst nightmare, and therefore they do not want to fight such a dangerous creature under any circumstances. Elk stated that he and Min were with Seth and therefore had nothing to worry about, although the griffin reacted aggressively to Rhodes. But Min immediately gave a painful blow to her husband with a staff and said that he should not talk about his own son like that, for he should be more tolerant of roads. In the meantime, Ryuji had decided to have a refreshment, and this interested Elk, who immediately smelled the delicious odor and asked what the young wizard's strange food was. Ryuji offered to taste and appreciate the flavor. The roasted meat was still hot, and it was all possible due to the storage of the food in the magic storage, because for the items inside it, time stopped. And if you put something hot in there, it will be like that until they take it back out. Also stood back matters from something cold, and it was handy in hot weather. Mina appreciated the capabilities of the rare magic items and once again praised Ryuji for the usefulness of his equipment. Rhodes, meanwhile, tried his best to pretend that he had absolutely no interest in all of this. The caravan of adventurers continued to move without even looking at the fact that darkness was already slowly enveloping everything around. One of the adventurer girls heard something strange and said to be on guard. But just at that moment, Seth landed nearby. The girl screamed in fear, apparently not expecting to see such a dangerous monster nearby, and especially not expecting the griffin to look at her closely. But then the girl pulled herself together and remembered that this griffin is actually the partner of that strange boy who is also taking part in this mission. The girl explained to the griffin that her name was Milna and she represented the team of the Wind of Scorching Flames. Seth reacted to the girl's words with a smile, and this made Milna incredibly excited. But then the griffin flapped its wings and flew upward just as quickly as it arrived on the cart. Milna looked up regretfully, for she never had time to pet the beautiful creature. But as it turned out, Seth didn't just leave the wagon. The griffin was able to sense the presence of several large wolves that were about to attack and quickly destroyed them. Milna was delighted by this griffin's act, and Seth returned and allowed the girl to pet herself. Meanwhile, the adventurers of the Stars of the Night team, Arl and Snee, were having an argument. Arl reminded his comrade that they only wanted to take part in this very dangerous quest to try to steal an important item. That said, no one had informed them about the tamed griffin. Snee asked his friend to stop whining and reminded him that this was a very difficult situation and there was no need to escalate things even more. The head of the team Stars of the Night was in the wagon, and the thief Mulgus was driving the horse, and heard the squad leader adventuress of D rank Jurel ordering her partners to shut up immediately. Jurel explained to the guys that there was no reason to worry and they would have plenty of opportunities to steal the item they needed. And in fact, the item and whatever is there is almost in their pocket, and they can already calculate the upcoming reward. Arl asked the girl what would happen if they took everything they wanted. After all, their act would most likely cause the mission to destroy the orc camp to fail. Jurel replied that she didn't care at all how that mission would end. Arl tried to explain that the city of Gilm would probably suffer because of it. But Jurel said that because of the failure of one mission, the city would not be affected in any way, and if things got that bad, the kingdom would send reinforcements and the troops would destroy the orcs very quickly. Jurel reminded her partner that if they got this valuable item, they would be living life to the fullest with a lot of money they had never seen before. And they could finally say goodbye to their shitty shack and move to the capital of the kingdom, and that's why Arl should shut up immediately and stop talking nonsense. But Arl reminded him that that weird adventurer kid still managed to somehow defeat the Hawk Claw team and did it alone. Jurel explained that it was more likely that the wily kid was only hiding behind his pet griffin and shaving to fight and was unlikely to pose any threat himself. So all they need to do is get their hands on this guy's magic item, and they can safely attack him while he is sleeping or hit him from behind during a battle. So absolutely no matter what method, they have to take away his magic bracelet. Jurel reminded her companions that they should not forget that they are sleeping in a common camp, and if all went well, they could steal the magic item before they reached the orc settlement. Soon indeed it was as originally planned. The whole group stopped for the night and a whole camp was organized. Ryuji rested quietly in one of the tents before the upcoming battle. That said, the young wizard wasn't sleeping, but simply lay relaxed. Ryuji was expecting some kind of attack, but he was calm because even if they are suddenly attacked at night, Seth and the God Axe team are with him. Meanwhile, Mulgus excitedly reported the bad news, for that damned minor adventurer was sleeping in the same tent as the God Axe team. And with that, there is no way to somehow separate this guy from the griffin. Jurel agreed that things were bad and they wouldn't be able to pull off their plan today. It was all because the damned Hobes had taken excellent care to protect the camp and specifically this guy. And these knuckleheads aren't even bothered by the fact that there's a real monster sleeping next to them. Jurel decided to remedy the situation and told Hobes that she couldn't sleep with the griffin so close by. The angry girl demanded that the monster be immediately moved as far away from the camp as possible. Jurel expected that if Hobes removed the griffin, the night attack would be easy to pull off. But Hobes denied the request and explained that the creature was tame and Seth posed no threat to the surrounding adventurers. Besides, the entire troop would rely on his abilities, for the griffin could sense the orcs better than any sentry. And so if there are no further objections, Seth remains in camp. All the adventurers supported Hobbes and called Seth a very useful protector of the camp, who will not allow any monsters close. And even if any want to sneak up on the camp, the Griffon will attack them instantly. That said, Hobbes promised Gerald to position her team's tent as far away from the Griffin as possible, for he understands her concern. Gerald cursed the Griffin and Hobbes, but there was nothing she could do about it. The girl decided that they could pick up the valuable artifact tomorrow night when they reached the orc settlement. Gerald promised herself that tomorrow she would definitely fulfill the plan tomorrow and be sure to take the magical object from the vile Griffin Master. After making further preparations to continue the journey, Hobbes decided to hold a small meeting and informed all the adventurers, as he had mentioned yesterday, that they would arrive at the orc settlement sometime in the afternoon. Once there, all the adventurers will rest until evening and then attack the monster settlement under the cover of darkness. After that, the commander of the combined unit ordered all the adventurers to get on the wagons and prepare to leave. Most of the adventurers thanked the Griffin for looking after them during their overnight stay. Ryuji was glad that it only took one night together for all the adventurers to change their attitudes toward Seth. Hobbes was a very shrewd man and could spot any trickery, so he immediately warned Ryuji of the danger and advised him to keep an eye on the Night Star squad. It looked like these guys were targeting the magic vault, or rather the magic bracelet. The young wizard thanked the commander for the helpful advice and promised to be more careful, and considering how intently these guys were looking at the magic bracelet, their intentions were not in doubt. Even Rhodes realized that the adventurers from the Stars of the Night group were watching them too closely, and all those unusual gazes he felt were actually aimed at Ryuji. Elk advised the young wizard to be on guard, for this sneaky group of adventurers would most likely plan to attack Ryuji when he least expected it. Such a strange feeling had arisen in Min's mind as well. It had especially intensified yesterday when everyone was camping, because only the group of Stars of the Night were against Seth's presence, and they were most likely planning to attack Ryuji while he was sleeping. Min wondered if young adventurer Ryuji wasn't the only one who could use the magic storage bracelet. After all, in that case, there should be no point in stealing something like that. Ryuji speculated that it was likely that these kidnappers knew absolutely nothing about the abilities or characteristics of this rare item and were only hunting for its uniqueness, thinking that someone would need the bracelet. But as it is, everyone must discreetly but carefully observe the movements of the adventurers of the Night Star team. Elk promised that such a simple job would be done without any problems and they wouldn't let Ryuji get ripped off. Commander Hobbes then announced the need to scout the orc settlement and asked if there were any adventurers who volunteered for this mission. Hobbes decided to be cunning once again and inquired of Gerald if there was an experienced thief on her team of Stars of the Night who could accomplish that mission. Gerald immediately replied that she doubted her partner's abilities and it was unlikely that he would be able to scout the orc settlement unnoticed. In fact, of course, it wasn't like that, and Muglis was currently following Ryuji and was going to warn the others when there was an opportune moment to steal the magic item, so scouting was out of the question. Unexpectedly, the young wizard asked for permission to ask a question. Ryuji asked the commander if this reconnaissance would be recognized by the guild as a contribution to the common cause of destroying the orcs, and if so, he would personally be willing to do the scouting of the orc camp. Hobbes asked in surprise that does Ryuji really have the skills of a thief? The young wizard admitted that he was completely unfamiliar with the art of the thief, but since he had a loyal Seth, he was confident of terribly accomplishing this important task for all. Elk agreed with Ryuji and recognized that scouting the heights could be very useful and would remain a secret from the foolish orcs. In the end, Commander Hobbes allowed the young adventurer to do the reconnaissance and explained that he would need to check settlement numbers and monster types. Be sure to find out what rare types of orcs are present in the settlement, as well as check how much the number of orcs has increased. And in doing so, would need to note weaknesses that they could exploit while attacking monsters. Gerald was furious at this moment, for she couldn't believe that after all the trouble she had gone to try to rob this guy before they attacked the orc settlement, now she would have to plan all over again. Gerald couldn't imagine that this stupid idiot would want to volunteer to go scouting. Apparently, this little guy really wanted to become useful to the guild and decided to try his best. A few minutes later, the young wizard informed his feathered friend that they were going on a scouting trip. Seth happily waved his beak and instantly lifted his creator high into the sky. Soon the orc settlement appeared, which was quite large and located deep in the forest. Ryuji remembered that the commander had talked about the number of about 50 orcs, but at first glance, the monsters in the settlement is much more and no less than 100. The eastern part of the settlement was still unfinished, and the entire perimeter was patrolled by heavily armed guards. In the very center of the settlement was a large building that was most likely the residence of the leader. The young wizard also noticed an orc in armor that was much larger than all the other monsters, and perhaps it was the most important leader, the so-called orc general or something similar. As it turned out, the orcs in armor were not so few, and Ryuji decided that this symbolized the highest rank of these monsters, who are in charge of governing this settlement. Dropping a little lower, the young wizard assessed the armament of the opponents, which mostly consisted of clubs and swords. However, some individuals were armed with bows and staffs. Ryuji was interested in one place where a huge crowd of orcs had gathered and decided to find out what was really going on there, and perhaps it was just a commotion at the food warehouse. But flying closer, the young wizard felt a real horror, because the nasty orcs gathered around the slave girls who were dragged somewhere like animals on a rope. Ryuji was eager to help the captives, but he could not. The young adventurer realized that even if he managed to save the captured girls, the other orcs would be on guard. Such actions would make a night attack on the settlement much more difficult and greatly increase the number of casualties among the adventurers, and the orcs would eventually be able to retreat and regroup in an organized manner. Ryuji was still able to contain his emotions and headed back to the adventurers' camp, wishing the captives would hold out until evening, for then perhaps they could be rescued. Commander Hobbes was eager to see Ryuji and immediately asked for details of the reconnaissance. The young wizard said that the total number of orcs in the camp was more than 100. Such news caused excitement among the adventurers, for many had envisioned an encounter with 50 orcs and were now unsure of the success of the entire mission. But Hobbes immediately called for calm among the adventurers, reminding them that his preliminary estimate had been based on a minimum number of monsters. But in response, there were suggestions to return to the city and reinforce the group with new adventurers to be sure of victory. The commander rejected such ideas and said that it would be foolish and would not help the situation, and they would only lose time. And generally they have the surprise factor on their side. Ryuji agreed with the commander and explained that the eastern side of the settlement was under construction and almost undefended, so there was no time to lose, because then the orc camp would not be vulnerable. In the end, Hobbes thanked the young wizard for the invaluable information that would come in handy during the night assault. Ryuji also did not forget to report some orcs that were much larger than the rest and wore sturdy armor. Among the monsters, archers were also present, as well as individuals with magic staffs. They were most likely elite orcs commanded by an orc general. Ryuji admitted that he did not manage to see the main leader, but in the center of the settlement is a large building, which is likely to be the leader of the monsters. This information puzzled Commander Hobbes, and he was very interested in the possible location of the main orc leader. But Ryuji stated that this was not all and he had seen something important. The young wizard reported that there was a hut in the northern part of the settlement where several human captives, maybe more, were being held. Hobbes explained that these women were most likely captured in the nearby villages for the purpose of breeding. After receiving this information, Hobbes asked all the adventurers to prepare for dinner on their own, after which they would hold a strategy meeting to make a thorough plan for the invasion. Commander Hobbes decided first of all to allocate attack directions to surround the orc settlement from 8 different directions. Hobbes assumed that the eastern side would most likely be well defended, so the God Axe team would operate in that direction. And once the first clash starts, the orcs will most likely send reinforcements to that location. Therefore, the concentration of forces elsewhere in the settlement will gradually decrease, and at the right moment it will be possible to launch an attack from other directions. Therefore, the hardest job will be for the God Axe team. For Ryuji, the commander has devised a special role where the young wizard will fly over the settlement and can act as mobile support. Ryuji with Seth will have to based on his own opinion to assist adventurers who will have difficulty advancing. Soon the big moment arrived and Ryuji and Seth prepared to act. Magical lightning bolts signaled the beginning of the attack. Enchantress Min was the first to enter the battle and cleared the way for her team with a powerful chain lightning spell that instantly killed many orcs. Gradually other teams of adventurers joined the invasion, operating from different directions, with Seth and Ryuji providing support in the most dangerous places, quickly breaking through the defenses of the vile orcs. The Scythe of Death left no chance for the monsters to survive, and the sharp claws of the griffin were the main terror for the orcs on this night. Seth destroyed the monsters one by one and had no difficulty in fighting the orcs. After a while, Ryuji asked his flying friend if there were any more enemies nearby. But as it turned out, the griffon had left no surviving orcs in this direction. The excited adventurers thanked Ryuji for his help, but the young wizard explained that it was only his job and he should not be thanked so much. After the localized victory, Ryuji and Seth rushed into the night sky to find out where else their help was needed at that moment. The shouts of adventurers and the roar of orcs could be heard everywhere, and in some parts of the monster settlement, apparently due to the use of fire magic, there was a fire that was rapidly developing. After making a few circles over the settlement, Ryuji spotted the group of adventurers who were responsible for rescuing the captives and ordered Seth to rush to their aid. This time the young wizard decided to use a magical attack and chose a target in the form of an armored orc. But the monster proved to be overconfident and tried to block the blow. Ryuji only smirked as he looked at such a pathetic attempt to use an ordinary metal sword to hold back his magical Scythe of Death. It took only a few seconds to reach its target and the young wizard felt a collision with the huge orc. The powerful blow of the Scythe of Death immediately destroyed the orc commander, and it caused confusion among the other monsters, especially when Ryuji swung his deadly weapon out of the way. It took the young wizard only a few minutes to destroy an entire squad of orcs and clear the area. Ryuji asked the adventurers to get busy freeing the captives from the hut and further evacuating them. Ryuji promised the adventurers to deal with the rest of the monsters and wait out until they returned back. The team of adventurers immediately set about rescuing the girls and thanked Ryuji for his help. While there was an opportunity, the young wizard decided to start collecting magic stones, and now he had the stones obtained from the orc archers and the orc general. Ryuji decided that he needed to make sure he had enough magic stones for both Seth and the Scythe of Death, so it would be nice to get at least one more stone from the orc general. That being said, Ryuji expected to get magic stones from the orc mage and the main leader of this settlement. After a while, the adventurer squad returned and Ryuji learned that the women had been successfully rescued and delivered to Commander Hobbes. As far as Reggie understood, Hobbes was a retired adventurer, but even so, he had not lost his advantage. That was why Hobbes was left behind in the team area without any reserve. The original plan was to leave the commander a small reserve team, but the number of orcs turned out to be much larger than originally envisioned, so the commander preferred to stay alone and use the entire force in the offensive. After successfully freeing the women, Ryuji decided to return to his primary duties and once again hovered over the battlefield trying to ascertain the current situation. Meanwhile, the Axe God family team continued to exterminate the orc population by every means available. The young wizard noticed that the irascible Rhodes was indeed a fine warrior and did not exaggerate his abilities at all. But then Ryuji noticed a rather large group of opponents approaching the Axe God team from behind. Among this squad was an orc mage who Ryuji wanted to destroy very badly. It was also to be commended, for the orcs showed enough intelligence to organize such a cunning maneuver. But Seth was already rushing down to break all the monsters' plans. The orc mage noticed the approaching griffin and hurriedly created a combat spell. But Ryuji was prepared for this turn of events and ordered Seth to keep flying, ignoring everything in his path. Eventually, the orc mage all managed to release a huge fireball that rushed to meet the griffin. But even such strong fire magic could not stop Seth, who easily overcame the fire cloud and crashed into the orc mage with tremendous force, ending his miserable life. Finding himself on the ground in front of a whole crowd of angry orcs, Ryuji applied a powerful flame dance spell. Bright fireballs floated in front of the orcs, gradually putting them into a trance and rendering them incapable of resisting. Ryuji meanwhile summoned fire magic to destroy all opponents who were hypnotized by the deadly flame dance. Reaching a critical point, the young wizard unleashed the full power of his magic spell on the orcs, and a deafening fiery explosion destroyed the entire monster squad. It was an incredibly spectacular victory, and Ryuji noticed Rhodes approaching him. The son of the head of the Axe God team was surprised by what had happened and asked that if Ryuji had been able to defeat all those orcs alone. The young wizard replied that it was indeed true, although the orc mage was defeated by Seth. Rhodes was impressed by what he saw and asked why the corpses of the orcs were burning. Rhodes was also interested in Reggie's unusual weapon. The young adventurer explained that the Scythe of Death is a weapon from the category of magical items. One can channel all his magical power into such a magical item, and it gives a significant advantage. Rhodes realized that the Scythe of Death channeled Ryuji's magical power in the same way as his mother's magic staff, and the only difference is the appearance of the two magic items. Rhodes asked what it means that Ryuji is actually a magician. Ryuji explained that he could rather be categorized as a warrior mage class because he has access to various melee techniques. Ryuji asked why Rhodes was in this place, far away from his team. The son of the head of the Axe God explained that suddenly they saw a huge flame behind them, and so his mother sent him to check the situation at the rear of the team. Rhodes assumed that Ryuji from above had spotted the orc squad that was about to attack them from behind and attacked them. Rhodes admitted that he was very surprised at Ryuji's ability to make such rational decisions. Then Rhodes turned into an embittered boy again and suggested that Ryuji should fight immediately. But the wizard asked to take his time and was upset by this behavior of Rhodes. Ryuji offered to talk about it later and advised Rhodes to go back to his family. But Rhodes continued to be indignant and stated that when the battle was over, Ryuji would be sure to explain everything about how he had gotten such incredible magical abilities. Ryuji didn't react to Rhodes' words and sensed someone watching him. It was most likely the adventurers from the Night Star team. The young wizard realized that they wanted to make their move and it would be problematic if they attacked during the battle with the orcs. That was why Ryuji decided to be cunning and lure the robbers out. Meanwhile, Muglis came running to his team and informed Gerald that he had good news about their main target. The girl demanded that the details be laid out immediately. Muglis suggested to immediately attack the young adventurer since he was tired after numerous battles and took a break in an area where there are no fires, and with no orcs or adventurers around, and even the griffin had flown to another part of the settlement. Jiro didn't realize where exactly the griffin was, but the experienced thief explained that Seth was patrolling a vast area and performing the duties of a support unit. Therefore, Ryuji is alone and this is the perfect chance to attack him. Jiro realized that this was indeed the perfect opportunity since the young wizard had decided to rest alone, meanwhile while his flying pet was doing all the work for him. It was clear that the cunning lad just didn't want to lose the reward for his contribution to the common cause of destroying the orcs. Jiro was already anticipating the receipt of the huge money and declared that this boy would soon pay for his greed. The young wizard was already tired of waiting for the dastardly adventurers, but then he still noticed the black shadows that silently began to approach. Ryuji decided to pretend that he was just sleeping and not react so as not to scare the robbers away. The young wizard then heard the sound of a bowstring being stretched and realized that he was being attacked at long range to begin with. A few seconds later this was the case and a sharp arrow whistled into the target. The arrow slammed into Ryuji, but his dragon skin cloak was impenetrable to such a weapon. Ryuji pretended to be dead and began to wait. From his footsteps, Ryuji realized that 3 people were approaching him, most likely covered by an archer who was perched on the roof of one of the buildings. But the most important thing at this point was to keep his cool and wait for the moment to use the death scythe. Jiro ordered Muglas to examine the body and take the magic bracelet, but the experienced thief was cautious, as if sensing some sort of trick. But it was too late and Ryuji swung his death slash with force at his opponent's legs. There was a terrified scream from the adventurer, who lost the ability to walk forever, and Ryuji stood to his full height before the stunned robbers. Jiro couldn't believe that some mere boy could survive being hit by an arrow and ordered her squad to attack Ryuji immediately. But the young wizard was so fast that it was hard to keep track of his movements and Arl couldn't even bring his sword. Arl thought he was about to die, but the scythe of death did not catch him this time, for Ryuji quickly changed his position dodging the sharp arrows. Jiro ordered Arl to gather her strength and prepare for battle, reminding her that it was still 3 of them against 1 boy. But Arl replied that this boy was not so simple and it seems the griffin obeys him thanks to his immense magical powers. But Ryuji was ready for such a confrontation and with a swing of the scythe of death jumped high up, deciding first to get rid of the archer, who was already fed up with his arrows. The archer Snai hurriedly shot at the approaching wizard and thanks to her skill she was able to do it several times, but none of the arrows hit the target. Ryuji was at her side in the next second and with just one precise stroke of his death scythe ended the life of the adventurous Snai. This caused Jiro and Arl to be shocked and horrified, and they finally realized what a terrible mistake they had made in thinking they could steal from this adventurer. The adventurers began to insult and curse Ryuji for killing their partner, but the young wizard reminded his adversaries that they were the ones who had come to kill and so should be prepared to die themselves. Jiro called Ryuji a rogue and urged him to come up and fight her in a fair fight without any magical tricks. Ryuji only laughed in response and asked what justice and fairness could even be talked about if they themselves made a surprise attack on a sleeping man and tried to rob him. And how can one even demand human treatment after that, for such a thing is punishable by death and only provokes laughter. Then the young wizard, driven by a thirst for revenge, exclaimed that it was time to end this dramatic scene and decided to use magical flames. Jiro was terrified, for she realized that she had no way to resist the magic. Ryuji began to create a magic spell and drew a magic circle around his opponents. Jiro was more agile than her partner and jumped out of the circle. The cunning adventuress ordered Arl to get out of the circle immediately, but the stunned swordsman was in a daze and could not move. Meanwhile, the young wizard continued to recite his spell and decided to use his opponent as a source of magical energy, exclaiming that it was time for a raging flame. It was all over for Arl in a matter of seconds. The incredible flames engulfed his body and he turned to ashes and his life force instantly materialized into magical energy and moved into a scythe of death. Jiro hissed with anger and fear, but still managed to ask her opponent who he was in the first place. Ryuji at his opponent and did not react in any way to Jiro's aggression, much less try to explain to her who he was. The young wizard stated that since he had a job to help other good adventurers in this night raid, he would really like to end this confrontation as soon as possible. But the embittered adventurer growled back that she wouldn't let herself be killed so easily and intended to give a serious fight. Jiro did gather courage and determination and picked up her weighty sword from the ground and headed forward towards Ryuji. But the young wizard explained to the adventuress that her resistance was utterly pointless and she was only stretching time before her imminent end. But Jiro, already gaining speed, exclaimed that Ryuji is very wrong and her attack is not pointless at all because she is fighting for her own life. With a sharp sword blade, the adventuress made a desperate leap and tried to reach the wizard who had killed her friends. For a few seconds Jiro even believed she had succeeded and thought she had succeeded in getting her revenge. But all this was just an illusion, because Ryuji was in complete control of the situation and at the right moment swung his unrivaled scythe of death, depriving the adventurer of any chance of victory. Jiro at the last second of her life thought that it was simply impossible, for she had put all her power into the last attack. Ryuji was still calm and told the adventurer in farewell that this encounter had only brought disappointment and wasted time, for Juro was too weak an opponent unworthy to fight against him. Ryuji realized that just like with monsters, killing other people he doesn't know, he doesn't feel any remorse or any other unpleasant feelings at all. On the contrary, Ryuji feels absolute peace of mind because once again he was able to protect his life and punish those who took the despicable path of crime. The young wizard decided that such incredible calm and equanimity was due to his fusion with the ancient blacksmith Zapale. Therefore, the morals and all abilities of this world were beginning to change under the influence of this magical power. Next, Ryuji once again ascended into the night sky to continue his mission. Although the number of orcs had now decreased to half of what it had originally been, it was still unclear why the main leaders of the orcs had not shown up yet. After all, now was the turning point in the battle and any sane commander should have stepped in and encouraged his warriors. While flying around the orc settlement, Ryuji noticed a small group of monsters that appeared to be the group that had come from the west. Their unusual concentration attracted attention and it was necessary to find out what was wrong. Ryuji soon realized everything, for in fact, the most important orcs had made a break in this place and it had become a mistake for them. The young wizard instantly ordered the faithful Seth to go down and the griffin began to rapidly approach the opponents. Meanwhile, the group of adventurers of rank C of the Red Hot Wind consisting of the archer Eclair, the leader Mylna and the mage Solnan paused briefly after a tiring battle. Mylna stated that they seemed to have taken care of most of the orcs in the area and so it was safe to return to the east where the God Axe team was currently located. Archer Eclair supported the leader's decision and suggested that we should hurry, for their help might be needed there. But suddenly a griffin with a young wizard on its back landed in front of the team. Mylna asked not to scare them so much more because they already thought that they were attacked by some huge monster. Mage Solnan asked Ryuji why he was in this area. The young magician explained that from above, he had noticed a group of orcs moving in that direction. Eclair was surprised by this information, for they had expected all the orcs to be heading east to fight the God Axe team. And perhaps this was some separate unit with its own mission. Ryuji explained that it is most likely something else, because the unexpected attack of the God Axe team has worsened the situation among the orcs, and their settlements are on fire. The young wizard suggested that most likely this group is most likely the leaders of the orcs and they are trying to flee from an obviously lost battle. And so they are sacrificing their comrades in order to escape in time to get away from the advancing adventurers. Thanks to his incredible hearing, Ryuji was able to hear the approaching death spears in advance and repelled them with a lightning-fast slash of death. Mylna instantly reacted to the danger and ordered her team to prepare for battle. A few seconds later, a whole group of huge orcs they had never seen before came out of the thicket to meet the adventurers. All of the orcs were heavily armored and heavily armed. Also among them was an orc mage. Mylna stated that these were not just ordinary orcs and admitted that her team had never had to fight such strong opponents before. The girl explained that if Seth and Ryuji weren't around right now, they probably wouldn't have been able to hold off this group of opponents and would have suffered a crushing defeat. But terror came to the adventurers in the next second as the leader of all the orcs came forward and he was astonishing in his size and ferocity. Mylna, trembling with fear, asked the Solnan mage if he had ever seen such a creature before. The elderly adventurer confessed that if he had, he would hardly be in this place now, and as it was, he had a very bad feeling about this huge orc. Mylna agreed with her partner about the bad feeling, because the ruler of the orcs who leads all the others can't be a weak creature, and so they will have to work very hard to stay alive during this battle. The Orc King was actually a rank B monster and had incredible physical strength as well as the ability to strengthen his kin who were nearby. Mylna was on the verge of retreating, for she had not at all expected that they would have to face such a ferocious opponent and was now not at all confident in her strength. But Ryuji said that there was no need to be afraid, because they were just the fugitive remnants of a defeated army and it was the body that was to be feared. Mylna was shocked by such recklessness of the young wizard and asked Ryuji not to provoke the orcs. Mylna stated that these orcs were absolutely not the type of opponents that her team could defeat. The only thing they can do now is to buy time until significant reinforcements arrive. They don't even need to rely on the griffin, because even though it's a rank A monster, in this situation the orcs are outnumbered and that could be the deciding factor. Therefore, if Seth turns out to be the only survivor, it will be little consolation to the others. Solnan agreed with his team leader and suggested using the tactic of slow retreat, through which it would be possible to gradually contain the enemy until reinforcements arrived. Meanwhile, Ryuji pondered the fact that he had to figure out how to take out the Orc King. Although of course the problem was also other higher types of monsters. Also, Ryuji realized that if Seth could use his full power, there would be no problem with the orcs. But if allowed to do so, there was a chance of revealing the secret beast arts to this adventurer, and that was something the blacksmith Zapale had asked him not to do. Ryuji stated that he had a proposal for Milan, and then explained that the Griffin had a secret technique that could help win this situation and save everyone, but in doing so, the Red Hot Wind team must swear that they would never tell anyone about what they saw. Mylna and Eclair looked at each other and understood each other. Solon assumed that if they got out of this situation alive, Ryuji would want to put contract magic on them. But Mylna was willing to accept such terms in this situation, for life was more precious. Mylna declared on behalf of the entire team that she would make sure to keep Ryuji and Seth's secret ready to accept the magic contract, and if it was broken, she would suffer the punishment she deserved. Ryuji asked not to worry and offered to discuss the battle plan. To begin with, the young wizard asked if Mylna's team could handle at least some of the orcs on their own. The girl explained that except for the higher types, they should be able to handle at least 3 orcs. But as for just trying to hold back the onslaught, they could take on 5 individuals as well. That said, Mylna admitted that she was unlikely to be able to stand up to the higher ranks of orcs. Ryuji promised to take care of all the higher ranks in that case, including the Orc King. And the Wind team should take care of the 5 orcs, and through such a plan, they will definitely be able to succeed. Mylna was shocked by such an arrogant suggestion and was surprised by Ryuji's self-confidence and asked if he was confident in his abilities. The young wizard stated that if acting according to his calculations, Seth should be able to protect her team, so they just need to hold out until then. Ryuji then ordered the Griffon to take care of the archer and mage first and allowed his friend to use all of his skills so that he could act as ferociously as he wanted. Mylna calmed down a bit and told her team that all they had to do was hold back 5 orcs, so they should try their best and not embarrass themselves. Mage Solon admitted that he was ashamed of his inexperience, as he had to rely on a G-rank adventurer in such a difficult situation. The elderly mage then suggested that he should focus on getting out of this situation alive. Mylna explained to her team that they should be prepared to go on the attack immediately after the Griffin's actions and try to deal maximum damage to the orcs. Mylna realized that judging from Ryuji's plan, the Griffin would restrain the orcs so that they couldn't move freely. After all, only a rank monster would be able to accomplish such a difficult task, and she only needed to play her part and support Seth. The Griffin's first water bullet attack was so accurate that it instantly destroyed the orc mage. This immediately caused confusion in the ranks of the monsters, for they had not expected such strength from the adventurers. Meanwhile, the young wizard began to summon fire magic and asked it to burn his enemies to the ground with its righteous flames. At the same time, Ryuji made a swift dash towards the group of orcs and began to deliver erratic blows with the Scythe of Death. Several of the blows were so accurate that they incapacitated some of the orc high commanders. But the main surprise of course remained the Dance of Flames. A blazing serpent burst from the Scythe of Death and enveloped the group of orcs in horrifying flames. Mylna was amazed by such a powerful magical power of the young adventurer and even forgot about her opponents for a while. Meanwhile, Seth had already found a new target for himself. All this served as a sign for the adventurer team, and Mylna ordered her charges to immediately attack the orcs. Of course, the adventurers realized that such an attack looked too reckless, but they were full of confidence because so far everything was going according to plan. Mylna ordered the mage Solon to focus on restoring strength and support magic, and she and the archer Eclair would deal with the first orcs that got in the way. Mylna exclaimed that now was the most important moment in their team's history and they should earn the fame of being the best adventurers. Thanks to her unrivaled determination, Mylna was able to destroy the orc with her first strike, but immediately noticed the approach of 2 more ferocious opponents. Eclair sent arrows at top speed, literally dotting the orcs' bodies with mortal wounds, and Solon tried to maintain the strength of his partners as much as possible and quickly heal the wounds they received. Soon the second huge orc was defeated, and this encouraged Mylna even more because there were only 3 orcs who were quite wounded by arrows. Mylna decided to cheer up her team and exclaimed that at this rate they would defeat all the orcs in just one move, and immediately heard the cheers of her subordinates. Meanwhile, nearby, the most important fight of the evening was brewing between the young wizard and the huge orc king. Ryuji could feel the fierce monster's gaze on him, but he was ready to surprise the king. The faithful Griffin was rushing to his master's aid, for the battle with the Orc King had already begun. Mage Solomon was surprised that Seth could use fire breath, for before this same Griffon used water magic, and so he is a very rare type of monster. Ryuji felt the power of the Orc King's blows, who actually had incredible physical strength. It was only thanks to the Scythe of Death that he was able to repel the deadly blows of the huge monster. From the effectiveness of the Orc King's attacks, Ryuji realized that the opponent was also holding a magic item and would not be easy to resist. Therefore, it was only because of his magic sword that the Demon King could match the Scythe of Death and the power of his strikes. Ryuji decided that he urgently needed to take some action to turn the tide of the battle, because otherwise the physical superiority of the Orc King might play a decisive role. The young wizard was able to find the right moment and apply the magic ability Corrosion, which could destroy the sword of the Orc King. Due to the effects of corrosion, the huge sword quickly turned into a rusty piece of metal that crumbled at the first strike. The enraged Orc King threw the remaining piece at the young wizard, but Ryuji skillfully repelled it. The monster then attempted to deliver a crushing blow with his fist. But that was the last thing the Orc King could do in his life, for he ran into a counterattack and received a fatal blow from the scythe of death. But to Ryuji's amazement, the opponent still stood strong and continued to stay on his feet, thus showing his incredible fortitude worthy of a king. The young wizard appreciated the strength of his opponent and decided to finish the huge orc. Ryuji's swift lunge was aimed at the neck of the Orc King and managed to reach the target. This time, the enemy had no chance of withstanding such damage, and so came the end of the Orc King. Meanwhile, MANHWA and her squad finally defeated the last 5th orc, and it was an incredible achievement for the adventurers. MANHWA, Isekai'd, and Solnan were exhausted after such a terrible battle but still remained unharmed. Ryuji was delighted with the abilities of MANHWA and her team. After all, they had only promised to buy some time and hold off the orcs, but in fact they were able to destroy all the orcs and stay alive. MANHWA herself was of course delighted with her success, but felt incredibly tired. The adventurer girl also admitted that she had never before thought that a G-rank adventurer could fight on equal footing with an Orc King. And since Ryuji was able to defeat such a dangerous monster, he would be able to top the ranking of S-rank adventurers in the future. After all, in the eyes of other adventurers, Ryuji has done the impossible. Possessing the lowest level, he was able to defeat the Orc King. And now Ryuji can claim to be the best adventurer in Guild City and no one can dispute it. MANHWA admitted that she was completely exhausted, although she was also incredibly happy because she was already able to defeat the top-ranked orcs with her team. From the subsiding sounds of battle, Ryuji decided that the rest of the adventurers were also finishing destroying their targets, and so there was a general victory. At the same time, the young wizard did not forget to collect the necessary trophies from the defeated enemies and explained to MANHWA that she could share the gains with her teammates. The young wizard advised the girl to think of it as compensation for using the magic of the contract they were obliged to fulfill in the future. MANHWA wasn't quite familiar with such a procedure and asked how dangerous such magic was in general. Ryuji advised not to worry since the magic itself was dangerous, and in the case of not breaking the magic contract there was no reason to fear this procedure. The young wizard explained that any magic has its advantages and it is important to see magical energy as a helper and not as an enemy. And that is why he offers such terms of the magic contract that will not harm, but only help to preserve the secret. MANHWA gradually penetrated and asked what exactly are the advantages of the contract. Ryuji explained that because of the nature of contract magic, it gives people resistance to fire and heat. Basically, any damage from fire is reduced by 10%, and for those who can use fire magic, their strength is also increased by 10%, and their magic consumption is reduced by the same 10%. If the master breaks the contract with the person with whom he made it, one can use their life to blossom into a beautiful blaze of glory. Ryuji cast a magical warning seed spell on the entire MANHWA team and explained that all that was required of them was silence and nothing else. Ryuji further stated that he was going to send a mission completion report to Commander Hobbes. MANHWA asked the young wizard to the commander that her team was too tired at the moment, but they would definitely meet with him once they had some rest and strength. Ryuji promised to fulfill the girl's request and wished her to soon forget this terrible night. Soon, the first rays of the morning sun appeared over the high mountains and instantly illuminated the night battlefield. The adventurers were glad to see daylight, which gave them hope and added strength. Hobbes greeted the morning with joy, for his plan to destroy the orc settlement had fully worked, and the commander of the combined forces of the adventurers immediately spotted a griffin in the sky. The first thing Hobbes asked was how everything had gone during the night attack. Ryuji explained that all the objectives had been accomplished and he had been able to defeat, including the fleeing orcs, who turned out to be the main representatives of the settlement. Hobbes was pleased with the result and decided to use the commander's whistle to gather all the remaining forces to return to the city soon. Hobbes also wizarded if he had any additional information he wished to report. Ryuji stated that first of all, just as the commander himself had predicted, the adventurer team of the Stars of the Night had attacked him during the night assault, so he had taken care of them. Hobbes praised the young wizard for his incredible abilities, but also explained that if the adventurers from that team had survived, they would have been sold off as slaves and Ryuji would have been able to get half of their value. Ryuji for the commander's information and decided that the next time he had a chance to capture someone alive, he would definitely take it. Hobbes then asked for the details of the destruction of the Orc King, for he still couldn't understand exactly how it happened. Ryuji immediately stated that he was greatly helped by MANHWA's team and without such support, he could hardly talk now. The young wizard then decided to show the commander proof and retrieve the body of the defeated Orc King from the magical storage. Hobbes was amazed at the size of the Orc King and said that even he, an adventurer with a vast amount of experience, was not sure that he could have defeated such a huge orc. And it was wonderful that Ryuji had the help of Seth and MANHWA's team. but the young wizard explained that he actually defeated the Orc King in a one-on-one battle. The commander thought Ryoji's words were a joke and explained that he was missing half of his ear and so he probably misheard. But the young wizard repeated that he had indeed defeated the Orc King in a one-on-one battle and asked if Hobbes had heard him this time, and then added that his words could be confirmed by the adventurers from MANHWA's team and then the commander would make sure they were true. Just at that moment the God Axe team arrived and Elk was delighted with the information about the death of the Orc King. But Rhodes was certainly not pleased with his father's reaction and rushed to intervene in the conversation. Rhodes didn't believe that Ryoji could defeat the Orc King and recalled how he had said many times that the rascal had too high an opinion of himself, although it was worth admitting that he had some ability unlike the other newcomers. Seth couldn't bear such words towards his master and instantly began to hiss. The Griffin's reaction startled the cocky Rhodes, but he still managed to once again show his insolence and call Ryoji a liar who was incapable of destroying the Orc King. Rhodes then hurriedly withdrew and showing concern for his mother suggested that Mina go rest after the hard battle. Elk once again apologized for his son's behavior and explained that Rhodes simply could not accept the fact that Ryoji had such tremendous strength and incredible abilities. And if he could say outright that he really did think Ryoji was a capable adventurer, it might mean that he had finally grown up after all. Commander Hobbes suggested a drink and a break, and about Rhodes, he expressed that this guy just aimed too high and couldn't put up with much. After all, at this age, adventurers who are now C rank actually make up the future generation of the guild and may later become adventurers of the highest level. Elk pondered over the commander's words and then said that there were exceptions to everything and Ryoji was an example of that. Elk then asked if Ryoji was really able to defeat the Orc King without any help. Hobbes replied that of course he had not seen it personally and so it would be better to tell MANHWA about it. The adventurer girl stated that if Ryoji had not been with him, her entire team would have died and the Orc King would have been able to escape and then take revenge. Word of Ryoji's incredible feat reached the rest of the adventurers and many could not immediately believe it. No one even expected that such a young adventurer could defeat an Orc King, although many decided that this miraculous victory happened thanks to the hand Griffin. Elk was stunned by MANHWA's story, who explained that it wasn't just the Orc King that they had to confront. The girl said that in that squad there was an Orc general, an archer, an Orc mage, and 5 more of the usual heavily armored Orc soldiers. MANHWA also told how her team would have faced such a strong band of Orcs, but thanks to Ryoji and Seth, they were able to recognize the danger in time and eventually emerged victorious from the battle. Elk was delighted with the young wizard and demanded to be shown the body of the Orc King immediately, for he had never seen such a dangerous monster before. Ryoji explained to the head of the God Axe team that now he was really very tired, he would like to rest. But Hobbes advised the young wizard to still satisfy Elk's curiosity as he is unlikely to calm down and will continue to pester with his request. Besides, despite the dangers, every adventurer here is a participant in this difficult mission to destroy the Orc settlement. Therefore, it would be great to show all the adventurers the Orc King, for it would be a real gift for them. The crowd of adventurers supported the commander and started asking to show them the monster. MANHWA was also in favor of Ryoji not remaining too modest adventurer. After all, he was the one who defeated the Orc King and should be proud of his feat, not hide it. Ryoji reminded MANHWA that it was because of her that everyone had found out how the Orc King had been destroyed and now he would not be able to avoid such attention and would have to show the Orc King's body. As a result, the young wizard used the magic vault and showed the adventurers a huge monster. The adventurers were impressed by the horrifying wounds on the body of the Orc King and many decided that not every experienced adventurer, let alone a novice, would be able to cut off the head like that. They were also impressed by the wounds on the monster's torso and all of this did not fit with Ryoji's low rank. All of this caused the adventurers to begin a heated discussion about what had happened. Everyone was interested in the details of the battle and shared their impressions of the previous night. Elk said that after such a feat, none of the adventurers would be able to call Ryoji a novice, for such fame was allowed far beyond the city of Gilm. The young wizard admitted that this was exactly what he had been striving for and was grateful to everyone for their support and for their helpful advice. Commander Hobbes asked Ryoji not to worry and explained that he himself was pleased that Ryoji had joined in this task. There was silence in the adventurers' camp, for all were so tired that they slept without concern for safety. The only ones awake were Hobbes and Elk. The commander reminded Elk that he was supposed to be watching over the safety of the camp, not eating a relaxed lunch since they were still far from the city and there might be dangerous monsters roaming around. But Elk replied that he was perfectly calm since Seth was watching over the security and his senses were incredibly sharp. Therefore, with this guy, there was no need to worry about any sudden enemy attack on their camp. Hobbes asked Elk if he was thinking of taking a well-deserved rest, because one must realize that it wouldn't always be possible to stay young and strong. But the head of the God Axe team told about how a few years ago he had accepted a difficult mission to conquer the Kraken and he had to fight then for 3 days in a row. Therefore, such a battle with orcs seems like an easy walk and does not cause fatigue. Elk stated that he was not going to end his career as an adventurer and could give a head start to many young adventurers. Hobbes praised his old friend for his excellent attitude and heard a request from Elk to cut the crap. But Hobbes reminded one rule that if the topmost adventurers keep working so hard, those at the bottom of the rankings will never grow. And that doesn't apply to Ryuji at all, but rather to Rhodes, who continues to be in the shadow of his own father. The commander then went on to talk about how Ryuji took the initiative to ambush a team of stars at night and dealt with them in the most brutal way. It is therefore safe to say that it was a mistake to call Ryuji a G-rank adventurer. Hobbes promised that when they returned to the Adventurer Guild, he was going to personally raise Ryuji's rank to E. Elk asked if it would be too strange to raise several ranks at once. But the commander recalled the young wizard's incredible abilities and said that it might even be worth organizing a special exam for rank D as soon as they returned to the city. Elk was surprised at such confidence Hobbes had in Ryuji, but the commander reminded him that this guy has the power abilities that allowed him to defeat a rank B Orc King and that can't be ignored, and forcing him to go through the ranks of E and F ranks would be too ineffective. Also, Ryuji possesses an rank griffin that completely obeys his commands, and it would be strange that such a powerful adventurer is still at the bottom of the guild rankings. That said, Hobbes recognized that at this stage, a D rank would be a great acquisition for Ryuji, because to become a B or a rank adventurer, one would need wisdom and various other things besides just combat abilities. Usually, the amount of A and B rank adventurers request is obtained directly from the existing ruling nobles of each country, as top-class adventurers cost a very large amount of money. And in such situations, things like manners will affect the choices and interests of each nation. Speaking with respect is something that is not appropriate for someone like Elk, but it is one of the most basic forms of etiquette one should know. In the end, because Min was able to take care of this side of things, the God Axe team was promoted to rank A. Hobbes asked his old friend if he noticed anything unusual when he saw the corpse of the Orc King. Elk explained that he had noticed that the monster's head had been cut off in one clean sweep, and to be skilled enough to make such a strike one must have been an adventurer for years. That being said, it's hard to imagine how strong Ryuji is since he was able to make such a strike. Elk admitted that he's not even sure if he could do such a punch himself. Hobbes explains that it is very difficult, but not impossible, although Elk is largely right and Ryuji did show incredible strength during the battle. Then the commander spoke about what exactly the young wizard indicated his registration documents. The main abilities were stated to be melee magic and monster taming, and that means Ryuji, in addition to his immense physical strength, can use magical abilities. Although the wound on the Orc King's corpse didn't look like it was made with magic. Elk asked if Ryuji didn't even use his full potential to defeat the Orc King during the battle. Hobbes explained that this was apparently the case and he had defeated the Orc King without using his full strength, but also remember that Ryuji has a griffin in his power. Therefore, this guy's strength would be equivalent to that of a rank A and B adventurer. Therefore, such a capable person would be very useful to the Adventurer Guild that is always looking for some talent. Hobbes explained to his old friend that Elk was of course still full of strength and could still fight effectively on the front lines, but what would happen once this generation retired completely? After all, one must think of a replacement in perspective. Elk stated that the next generation is that of his son Rhodes, and especially there is the capable wizard Ryuji, and so there is no need to worry about it so much. Also, there will definitely be many other low-ranked adventurers who will start to develop talent, and gradually the entire Adventurer Guild will be renewed. Hobbes agreed with Elk, for there was common sense in his words. Meanwhile, in the night city of Gilm, the local Lord Count Dasker was disturbed by an agitated servant. The angry Dasker asked why he had been awakened and what was the need to appear to him at night. The panting aide apologized to his lord and said that they had received word that the request to destroy the Orc settlement had been completed without any problems, and already several men from that mission had begun to return to the city. Lord Dusker was incredibly surprised and immediately lost all remnants of sleepiness. Dasker also inquired about the casualties and asked why only a few adventurers had returned. But the aide explained that there were actually no casualties in the squad, and the main group of adventurers had decided to stop for the night so that the women who had been rescued from the Orc settlement could spend the night in peace. The lord of the town stated that they would have to give a warm welcome to the women and needed to help them while the captives were unable to fend for themselves. Dusker was incredibly impressed with such a victory over an entire settlement of orcs, for by all appearances the commander's plan was perfectly executed. And if this mission ended in failure, the city of Gilm would no longer have the fighting strength to face such threats. Lord Dusker decided that he would have to send a message to the royal capital and endure a few days of unfavorable conditions, and would just have to wait for a while to get help from the aristocrats of the royal faction. But now there was no need to send the letter to the capital, and Count Dasker decided that it might come in handy later, but for now it should be put away in the desk. Dasker next asked for details about the orc leader and an explanation of what type of monster was in charge of the settlement. The aide stated that the orc settlement was ruled by a real king and it was a surprise to the advancing adventurers. The aide further began to reveal that there was an archer, a mage, and an orc general in the camp. A large number of higher types of monsters were also confirmed. Count Duskur didn't have time to absorb the information he was receiving and asked the aide to wait for a while, but the guy continued to read the report he received. Judging from the information in the initial report, the number of orcs was supposed to be around 50, but in reality, there were much more than 100. The Count's patience ran out. He shouted for the servant to shut up. Duskur asked that whether the adventurers could win with such an overwhelming numerical advantage of the enemies. After all, the entire group of adventurers amounted to no more than 30 men. The aide explained that according to the report, the main fighting force was the God Axe team, which destroyed a huge number of orcs. Duskur apologized to the servant for his raised tone and explained that he had recently woken up and could not yet perceive such important information properly, although it was now clear that the God Axe had once again proved to be an incredible team since it had managed to destroy the Orc King. But the aide decided to completely shock his master and read out the information from the report that the Orc King had actually been defeated by a young adventurer of rank G in a one-on-one duel. Duskur was shocked by this news, for the Orc King was a monster of rank B. Then the Lord of Gilm City decided that this was the adventurer that the commander of the Nang guards had told him about. Count Duskur immediately recalled the report from the head guard about how an unknown fellow had entered the city with a rank of griffin, and it was very unusual. Duskur was well aware that a person who could control a griffin could not be a mere novice, and if it was this mighty monster that defeated the Orc King, then it would be fine. However, judging from the information provided, it was the young adventurer who had defeated the Orc King, and that meant that this tamer also possessed incredible strength that was not even available to all experienced adventurers. Also, Nanga told that this guy had no money with him at all, because he couldn't find any silver or copper coin, and this fellow used the skin of a water bear from which he had supposedly won a magic forest. Duskur believed that killing the water bear was the work of a griffin, but if it was actually a boy named Ryuji who defeated the water bear, then his power is unexplainable. All of this is very hard to believe, but the hardest thing to do is to deny the obvious facts. Lord Duskur asked his aide exactly when the main group of adventurers would arrive in the city. The aide explained that since they were still dealing with the aftermath of the battle with the orcs, they would not return until at least the day after tomorrow. Duskur instructed that in the morning when the main force of adventurers arrived to inform him, and then they would hold a celebration in honor of the victory. The aide immediately reminded the Lord that this would require a huge financial investment. Duskur agreed with this remark, but then explained that the information about the orc settlement had spread throughout the city in only one day's travel from Gilm, and to dispel the anxiety caused by it, something extravagant would have to be thought of and a general celebration would calm the people. The Count explained that everyone needed a hero, someone to symbolize the current strength of the entire city and the Adventurers Guild. Duskur thought it was a great idea to create a symbol of the power of the city and could make this Ryuji become a famous hero in one day. But then the Count told the aide that they would use elk. The aide promised to send a messenger immediately and do whatever was necessary. Duskur reasoned that not only did Ryuji possess his own griffin that obeyed his orders, but he was also capable of defeating an orc king on his own, and it was very strange that he still possessed the rank of G. The Lord of Gilm City decided that since this guy defeated the orc king, he should be promoted to rank E at one time, and soon he will be able to pass the D rank exam. 2 days later, the caravan of adventurers reached the city of Gilm. Elk had long since received the messenger's message and didn't want to stand at the head of the victory parade. After all these annoying activities only caused fatigue and irritation. But Mina reminded her husband that this was part of their job and it should be understood that it was an order from Count Duskur himself. Elk agreed with his wife, but still reminded I that it was Ryuji who defeated the Dragon King, and so everything would look very silly. Commander Hobbs reminded his old friend that he was the head of the Axe God team and a very famous man in the whole city, and Ryuji had only recently registered in the guild, and that was why Elk should be at the head of the parade, because he would symbolize the strength of all the adventurers. The entire population of the city was really excited about the arrival of the illustrious heroes. After all, everyone had long heard about their greatest victory, settlement of orcs and the destruction of the king of orcs. There were shouts of joy everywhere, and lonely girls dreamed of becoming brides for the best adventurers. Elk and his entire team of axe gods were the nation's favorites, and so Elk had to comply with the Count's request and lead the festive procession. Also, the locals were thrilled at the sight of the huge griffin, about which there were all sorts of rumors. Many feared Seth, and some saw him as the city's protector. Soon the adventurers reached the guild hall, where Commander Hobbs explained that starting tomorrow everyone would be able to receive their well-deserved reward at the registrar's office. The amount of the reward would depend on the accomplishments of each team, as he had previously explained, and so there would be no problem with that. All the adventurers were glad to be back in the city, but Hobbs asked Ryuji to stay for a while and talk to him. Ryuji, of course, could not oblige the commander and asked Seth to wait for him outside. Lenore and Kenny were happy to see the young wizard again and immediately gave him their gorgeous smiles. Lauren admitted that she was happy to see Ryuji safe and sound, as she had been worried all along. Kenny reminded her friend how she was the one who said that there was no need to worry since the God Axe team was participating in this trek. The girls immediately started arguing and blaming each other for getting it wrong and worrying too much. Hobbs and Ryuji froze in bewilderment and just watched the silly argument. Hobbs told the girls that he had serious matters to discuss with Ryuji at the moment, and they could celebrate his safe return to the city later. The argument between the girls did end and they agreed that it was still good that Ryuji was now by their side. Kenny sadly recognized that there were still casualties among the adventurers on this trek, though all of these brave people knew the dangers they would face and had been warned about them when they registered with the guild. Lenore agreed with her friend, admitted that it was very sad to know that some people she knew would never walk through that door again. But it was still heartening to know that the losses among the adventurers were not as bad as they might have been if not for a terrible set of circumstances. And so we should all rejoice together in victory, for now the orcs would not dare to disturb the city and the neighboring villages. The girls also agreed with each other that their true role was to attract the attention of men with their beautiful appearance, and pumping up their bodies and being strong is a role that does not suit them. Lauren and Kenny again broached the subject of who exactly is more attractive to Ryuji. Kenny mentioned, as usual, that women with small breasts are probably women with small hearts, and that's why it's hard for Ryuji to be looked after by a lower class girl like Lenore. Kenny explained that if she had been by the young wizard's side, she would have been able to bring him much more pleasure and would have gotten over the hurdle and been intimate with him long ago. Lauren was shocked at such insolence from her friend, but Kenny promised to teach her something interesting. But Lauren asked her friend to stop talking nonsense immediately, for once again she was going too far and touching on too personal subjects. Meanwhile, Commander Hobbs invited Ryuji to sit down and promised to get right to the point so as not to waste too much time. Hobbs explained to the young wizard that tomorrow his rank would be raised to E. Ryuji was surprised, for in this way he had passed the F rank. Hobbs explained that considering all of the young wizard's accomplishments, even a promotion to E rank seemed like an insufficient reward. The commander recalled that in addition to defeating the Orc King, Ryuji had also been involved in transporting important equipment and protecting the convoy with his friend Seth. The young wizard was also engaged in important aerial reconnaissance, which avoided unnecessary casualties among the adventurers. And then of course there was the magnificent victory over the leader of the orcs. So such accomplishments hardly merit just one rank increase. And basically Ryuji can even forget about rank C or D because he was able to accomplish the unbelievable. Hobbs would then prepare for the exam to advance to rank D soon. Ryuji inquired that wouldn't a promotion of 3 ranks at one time look like too much. The commander explained that anyhow, considering Ryuji's true strength, there was a feeling that he could deservedly get rank B, but for now it would be enough to try out rank D and then continue to advance. The young wizard was thrilled with such confidence and admitted that of course he was pleased with such success. Hobbs asked not to worry, as it was indeed a well-deserved reward. After all, it would be very strange for an adventurer who was able to defeat an orc king in his own style to continue to stay with the G rank. The young wizard didn't argue with the commander and agreed to the entire decision. Hobbs then said that the exam would be scheduled by the guild high command and the examiners, and they would of course announce the date. Ryuji once again clarified if he understood correctly that this exam would allow him to rise to rank D. Hobbs replied that it was correct and there was no need to worry, as there shouldn't be any difficult questions on these exams. The young wizard would be encouraged by such prospects and bid farewell to the commander. When Hobbs was alone, he reread Lord Dusker's authorization for Ryuji to be significantly promoted. It all raised questions for the incredulous adventurer. After all, even though Hobbs had just sent several envoys to the Lord with the necessary information, it was surprising to receive a response so quickly. After all, never before had the higher ranks of the leadership responded so quickly, and that could only mean one thing, that they had a vested interest. Hobbs wondered for exactly what purpose the higher ranks, including the guild master, were interested in the young wizard. Or perhaps the lord of the city himself was in charge of the whole thing, and that made it even more interesting. The next morning, Ryuji left Seth waiting in the usual place and headed for the Adventurers Guild. Lenore was happy to see her favorite adventurer and asked if Ryuji had come for the reward. The young wizard, in addition to receiving the reward, also decided to exchange the components obtained during the battle. Kenny asked why Ryuji had provided so few magic stones, since there should be many more. But the young wizard explained that he could use some of the materials for important matters and so they should not be sold. Ryuji explained that in the future he wanted to develop his magical skills and so he would need magic items. Kenny agreed with this decision and promised to look into the valuation of the magic items provided. After a while, Lenore and Kenny completed the evaluation, exchange, purchase of magic elements, and also added the bounty and credit from the guild to the total. A total of 9 white gold coins were obtained. Kenny explained that it was a wonderful achievement, because only B or rank adventurers could usually expect such a reward. Lenore then asked the young wizard to provide his guild card so that she could record the recent rank increase. Ryuji thanked her for her help and handed the girl the map. Lenore promised to try to make things quick and return the guild card afterward. At that, the girl congratulated her favorite adventurer on such a success. Ryuji asked how unusual it was to be promoted 2 ranks at once. Lenore explained that she had been a registrar in the Adventurers Guild for quite some time, but it had never happened before that an adventurer could increase his rank by 2 ranks just by completing a single mission. Kenny immediately stated that she had always thought Ryuji was an amazing hero. After finishing all his business at the Adventurers Guild, Ryuji said goodbye to the girls and hurriedly left the establishment. But Kenny managed to bid the young wizard goodbye by offering the young wizard a drink together when he was free from his business. But Ryuji had very different plans and set off on his journey. Thanks to Seth, the young wizard quickly covered a distance that was comparable to walking a few days and asked the griffin to land in a spacious clearing. The place was indeed very suitable and peaceful, and Ryuji suggested to his flying friend to start absorbing the magic stones they had managed to get in the last battle. To begin with, Ryuji decided to feed Seth an ordinary orc magic stone. It was just a rare E-rank monster, but since it was still possible to learn new skills, there could be an effect from this stone. But unfortunately, no effect of this stone had no effect on the griffin. Ryuji wondered what the standard method of learning new skills would be and decided to continue using magic stones. But the Scythe of Death also didn't learn anything using the standard magic stone. The next stone was a stone that belonged to an orc archer, and Seth immediately swallowed it with interest. Thanks to this magic stone, Seth had learned the first level wind arrow ability. Ryuji was interested in the griffin's new skill and asked Seth to use the wind arrow on a nearby tree. With a sweep of his mighty wings, Seth aimed and was able to hit the tree trunk. The young wizard noticed that the power of this strike was weaker than that of the water shot or fire breath, but this strike could be used for close combat in enclosed spaces, and then it would be much more effective. Next, Ryuji applied the exact same stone to the Scythe of Death, and it turned out that his magic weapon had acquired the skill of level 1 hovering cut. Ryuji immediately tested the new ability on the same tree. The effect of the strike was much more powerful than Seth's, and Ryuji was glad to have acquired such a useful ability. Thanks to the next stone from the Orc Mage, Seth had learned the second level Fire Breath, and the effect was much more powerful. Compared to last time, the flames were much bigger, hotter, and moved much farther. Next, Ryuji decided to test the exact same stone on her Death Scythe. The Scythe of Death gained the skill Magical Shitha level 1, and this didn't make the young wizard too happy, as it could be a useless ability for him. But as it turned out, such a magical shield had the ability to move, and Ryuji could easily control it with the Scythe of Death. Since it turned out to be a maneuverable skill, Ryuji decided that all such a magical shield was possible and would be useful in some situations. Though the young wizard already had the protection of a cloak of dragon skin and scales, which was excellent against magic, swords, spears, and arrows. But since the cloak could not reject the effects of heavy weapons, such a magical shield could come in handy. But first of all, it had to be tested in a combat situation. The young wizard decided to try to resist Seth's attack with the magic shield and performed quite well. Ryuji found out that he figured out that such a magic shield has a limit of 1 shield per placement, but it can still protect against a griffon's full strength attack, and so it can be quite effective at repelling most powerful attacks. Also, such a magical shield can work on its own and automatically defend against any unexpected attacks. However, if you extend the radius of the shield, its effects will last only 5 minutes. And in order not to waste unnecessary magical power, it is better to simply cancel the effect of the shield. And unlike the corrosion ability, this looks clearly a magical effect, so there is no need to hide it from view. The next stone was the stone obtained from the Orc General, and Seth quickly absorbed it. But to the young wizard's surprise, this stone had no effect, even though it belonged to a C-rank monster. This was of course very strange, because before this, the Griffon was able to learn skills from the E-rank monster. Ryuji assumed that the skills being learned and the rank and strength of the monster had nothing to do with each other. Therefore, it was necessary to find out what exactly were the conditions for learning magic skills, and it was quite possible some special predisposition played a role. In that case, there was a chance that the Scythe of Death would gain nothing from such a magic stone. Even just thinking about it wouldn't solve anything, and one should try everything in practice. Ryuji still decided to sacrifice a valuable magic stone and use Death Scythe on it. But as expected, nothing happened, so a pattern emerged. Every time Seth fails to learn a skill from the magic stone, Death Scythe also fails to gain anything useful. This was probably because, like Seth, the Scythe of Death was created using beast magic based on the same power. Therefore, the causes of the effects were exactly the same. Not being able to learn any new skills was disappointing to Ryuji, but the young wizard decided not to stop there and apply the most important magic stone that was obtained from the Orc King. Ryuji gave such a valuable artifact to Seth and hoped for a positive result. Thanks to this magic stone, the Griffon had learned the first level King's intimidation ability, although it was unclear exactly what effect such a skill created. Seth showed Ryuji to get on his back and the wizard quickly did so. After circling above the forest for a bit, Seth spotted a whole old horned rabbit and hurriedly chased after it. The Griffon's approach frightened the rabbits and some of them became numb and stopped trying to escape from the deadly threat. Ryuji realized exactly how the royal intimidation skill worked. The skill was used to slow down the rabbit's ability to react and they became easy prey. Seth enjoyed the fresh meat and Ryuji decided it was now safe to go home. The young wizard was back in town by morningfall and Seth as always attracted the attention of the locals and adventurers. MANHWA reminded Ryuji that his tame griffin had indeed become a favorite in this town. Ryuji greeted the girl and asked her if she had decided to pick a new assignment since morning. But MANHWA explained that usually after a serious mission, her team rests for a week, especially need to repair weapons and equipment, although it is too expensive. MANHWA demonstrated her new gear and admitted that it might not be better than the previous one, but it was still better than nothing at all. Therefore, due to lack of money, it may be necessary to cut back on vacation time. MANHWA then stated that it was now time for her to go and said goodbye, and Ryuji announced that he was staying at the cottage Dusky Wheat and if MANHWA wanted she could come and play with Seth. The adventuress was delighted at this offer and promised to be sure to come and visit. Ryuji was not against friendship with MANHWA and her team. Then, an unfamiliar guy with a magic sword approached Ryuji. The adventurer introduced himself as a Ranky Erogen. Ryuji asked the stranger what he needed. Erogen that he was away from the city for a long time and when he came back he heard strange rumors about a guy with rank G, who was supposedly able to defeat the Orc King single-handedly, and so one would like to know if it was really true. Erogen then explained that he wanted to challenge Ryuji to a duel and test his strength that was able to defeat such a dangerous monster. But the young wizard asked what good it would do for him to accept such a ridiculous offer. Erogen was surprised at such an answer, and Ryuji explained that it was only natural to want something in return. After all, why would he waste his strength and time for nothing? Erogen did not expect this at all and asked what exactly Ryuji wanted. The young wizard explained once again that he was not at all interested in satisfying the request of some stranger who was unable to offer anything interesting. As it turned out, Erogen had difficulties with the logical construction of dialogue and decided that in this cunning way Ryuji simply decided to avoid the battle. As a result, Erogen offered the young wizard 3 silver coins if he won. Ryuji replied that this did not sound bad enough, for a large sum would likely ruin Erogen. The daring adventurer rejoiced and suggested that Ryuji go out immediately and find out who was really the stronger of the two. Once outside, Erogen immediately drew his magic sword and advised Ryuji to do the same. Erogen had heard about Ryuji's magic storage and was not at all surprised by the spectacular appearance of the death scythe. The young wizard realized that this daring adventurer was fully on his magical weapon and that was why he was acting so cocky. After all, it wasn't often to see an E-rank adventurer with such a strong weapon. Erogen immediately attacked and made a sharp lunge with his sword, but Ryuji was ready for such a thing and easily dodged. The young wizard realized that this insolent fellow was not only too slow, but also stupid and there was nothing interesting or dangerous about him. Though there was hope that the magical weapon in his hands would at least somehow add to his strength. Ryuji hurried up to end this pointless confrontation to get the reward. With just one slash of death, Ryuji was able to disarm his opponent. The magic sword was knocked out of Erogen's hands. Ryuji reached out to his opponent and Erogen was surprised, for he thought he was trying to help him stand up. But Ryuji bellowed at his opponent and demanded that he immediately give him the promised money. Erogen hurriedly gave what he had promised, and Ryuji realized that even the best magical weapon in the hands of some idiot would be nothing more than a third-rate tool. 5 days after his duel with the boastful Erogen, Ryuji reported to the Adventurers Guild for a rank promotion exam. As it turned out, he wasn't the only one who would be able to pass this exam. One overly excited girl asked the young wizard why he was looking at her so intently and accused him of trying to flirt foolishly. The girl's partner, calling her Kuroth, asked her to calm down immediately and not to pick a silly fight. The guy explained that the girl was only attending the exam for the first time and that was why she was so nervous. But Kuroth had no intention of calming down and once again started accusing Ryuji of dirty innuendos and a nasty look. The girl's friend desperately tried to calm her down and apologized to the young wizard at the same time. But Ryuji was not at all worried about it, didn't reply that he was practically not paying attention. But such a statement again did not like Kuroth, and now the girl accused Ryuji of indifference and asked that she was not worthy of the attention of some insolent guy. Just at that moment, the chief examiner demanded everyone to shut up and said that he would be explaining the rules of the rank advancement exam. The examiner said that they had recently discovered a bandit group 2 hours away from the city and killing them would be the goal of this promotion exam. That said, everyone should be well aware that the task of subduing bandits or missions to protect merchants are rarely given to a rank D adventurer. And in these kinds of quests, unwillingness to kill an enemy can lead to the death of a close comrade or companion. And if such a thing were to happen, the reputation of the entire Adventurers Guild would be damaged. So this exam to advance to rank D requires each applicant to kill a human. The examiner then asked everyone to break into pairs to better understand each other need to spar, and then invited everyone to the guild grounds when everyone was ready. Ryuji was surprised at this order since he didn't expect any additional training. The girl Kurat once again did not ignore Ryuji and asked how he could reach rank E without knowing anything about the training ground. The girl's friend apologized again for his partner and asked her to immediately stop provoking strangers. As it turned out, the results of the sparring will not affect the results of the exam in any way. And this sparring is not needed for evaluation, recommendation, or anything else, but only to familiarize all team members with their abilities. To begin, the main examiner asked everyone to introduce themselves, stating their name, class, weapons used, and any skills used during combat. The first in line was Ryuji. The young wizard gave his name, stated that he is a magical warrior who uses a scythe as a weapon. He specializes in fire magic, and he also has his own tame griffin. Kurat only now realized that the guy in front of her was the same guy who had finished off the Orc King. The girl introduced herself and explained that she belonged to the thief class and used the blade as a weapon while specializing in scouting and setting traps. The girl's partner introduced himself as Escola and stated that he is a mage and used no weapons, while being able to use water, wind, and regenerative magic. The chief examiner praised the young mage who possessed quite useful abilities and could develop well in the future. Next was Erogan, who wielded a magic ball and excelled in close attacks. Next was the warrior Spervia, who possessed a long sword and wielding this weapon was his greatest asset. Elf Rilma had a bow and arrow as her main weapon and was a ranger. This girl could also use spiritual magic a little and was eager to develop her magical abilities. The examiner praised the girl, because considering that she was an elf, it was quite unusual to use bow and arrow and spirit magic at the same time. Most importantly, the examiner decided that the main magicians were Ryuji and Escol. Ryuji and Spervia were chosen as the first pair for the practice battle. The chief examiner once again reminded that all adventurers are on the same side and this is only a practice battle where you don't have to get too carried away and try to cripple your opponent. Ryuji, unlike his opponent, was completely calm, and Spervia noticed how belligerent the young wizard was looking at him and also decided that since this guy had already gained fame, we should try to find a breach in his defenses. Spervia decided to get as close as possible to use his long sword more effectively, but Ryuji wasn't going to let that happen and immediately swung his death scythe. Spervia decided that if he could fend off this attack, it would allow him to get as close as possible for optimal distance. But the slash's blow was so strong that the experienced swordsman flew far to the side and crashed into the wall. Spervia was stunned by such power, but still tried to get to his feet. Ryuji was surprised by the guy's strength and appreciated his desire to continue fighting. Spervia, despite his failure, stated that he was willing to continue fighting and would be able to show his full strength. But the chief examiner explained to the swordsman that he should not continue the fight on such shaky legs and reminded him, as he had said originally, that the purpose of these duels was merely to evaluate team ability. The next pairing consisted of Erogan and Kuroth. The swordsman immediately resented having to fight a girl, but Kuroth advised him not to take her lightly because she would definitely pass this exam and show all the men her true strength. The chief examiner explained to the disgruntled lad that the strength of an adventurer does not depend on his sex, and even more so, Kurat is determined because just recently she tried to pick a fight with Ryuji in the common room. And if she wants to become a D-rank adventurer, she must learn how to interact with other partners. Kurat noticed Erogan's magical sword and decided that it was a rather dangerous weapon and should be more careful. But it didn't take long for the signal to begin the duel. The belligerent girl decided to make the first move and rushed into a swift attack. But despite his stupidity, Erogan was able to repel this attack and prepared to counterattack. Erogan's attack was really effective and took Kurat by surprise. Ryuji noticed how Erogan knocked the dagger out of the girl's right hand and then skillfully changed the trajectory of the sword, directing the blades towards the left side of her neck. It all looked much better than it had during yesterday's duel, where Erogan found himself defenseless. The main examiner asked if he correctly understood that Erogan's magical sword increased the wearer's physical abilities. Erogan confirmed this ability, but admitted that even with this enhancement he was unable to defeat Ryuji. The chief examiner explained that although Ryuji had only recently become a rank E adventurer, he was a rare exception, so he should not pay much attention to his incredible abilities. The last duel was between Escola and Rilma. The main examiner asked the young elf to bow and arrow in this duel, and to fight only with spiritual magic. Rilma was surprised by such a request, but still did not challenge the words of the chief examiner. Escola decided to use wind magic and quickly created an air arrow spell. Meanwhile, the elf Rilma also turned to the wind spirit and asked it for magical protection. Immediately after reflecting the air arrow, Rilma turned to the earth spirit and asked it to create a rift under the enemy's feet. And then when Escola fell, the elfess decided to use the spirit of water to create a water whip and finally finish off her opponent. The mage Escola was not ready for this, and after a few seconds Rilma grabbed him with the help of the wind spirit and the earth spirit. But just at that moment the chief examiner intervened and ordered the duel to end before anyone was hurt. After that, the guild examiner stated that all the challengers should have now understood each other's abilities and shouldn't be upset about the negative results. The examiner further explained that he would name the leader of the entire group and this decision could not be challenged. The senior examiner chose Ryuji as the leader of the group and explained that considering how he had dealt with the Orc King and his actual abilities were not what one would expect from a D-rank adventurer. There's also no denying the fact that Ryuji specializes in fast attacks, which aren't exactly suited for teamwork. Such abilities may be well suited for rank E, but if Ryuji wants to move up to rank D and beyond, he at least needs to learn how to work in a group. Just like in the quest to destroy the orcs here, you will have to choose one of many options, and thus the exam will show to such difficult tasks. The young wizard did not argue with the examiner and agreed to accept the position of group leader. After that, the chief examiner proposed to go to the details of the mission and advised to listen to him carefully. To begin with, the chief examiner promised the adventurers to guide them personally to the location of the bandits, but also considering that it is he who must supervise the execution of the examination, so he will study the actions of each applicant. The meeting was scheduled for tomorrow in front of the main gate when the bell would ring 9 o'clock in the morning. At that time, the Adventurer Guild would provide wagons for transportation, but the rest of the equipment should be prepared by each of the adventurers themselves. The gear that the adventurers will take with them will also be evaluated, as one should only choose useful. The chief examiner also informed Ryuji that he could not bring his pet griffin with him during the exam. After all, he only needs to demonstrate his own abilities for this exam. The adventurers immediately inquired about the number of the band of brigands. After that, Ryuji asked Lenora if he could meet the members of the Sizzling Flame team, but the admin girl checked the documents and said that Milna's team was currently on a mission and they would only return to the guild tonight. Ryuji asked the girl to give them a message from him, and Lenora immediately prepared a piece of paper and a pen to write everything down accurately. But at that moment Kenny became indignant and asked why he was trying to hide from both her and Milna since they were all on his side. But the young wizard explained that it was a completely different matter, and since he was taking the exam for rank advancement, he was not allowed to take the griffin with him because Seth had too much power, and it would be cruel of him to leave his pet locked in a cage for almost a whole week, so he would like to ask Milna to look after the griffin since they get along well enough. Lenore promised to pass on the message. Ryuji added that they should ask them to come to the inn dusk. Kenny was left unsatisfied at this point, for she had not received any errand from the young wizard and Ryuji had pretty much left her out. As planned, Milna's team arrived at Ryuji's hotel room after receiving a message at the guild. The young wizard thanked the adventurers for their responsiveness, but Milna replied that she quite understood the whole situation, and as far as it was clear that Ryuji wanted to ask to look after Seth while he would be out of town. The young wizard explained that he was forbidden to use the griffin's powers during the exam and so he had to leave him in the city, but his request would not be free and he was willing to pay a generous fee to Milna. Ryuji has allowed the griffin to be used as a member of his own team while he looks after it, and perhaps this will be sufficient reward and compensation for such a strange request. Mage Solman stated that given the extenuating circumstances under which Ryuji is forced to leave his pet to the discretion of others, does he accept that possibility if something were to happen to Seth suddenly? After all, even in such a case, all responsibility would lie with Ryuji himself. The young wizard replied that he had complete trust in Milna's team, and even if something dangerous happened, Seth would be able to take care of himself just fine. In the end, the adventurers of course happily agreed to grant Ryuji's request because now the combat power of their team will be greatly increased and will have a great time in the company of Seth. Milna was the happiest of all as she thought of the griffin as a pet to play with. Ryuji asked Seth not to be so upset. After all, they would only have to part for no more than 1 week, which would fly by very quickly, and if everything went as it should, they could come back after 5 days. The head of the Manga city guard asked the young wizard that if he was going on some dangerous mission again. Ryuji explained that this was not an unusual assignment from the guild, but a true rank advancement exam. Milna was incredibly happy and resembled an adult child who was happy to meet her favorite toy. The girl really loved the griffin very much, although of course she noticed that Seth was upset about parting with his master. Milna promised the griffin to look after him and feed him hard, and then asked him to work hard and do some easy hunting quests. Deciding that the griffin was indeed left in good hands, Ryuji bid the adventurers farewell for the coming week. Milna advised the young wizard to focus on his exam and not worry about Cedo. Spurvia finally saw the very griffin that had been talked about during the meeting yesterday and stated that the animal did indeed have a depressed aura. Ryuji explained to the swordsman that Seth was his permanent partner and asked why Spurvia was at the screen gate. The swordsman explained that he had long been accustomed to getting up early for morning weapons practice and it was normal for him. Kirat and Escola soon appeared, fully prepared for the long journey, and wished the others a good morning. The very last to appear was the elf Rilma, who immediately thought she was late. But just a few minutes later, the town bell rang to announce the exact time of 9 o'clock in the morning. But then the chief examiner reminded that Erogen hadn't joined them yet, and Ryuji wondered what they should do in such a situation. But the guild's chief examiner admitted that he had not even envisioned such a turn of events, and never before had the rank promotion applicants been late for their exam. And in general, an adventurer being late for a task would result in a very large fine, and in general it was a serious violation of guild rules that would affect the result of the entire exam. But just at that moment, Erogen appeared. The unflappable young adventurer didn't even realize that he was late and replied to the examiner's remark that everyone was still here, so there was no problem. This behavior angered the examiner, and he tried to explain with a look to Ryuji to start fulfilling his role as the leader of the team. The young wizard asked the tardy fellow to explain himself and reminded him that this general gathering was part of the exam and the tardiness of one applicant could affect the other members of the team. Erogen apologized and promised that such a thing would never happen again, and he understood the mistake he had made. Ryuji then decided to move out of the city as soon as possible. But the chief examiner explained that he was not a member of the team, but merely represented the guild, and his job was to guide everyone to the location of the brigands, so he could not order anyone to do anything, much less advise them. So from now on, all command over the band of adventurers must rest solely with Ryuji. The young wizard realized that he now had to be responsible for the actions of all the adventurers and personally decide how they should act. To begin with, Ryuji asked if there was anyone among the adventurers who could drive a wagon well. The young wizard also suggested that everyone split into groups of 3, and those remaining, including him, would each carry a guard of 3 to keep the others safe from monster attacks. Ryuji did not forget about the late Erogen and explained that as punishment for his behavior, he would be on guard more than the others, and if Erogen suddenly misbehaved and allowed monsters to attack, he would face serious punishment. The adventurers then busied themselves putting their gear into the wagon and prepared to move out. Ryuji ordered Escola to drive the wagon first, while Erogen would be on watch. With a creaking sound, the wagon rushed down the dirt road toward the outlaw camp, bringing the adventurers closer to completing their exam. Ryuji decided to treat his new friends to a hot pastry. Although he couldn't even remember when exactly he had bought this pastry, it was still hot and fresh. All of this was possible thanks to the magical vault in which time had no effect on things. The adventurers were thrilled with the possibilities of eating fresh food at any time they wanted. Spurvia still muttered that it was unlikely that such a magical storage facility should be used for the sake of storing food, with the swordsman refusing to eat sweets and explaining that he almost never ate such food. In contrast, the chief examiner asked for an extra bite as he liked the freshly baked pastries very much. The girls praised Ryuji for his foresight, since this kind of food was something they enjoyed very much. Kirat immediately reminded the chief examiner that he had promised not to do or say anything. But the guild leadership representative replied that it wasn't good to pick on the elders. Ryuji said that while hunting orcs, he heard that those monsters they captured were sold into slavery. But would it be acceptable for this exam to take someone alive? The chief examiner replied that the rules, and in a normal setting such a thing is acceptable, of course if the setting is conducive. However, the most important task during this quest is to show your ability to another person, although killing all the brigands is not the main objective. Kirat asked that shouldn't they kill at least 12 brigands, and perhaps such a number against 6 adventurers would be too much. But Ryuji advised not to think about it and they would solve the problem when they were already on the spot. The young wizard explained that since they were attacking they could ambush the brigands and use other tactics, although the task of ambushing them depends on how the whole team can work together. Spurvia recalled that they have 3 adventurers in their team who are able to use strong magic, and for hunting common brigands this is more than a luxury. Rilma immediately inquired about what kind of magic Ryuji was using. The young wizard explained that if we were to speak in essence, he was best at fire magic. As darkness receded, the team decided to stop for the night and camp was set up. Each of the team members went about their business, some went to fetch water, some made a fire, and the rest were busy erecting tents. Ryuji reminded them that they would be using a 3-shift system of 2 per group for sentries, and first on watch would be Erogen and Escola, followed by Kirat and Spurvia, and then he personally with the elven Rilma. Spurvia asked the young wizard what principle he used to divide the men into groups. Ryuji explained that for him, the goal was to combine melee and ranged fighters in each group, and it was quite logical. After dinner, all the adventurers went about their business and Spurvia decided to talk to Ryuji. The warrior swordsman stated that he would certainly understand if Ryuji refused his request, but he would like to spar. The young wizard suddenly decided that was a great idea and agreed to the swordsman's suggestion. Ryuji offered to attack his opponent as soon as he was ready to do so. Spurvia was ready at once and gained high speed and rushed to attack. But the young sorcerer was of course ready and had already put his scythe of death forward. The rest of the adventurers watched this training battle with interest. Spurvia noticed that Ryuji was moving the same way as yesterday and so avoidance would not work against such an attack. Making a deceptive maneuver, the swordsman decided that this time the wizard had fallen into his trap. But Ryuji replied that it all looked very naive and advised his opponent not to be overconfident. The young wizard calculated his opponent's moves ahead and easily avoided the sword attack. The scythe of death got in the way of the sharp steel of the blade. But Spurvia was not going to give up this time and rushed into another attack and shouted that he was not finished. But no matter how much the swordsman attacked, he could not do any damage to the young wizard. Spurvia gradually ran out of steam and Ryuji eventually hid the scythe of death in the magic vault. Spurvia was furious and declared that he could still fight and therefore Ryuji should not stop. But Ryuji's team leader explained that if they continued, Spurvia would be too tired tomorrow, so that was enough wasting energy in a meaningless fight for today. Spurvia was dissatisfied with the result of the fight but still obeyed the order and hid his blade in his scabbard. Kirat and Spurvia were on guard and keeping a good eye on the situation around the camp, and Rilma offered the young wizard a cup of fragrant herbal tea. Watching Ryuji, the elven woman asked how come the young wizard drinks hot tea all day during the heat and doesn't sweat at all, even though he is wearing a thick black cloak. Ryuji replied that he could ask if it was the same for the elf girl or perhaps her race was insensitive to fire and heat. The girl explained that this was indeed true and the elf race was not as susceptible to heat. The young wizard admitted that he had heard before that elves almost never come to human settlements and try to live isolated in the surrounding forests. Only he doesn't really know if that's true or not. Rilma only laughed at such words and explained that such behavior usually happens to older elves who really don't like noise and prefer to live isolated in quiet places. Ryuji asked the girl if he correctly understood that her bow was magical. Rilma told him that this weapon is a family heirloom that is passed down from generation to generation. And in fact, this bow is a great weapon that supplements arrows with the power of the wind. Ryuji stated that he expected something like this from the elves, for they always know how to surprise with their mystery. Rilma noticed that Ryuji's death scythe is also a very impressive magical weapon. And as far as she could understand, it was a weapon that weighed practically nothing and at the same time had destructive power. Ryuji explained that this is part of the nature of his magical weapon, although one cannot deny the fact that the scythe of death is indeed an incredible piece of work. The elfin girl then asked the young wizard why he had decided to become an adventurer in the first place. In the end, Ryuji and Rilma chatted all night and only noticed it when the first glimpses of the rising sun appeared in the sky. The elven girl was even a little upset, and she wanted to tell why she decided to become an adventurer just now, but now she would have to postpone this conversation for another time. Soon, the adventurers, thanks to the examiner, discovered a place that was the camp of the brigands. This place was a cave in huge rocks and could be very dangerous. Apparently, the brigands chose this place because the entrance to the camp was a narrow cave and so large monsters could not climb inside and threaten their peace. All this was done for safety and stealth, because not everyone would be able to spot such a small passage between the rocks. The thief Kirat told the others how she was able to explore the steamer to the outlaw camp. But this did not please the rest of the adventurers, for the girl had acted alone again, and the main task during this examination task was that they had learned to act as a team. But after calming down a bit, everyone decided to listen to Kirat. The thief said that just outside the forest, there was a cave on a cliff and there were 2 sentries at the entrance. Ryuji was actually pleased with the result and decided that it would be no problem for them to mop up the sentries and get inside the cave. The young wizard explained that it was actually very simple. If he used his fire magic on the entrance to the cave, all the brigands would burn or die of suffocation. Spurvia agreed that it was indeed a very effective way to deal with the enemy, but what if there were hostages in the bandit camp, because in that case they would also die. Kirat did not care about the possible hostages and stated that since they were bandits, they must have treasure and it would be foolish if they did not take the opportunity to get the treasure and get a little rich. After all, according to the rules of the Adventurers Guild, if money or any other treasures are found in the bandit camp, all of them will become the possession of the adventurers who found them during the mission. And if the valuables are found to have a rightful owner, the adventurer will be compensated for their value. More often than not, though, it happens that robbed traders are killed by brigands, so it is unlikely that the real owner of the valuables will be found. The chief examiner once again reminded that the most important purpose of this examination was to make sure that each of the applicants for promotion would be able to kill a man. And if Ryuji completes this task on his own, then the possibility of rank advancement for everyone else is forfeited. The chief examiner stated that he certainly understands how Ryuji tries to avoid anything boring, but one must realize that doing boring work is the real task of adventurers, and Ryuji as a leader must instruct every member of the team. The young wizard asked the thief Kurat if he understood correctly that there was only one single entrance to the cave, but the girl, as it turned out, was unsure and explained that even though it was only a cliff, it was too large to be quickly examined. The thief explained that on this side of the cliff she had not found any more passages to the cave. Ryuji immediately decided that in this case a surprise attack, and preferably at night, would be the most effective solution to the problem. Spurvia immediately reminded that they might be attacked by monsters during a night attack, but Ryuji explained that of course there was that possibility, but if they attacked the bandit camp during the daytime, there was a chance the bandits would be inside. Moreover, if the monsters were a danger at night, the bandits would not seek to escape from the cave and would make it easier to destroy them. After thinking for a bit, Ryuji suggested using Relma's arrows and Escola's magic to get rid of the guards to begin with. Kuroth would go next, and her task would be to quietly check the situation and find out information about the hostages as well as the number of bandits. After that, Spurvia and Erogen will fight in close combat, and Rilma and Escola will immediately follow them. Meanwhile, Kuroth, after finding out all the situation inside the bandit camp and checking for hostages, will have to find out if there are any other exits from this cave. And if it turns out that there are indeed hostages in the camp, Kurat will have to free them. The young wizard himself decided to close the attack and prepare for the monsters to attack from behind. Watching all of this, the chief examiner remarked that for someone who he said was bad with people, Ryuji is very good at controlling them. It seems that there is no need to worry about the effectiveness of this team. At the end of the briefing, Ryuji asked everyone to be extremely careful and reminded them that they would be attacking tonight. As darkness fell, the band of adventurers traveled to the brigands' cave. Erogen was immediately indignant, saying that it was very foolish to wander through the forest on such a dark night. The rest of the adventurers, however, asked why he was only thinking about it now. Kuroth stated that if Erogen had any problems, he should have spoken up earlier, but now he should shut up and behave himself. Spurvia, who was walking ahead, asked his colleagues to shut up, for they were already approaching the place, and because of this chatter, they might be heard by the sentries. Kuroth asked the constantly disgruntled Erogen what the Ryuji would do to him if he got the whole squad split up by brigands. The thief's words made Erogen worried, and he immediately began to behave much more quietly. The adventurers were also surprised by the fact that the bandit sentries were acting too careless and talking very loudly, although it was for the best because this way they were much easier to detect. Ryuji stated that it looked like the first group of 3 scouts had reached the right place safely, and now it was their turn. The young team leader asked Escol to start his spell, and Rilma would support the attack with her magic bow. Escola used wind magic and created an air arrow spell, which fled lightning fast towards the opponents. Rilma simultaneously launched several arrows, and the first group of adventurers reacted to this sign. But as it turned out, Escola's spell missed its target and only slightly stunned the brigand. Spurvia said that he would follow the entrance to the cave, and Erogen he should take care of the wounded man and finish him off. Erogen was unsure of himself, but Spurvia ordered him not to hesitate, but to fulfill his task. Erogen was certainly an egregious, insolent man, but still the sight of the dying brigand who posed no danger restrained him from the decisive blow. While Erogen was trying to gather his strength and make up his mind to kill, Kuroth began to rush him and rushed forward, for according to the plan she had to check the cave from the inside. In the end, the wounded man had to be finished off by Spurvia. The second group arrived and found Spurvius wiping his bloody sword, while Erogen was feeling very nauseous about what had happened. Ryuji asked where Kuroth had gone. Spurvia explained that according to the plan, the girl had escaped inside the cave. Escola apologized for his failed shot and explained that apparently his magical energy depends on the emotional state of the caster. Spurvia asked the lad not to worry, for it would be too reckless to expect equanimity during his first kill of a human. Ryuji asked the swordsman if he himself was alright. Ryuji noticed that Spurvia was holding up better than the others, and such a job did not cause him any excitement. Then the young wizard heard footsteps and said that Kurat was returning. The quick thief was able to all the dungeon and explained that the cave branches off in 3 directions. To the right are the prisons with several prisoners in them. The central road leads to a large room in which a bunch of brigands are feasting, and to the left is a room designed for storing weapons. According to the thief's words, the number of brigands was at least 30. Ryuji wondered if she had been able to find other exits from the cave, but Kurat explained that unfortunately she didn't have time for that. The young squad leader asked Spurvius what he thought was the best direction to go in first. The swordsman quite logically replied that the complexity was added by the captives. After thinking for a bit, Ryuji ordered the thief to go to the prison immediately and free the captive. Ryuji sensed the presence of the chief examiner, Gran, and decided to ask him a question. Gran was surprised to be noticed and immediately removed his visual disguise. The young wizard asked if he could leave the rescued hostages with him or if that was also part of the exam tasks. But Gran replied that this function was not available because his role was to detect whether the adventurers had abilities appropriate for D rank or not. And unless there are any emergencies, he cannot interfere with the course of events. Ryuji explained to his team that there would be no additional help and so they should reconsider the original plan. Ryuji asked the thief Kurat to return to the forest after releasing the hostages and stay with them in a safe place. Ryuji then asked Erogen and Escol if they were ready to go ahead, and if they were ready, they should remember that starting from the entrance of the cave to the end of the task, there would be a real race against time. At the same time, if they encounter bandits, they will have to try to kill them so that they do not have time to warn the rest of their accomplices. After that, everyone will organize a surprise attack on the brigands together in the big room and the decisive fight shouldn't take long. And although the total number of opponents can exceed 30, people need to realize that most of them are drunk. But sober bandits can certainly put up a fierce resistance and it would be ideal to kill them first. Ryuji further explained that he, along with Escola and Rilma with arrows and magic, and then taking advantage of the general panic, Spervia and Erogen wouldn't try on the advantages of attacking. At the same time, each of the teams should support someone who suddenly finds himself in a difficult situation. To begin with, Ryuji created a fireball through fire magic and threw it forward, followed immediately by the elven woman's arrows, and the swordsman rushed forward. Such a sudden attack caught the relaxed bandits by surprise and several guys were instantly killed by fire and arrows before they could even sound the alarm. Some of the brigands had time to grab their weapons and prepare for battle. And at the most decisive moment, Escola was once again confused and unable to effectively use his wind magic. But then the guy's emotional instability planted magic of colossal power that was completely uncontrollable. The adventurers were shocked and frightened by the terrifying gusts of wind. Escol's spell broke out before he could finish it. Ryuji realized that if it continued like this, the cave would soon collapse and they would all perish along with the outlaws. But at just the right moment, Rilma came to the rescue. The elven woman was able to calm the agitated mage and the power gradually became less destructive. Rilma tried to explain to Escola exactly how to control his magical powers, because they must act together with the breath and heartbeat of the magician himself. Escola thanked the elven girl for her help and apologized for the problem he had created for everyone. Rilma asked the lad if he could try to use his spell again, since he now felt calmer. This time, Escola was able to control his magic powers and created the airstrike spell the way it needed to be. The strongest stream of wind hit the brigands and Ryuji ordered Erogen to immediately engage. Eventually overcoming his fear of killing, Erogen was still able to destroy several brigands and now felt a real sense of relief. Spervia advised Erogen not to let his guard down, for there were still plenty of enemies around to finish off. But the bandits had already regrouped and prepared for defense, and one of the most courageous bandits decided that to begin with it is necessary to destroy the 3 adventurers who are behind. The huge guy with an axe hurriedly followed the commander's order and rushed at the adventurers, cursing them with the most exquisite curses. But the huge axe was just a piece of metal that broke into 2 pieces after coming into contact with the scythe of death. The next blow with the magic weapon destroyed the stunned brigand. Ryuji decided that now there was no telling what he could expect from his opponents, and so it was a good time to use the magic shield for close combat. The bandit leader was furious at such a treacherous attack and realized that he was facing strong adventurers. Moreover, there are 2 powerful wizards in their midst who are very difficult to destroy, and there is also an elven archer among them. The leader ordered to immediately shoot and kill at least 1 adventurer with arrows. Easily repelled by the magical shield, the archer brigand managed to fire only 1 arrow, which was easily repelled by the magical shield. The young wizard then counterattacked the archer with a soaring whip and deprived him of the ability to pick up anything forever. Ryuji then reminded his team that their advantage lay in reducing the number of brigands, and if the battle dragged on, all the other bandits would gradually come to their senses after the surprise effect, so there was no time to lose. The elf Rilma realized that they had to hurry, and with the help of the earth spirit, she tried to create earth stakes. At the same time, Erogen and Spervia were destroying enemies in close combat, and Escola, who had gained confidence, was sending ice needles into enemies that left no chance of escape. The bandit leader was furious, for gradually his subordinates were being killed and he was left with only a small band of bandits. The young wizard declared that there were only 7 brigands left and he was leaving them to his team. The elven Rilma was surprised at this decision of the commander and asked where he was going. Ryuji explained that he was going to exterminate a couple of rats that he believed had made the greatest escape. None of this was clear and Rilma could only guess what he was talking about. With the help of the magical body enhancement, the young wizard quickly gained speed and was able to climb even a hillock without much difficulty. The bandit leader and his underlings were shocked when the young adventurer appeared in front of him. Ryuji stated quite calmly that it was wrong of the bandit leader to simply turn around and run away without having fought the attackers on his camp. And how could he call himself a bandit leader if he was a yellow coward? But the leader had no remorse and began to order his subordinates to immediately destroy the adventurer, because he is the only one who must survive among all. Ryuji advised not to make plans for the future and not to hope for rescue, because his real goal in this cave was the complete destruction of the band of robbers and cannot leave the task unfulfilled. Therefore, it does not matter at all whether they will run away or surrender, all are obliged to die today. But the bandit leader exclaimed that there was no need to be so confident and bold, for the only one who would die today would be the brazen adventurer. A few swings of the death scythe absolutely disarmed the brigands, and the following blows ended their worthless life's journey. The only survivor was the gang leader, who was no longer so confident in his victory and only cursed everyone in the world for what had happened. But Ryuji was not going to give up his plan and explained to his opponent that if he wanted to live like a normal person, he would not become a bandit and earn money honestly. After all, if it is normal for brigands to kill someone, then they themselves should be ready to die at any minute. The ringleader was in agony, feeling his imminent doom, and demanded the adventurer to shut up immediately. The brigand nevertheless decided to make one last attempt to save his life and threw himself into a desperate attack. But it was only a reprieve of a few seconds, and a swift slash of death turned the formidable ringleader into a dead man. Ryuji wished a farewell to his adversary to answer for all his sins in the afterlife and to face all the men he was too late to kill. When Ryuji had finished killing the bandits, he suggested finishing up business in the cave and cleaning up a bit. The young squad leader suggested stacking all the dead bandits in the center of the room. Erogen wondered why even do that. Ryuji explained that he wanted to burn the bodies so that not a single bone remained of them. Escola suggested that this was apparently to be done to prevent the bandits from resurrecting. The work of collecting the dead brigands took some time, but once it was finished, Ryuji asked Escola to inform Kurat that all the brigands had been destroyed and now the dungeon warehouse could be checked. Rilma was pleased with the result and called nice job altogether, but Ryuji explained that he alone simply lacked the physical strength for such a job and needed to work all together. But the elfess of course didn't believe it and reminded that she was actually a girl and not stronger than the others at all. But the young wizard pretended that he simply hadn't heard anything. Meanwhile, Kuroth guarded the rescued merchants and asked them to be quiet. The thief felt very excited, for today was the first time she had killed a real person and she could still feel his blood on her hands. The girl felt very nauseous and now she was no longer amused by the way Erogen had behaved a little earlier. One of the rescued traders noticed the girl's wounded arm and asked how she was feeling, but Kuroth did not explain anything to anyone and stated that there was nothing to worry about. The merchants promised the thief a generous reward, for in addition to saving her, Kurat gave away her medicine. But the girl asked to be silent immediately, for she heard footsteps approaching. But it turned out to be Escola, who was delighted to find the thief safe and sound. But then Escola noticed that the girl was injured and promised to cure her. With his magical abilities, Escola used a water cure spell and tried to heal Kurat's wounds. Escola then explained that Ryuji had asked him to tell him that all the brigands had been destroyed and now they needed to check the warehouse. Escola also talked about the magnificent battle and how Ryuji had easily dealt with the gang leader. Kurat was not surprised at all and replied that this guy never fails to outdo himself. Having regained her strength, the thief suggested that the merchants follow her if they of course wanted to get back their stolen items. Meanwhile, Ryuji offered to go to the warehouse to team up with the rest of the team. The elf Rilma asked why Ryuji did not burn the corpses of the brigands, but the young wizard explained that he could certainly them, but only later, for while they were in the cave, it was best not to do so, for the smoke would fill the entire space. Rilma agreed that the smoke would be very harmful to the people. Rilma explained that if the elves were in a place filled with smoke it would not do them any harm. But at the same time elves have less physical strength than humans. Spurvia admitted that Rilma is the first elf he knows and he is interested in learning a lot about her race. Ryuji asked his subordinates to leave the sweet talk for later, for now they must hurry to the brigand's warehouse. Ryuji then received a message that Seth had learnt a new skill, Poison Bite level 1. Now the young wizard realized that even if he and the griffin act separately, he could still absorb magic stones on his own. And that's not a bad advantage of working separately. At first glance, the things in the warehouse looked like ordinary junk. And if all the things found were converted into coins, one could count on 30 gold coins, some silver and copper coins. There were also a few magic items and some jewelry in the warehouse. And of course there was a whole bunch of quite good weapons. Erogen was outraged and asked if it was normal to give rescued merchants things that were stolen from them. After all, adventurers should get the money they deserve for their return, and it is quite according to the rules established by the guild. Rilma replied that she personally didn't see anything wrong with it and didn't mind returning everything to the merchants. Spurvia also agreed with the elfess, But then one of the merchants claimed that the brave adventurers had not only rescued them, but had also returned their valuables, and to refuse to reward such heroic deeds would leave an indelible stain on his reputation. The merchant offered to receive a handsome reward from him on his return to the city. The merchant explained that he and a colleague work with magical items, and so the adventurers are bound to find something for themselves. Aragon agreed and stated that it sounded pretty good, and Ryuji suggested that they pack up back home. It also became obvious that it would not be possible to take out the entire warehouse of brigands at one time. The young wizard explained that he could put all the items in his magic storage and they would sort through all the items later. Everyone unanimously approved of such a suggestion because it solved the problem of transport. Spurbia asked if he could take one of the swords right now, for his blade was too worn out during the battle. Ryuji was fine with that and suggested that he pack quickly. Meanwhile, many kilometers away from the brigands' cave, the members of the Sizzling Flame team decided to spend the night with Seth deep in the forest, so unable to find the treants that were the main task this time. MANHWA was frustrated, for in 3 days of traveling they still couldn't find a single treant in the forest. Solman reminded her that these rare creatures are very difficult to spot as they are very cautious. Trent was a rank D monster. It was a tree-like monster using its roots to move. However, they are almost impossible to detect if they stand still. And unfortunately, even though Seth has the best senses, detecting Trents is not very easy because they can disguise themselves perfectly. Milna was not worried about this and believed that her team would be able to find at least one of the necessary creatures. The team leader reminded Eclair how the last time they had a similar quest, they were still able to complete it in the end. Eclair remembered, of course, that quest to find water creatures. Eclair admitted that during the last quest she had thought at one point that she would even die because she was so scared that she sometimes wanted to run away. Milna Misha laughed at her friend's words and stated that she was also in a panic and thought it was necessary to escape. But suddenly the calm conversation stopped after Seth anxiously started flapping his wings and pointing in some direction. Milna instantly ordered to line up in battle order and prepare for battle. It looked like the treants had come out to greet them, and it would be better if it happened in daylight, and quite possibly they are one of the most sudden monsters. The Griffon instantly attacked the monsters with its fiery breath, and Solnan said that he had managed to count 6 treants and it looked like there was a rare type of monster among them. The darkest member of the tree race was behind and it might have poisonous effects. Solnan admitted that he didn't expect to encounter such a rare type of monster at all, and rumors would soon spread that the number of types of creatures discovered was constantly increasing. After that, rumors would spread confirming the increase in danger and panic would probably set in. But Seth was certainly not going to back down and continued to attack the advancing slow monsters. The main advantage of the Griffin was that it could fly up and attack from above, which is exactly what Seth did as he poured fire on the treants. Milna, on the other hand, attacked with her blade and desperately chopped down the tree tentacles. The whole team of adventurers fought very coherently, and the fact that they had been operating together for a very long time was telling. And the extra help from the Griffin gave confidence and strength in this battle. As it turned out, Seth was able to attack effectively not only thanks to fire magic, but also his powerful beak could perfectly cope with the woody bodies of monsters. It was at this point, after destroying the most important opponent of the Dark Treant, that the Griffin was able to learn the new skill Poison Bite of the first level. Toward morning, Ryuji and his team were already approaching the city of Gilm, but the chief examiner Gran wondered if he could be heard well and promised to start explaining the next steps. It was important for the adventurers to understand exactly what would happen after they returned to the city. The chief examiner explained that when they returned to the city the team would be disbanded and everyone would be rewarded for this task according to their contribution to the overall result. After that, he would like all the adventurers to once again gather together in the guild conference room tomorrow at noon, and then he would officially announce the results of the exam. Escola inquired about what exactly they would do with the treasures they had found. Gran replied that he personally did not mind at all if the adventurer team resolved the issue among themselves. Escola suggested that the whole team discuss the matter after the squad had been disbanded. The chief examiner then advised that the matter should be handled in the guild's conference room, as it would be more convenient. Gran explained that it wouldn't be good if the adventurers created a ruckus near the guild. Ryuji thought at that moment why everyone else was looking at him so questioningly. Spurbia noticed that their team members understood each other much better after completing a joint task. Although at first they wouldn't be able to sleep well because of the nightmares that would haunt them at night after their first kill. Ryuji agreed and explained that after sharing their memories and impressions of the night before, the adventurers would become much closer to each other. Spurbia admitted that he had been able to learn a lot from Ryuji on this journey, although he had previously considered himself quite strong, but now it was clear to him that it was much more effective to work as a team. The young wizard only smiled in response and explained that he hadn't really done anything special. As usual, Ryuji was greeted at the guild by two cheerful girls. The young wizard explained that he had come to collect his reward, and Lenore asked for the guild map for the time being. But Kenny tried to interrupt her friend and reminded her that she was the one who wanted to do it. But Lenore was not about to back down and pointed out to her friend that she had completely different tasks. In the end, Lenore praised all the adventurers for a task well done, and Kenny decided not to miss her chance and invited the young wizard to celebrate the event together. The elven Relma immediately noticed that Ryuji was very popular in the guild. Kirat joked that if she wasn't careful, she might also face such a problem and fall under Ryuji's charm. But the young wizard decided to justify himself and explain that he was only being invited to eat together and that there was no question of falling in love. But the girls were hard to fool in this topic, and everyone of course realized how things really were. Spervia was truly jealous of Ryuji, for he too wanted to be surrounded by female attention. As a result, the adventurers faced a problem and had to decide how exactly to divide the trophies they had received. Ryuji reminded them that it was best to divide all the spoils into 6 equal parts, and if anyone had their own preferences, they could express them. The young wizard himself stated that getting some weapons would be enough for him. Escola wished to receive potions and magic items. Erogan of course wanted money, the elf Rilma asked for jewelry, and Spervia chose to get some magnificent armor. But in the end, Kurath resented Erogan's choice, for he always, in her opinion, chooses money, and should be like everyone else taking weapons or armor or something like that. But Erogan was not going to back down from his decision and advised the thief to take more weapons, armor or other items herself. Ryuji hastened to calm the adventurers and reminded them that now was not the time to quarrel and find out about the relationship at all. The young wizard decided to take 5 daggers and 10 copies for himself, unless of course no one had any objections. Spervia wondered at Ryuji's choice and whether he was right in his choice. After all, why would he take the spears when he had a scythe and would be better off taking something else for a spare weapon? But the young wizard explained that he had considered throwing spears as long-range weapons. Ryuji then explained that he had already decided everything for himself and now it was up to everyone else to divide the spoils amongst themselves. The adventurers stopped arguing for a while, and the young wizard said goodbye until tomorrow when they would meet in the conference room. Lenore was surprised that Ryuji had managed and returned from the conference room so quickly. The young wizard explained that he still had some important things to do, and the other adventurers would argue for a long time and perhaps solve their problems later. Ryuji thanked Lenore for her help and promised to meet tomorrow. Lenore decided that Ryuji was in such a hurry because he wanted to see his friend Seth, as they were rarely apart and probably missed his hand Griffin. The young wizard was indeed in a hurry to visit his flying friend, and on the way he bought him some flavorsome roast meat. Seth was also happy to see his creator and bowed his head in a friendly manner. The young adventurer decided to dedicate this evening to his friend, and they began to dine together, eating the delicious meat with gusto. The next day, Ryuji returned to the Adventurer Guild, much to the delight of Kenny, who had not given up hope of mutual feelings. But the young wizard explained that he had only come to the guild to find out the results of yesterday's exam. Kenny, smiling as broadly as possible, suggested that her favorite adventurer head to the conference room where the meeting would be held. In the conference room, Ryuji had already met the members of his team. Erogan and Kirat were still arguing like yesterday, and even though the chief examiner had asked them not to quarrel yesterday, they still couldn't settle down. And it's unlikely that anyone will be able to calm them down at all until they solve their own problems amongst themselves. Escola, who usually tries to mediate between the arguments at the moment, was engrossed in a book and completely oblivious to what was going on around him. As it turned out, it was a book about magic, and Escola bought it in the morning and decided to learn new knowledge as quickly as possible. Kirat explained that the book was apparently related to Esther Knoll, a famous magician and alchemist who had created many discoveries in the science of magic. Esther Knoll was one of the members of Zebail's group of alchemists, and most of the magical abilities and items at Ryuji's disposal were created by this person. Soon, the chief examiner also appeared and immediately greeted the adventurers. Gran then solemnly congratulated everyone present for successfully completing the exam, and now everyone would deservedly receive the D rank. Such a message caused the adventurers to rejoice, for everyone had done a great job in order to receive the D rank. The chief examiner then explained that no matter what, one should not forget how dangerous this exam had been. And now he was ready to give everyone a characterization depending on their actions during the task. Also, all the adventurers would receive advice and explanations that would make it clear what the adventurers would have to perform in their new status. Gran then admitted that in the future, he would love to see everyone present progress and gain new experiences. After the conversation, the chief examiner asked Ryuji to linger as they had a lot to discuss together. Left alone, Ryuji asked what exactly Gran wanted to discuss with him and why only him. The guild's chief examiner explained that while most adventurers get quests by choosing them on the notice board, there are still some quests that are different from them. Among those quests, there is one quest with a candidate's choice, and as it could be understood at once, on such a quest specially select the executor, and therefore the complexity of this task is very high, and usually such tasks are carried out confidentially. It all depends on the circumstances that the client declares, and the guild is obliged to fulfill his requirements. Gran then stated that Ryuji had been chosen for such an important assignment because his personal qualities were perfect for the job. The young wizard was surprised at such an unexpected suggestion and asked why him, since he had just reached rank D. Gran agreed with Ryuji's remark, but also explained that it would be no secret that most adventurers who could see Ryuji continued to consider him too young. And yet at the same time, Ryuji was able to destroy the Orc King, a terrible monster of rank B. In addition, the young wizard was able to tame a griffin, which is a monster of rank A. As a result, based on even just Ryuji's abilities, one can conclude that he is not exactly an ordinary adventurer of rank D. In other words, an unusual D rank adventurer is needed for this important task. Especially this special request came directly from one of the heads of this city. Ryuji was surprised that he was able to interest some noble lord. The chief examiner explained that the person ordering this task was the mayor of the city, Guild Count Dasker. The young wizard of course realized that this was a very influential person in the city and that he should treat such offers with great caution. Gran explained that in fact Count Durex had been keeping an eye on Ryuji's progress for a long time, and even the rank promotion exam had been constructed in strict accordance with the Count's order. Ryuji asked that does the mayor of the city want to tie him down and make him a tame adventurer. The chief examiner replied that unfortunately he did not know the answer to this question and no one could foresee the Count's thoughts. But in any case, among the noblemen of this city, Derx holds the highest position and a close acquaintance with him may be of benefit. Gran stated that he was only a simple guild servant and it was not in his power to understand the intention of such high-ranking people as the Count. Yet despite that, one thing was obvious, that Lord Derx had sincere faith in Ryuji's abilities. The chief examiner then asked the wizard if he knew of the 3 different factions into which the noble people of this city are divided. Ryuji replied that he had studied these matters in the library. The most important faction is of course the royal faction. There is also a nobles faction and there is also a neutral faction. The neutral faction is considered the weakest of them all, and although Count Derx is a member of it, he is considered an important person in the other factions as well. In other words, we can say that losing the influence of Gilm City will mean weakening the influence power of the neutral faction, and this is not a good development. Gran then explained that of course this was all just his theory and so Ryuji shouldn't worry about such things, and since they had diverted from the main topic of conversation, they should get back to the details of the assigned task. Gran said that next week the only daughter of Duke Kerbal, the central figure of the nobles faction, would be arriving in the city of Gilm with her escort. And as far as rumors go, no dispute of understanding is expected around them at this time. The young wizard asked why then the nobleman's daughter would travel all this long way to meet Count Derx. Gran explained that most likely this girl was coming here for the sake of the dungeon and she was going to personally explore the dangerous places, because despite her aristocratic status, to call this girl an elegant princess is quite impossible. In fact, this girl is known as Princess General, and if she were to register with the Adventurer Guild, she could become a rank B or even rank A adventurer at once. As recently as 2 years ago, this strong girl had joined the only squad of knights in the battle against the Vestia Empire. Rumor has it that in the final moments of the battle, the princess slew all the generals of the enemy army single-handedly. The Vestia Empire is the only state bordering the kingdom of Milena known as the strongest on the continent. Compared to the Milena kingdom, the strongest in the rest of the continent, Vestia's strength is far superior. Moreover, under the banner of expansion policy, the Vestia Empire is gradually taking control of smaller neighboring states. The name of the Princess General had spread throughout the Milan kingdom as a name to strike fear into even the Vestia Empire. Ryuji was surprised by such a story, and Rang explained that going back to their original topic, in fact the main reasons are unknown. All that is clear is that the Princess General accompanied by her entourage is coming to explore a dangerous dungeon. That is why Count Derx received a special assignment from Duke and Ryuji was chosen to carry it out. But the young wizard stated that it doesn't have to be him at all. After all, he is still a newcomer to the Adventurer Guild and it would be more logical to choose an experienced adventurer of rank or B. The chief examiner admitted that he really didn't know all the details and it seemed like they couldn't choose anyone above rank C. Ryuji replied that it all sounded very suspicious and he didn't really like it. Gran agreed with the wizard's words but also reminded him that the difference in influence between the neutral faction and the nobles faction was very high. And if they act carelessly, the neutral faction will be backed into a corner and lose even more of their influence. Moreover, the difference between the position of Earl Derx and Duke is too great, and that's why the Earl had no choice and had to accept such an unusual request. and if the Princess General were to die in the Count's territory due to some circumstances, it would be difficult to even imagine the dire consequences. Ryuji clarified something to himself and assessed the degree of confidence in his abilities since he had been chosen for such a responsible job on which the very life of the Count depended. The chief examiner suggested starting with the fact that the princess was called a general, and this indicated her immense power. Therefore, Ryuji's presence is necessary for emergencies that may happen in the dungeon. Especially, he has his own griffin and his aides who has an incredible ability to destroy enemies. Ryuji asked if he would really be able to take Seth with him to the dungeon, because it was unknown whether the griffin would have enough room to fight in a confined space. Gran explained that it wouldn't be a problem, because after all, there are a lot of monsters roaming the dungeon that are much larger than the griffin. And the dungeon itself was known to be colossal in size, so there wouldn't be any inconvenience with the confined space. Ryuji rejoiced, for together with Seth he is much calmer and safer. The chief examiner then asked if Ryuji was ready to take on this demanding task. Such a ridiculous question surprised the young wizard, and he asked if he had any chance of refusing the tempting offer of the ruling power. But Gran nodded his head in the negative, which once again confirmed the assumption of the young wizard. Gran promised to give details about the upcoming task later, and then suggested the young wizard to rest and prepare in the meantime. The chief examiner also advised Ryuji not to take any other assignments until next week, for he must not be allowed to get into any trouble. After all, Ryuji's actions will determine the fate of Gilm and of course the safety of the aristocrat duke's daughter. Ryuji has long since realized the difficulties to be faced and has asked what the reward for such a special assignment will be. The chief examiner's answer incredibly surprised Ryuji, for the reward for successfully completing the mission was 2 light gold coins. Gran explained that usually only a rank adventurers could receive such a huge reward, and it once again proved that this mission was incredibly important to everyone. Kenny had been waiting downstairs for a long time for Ryuji's return from the conference room and wondered if he was alright. The young wizard of course did not reveal the true reason for his visit and said that they had been discussing the details of the last exam, as it was the first time he had been in the role of team leader. Kenny suggested that he should think about joining a team, because with the increase in personal rank the difficulty of the quests would now increase significantly. But Lenore immediately asked her friend not to give her silly advice, because Ryuji could figure out exactly how to proceed. But Kenny didn't listen to her friend and said that it was normal to interact with a team of adventurers, because that would increase the chance of a positive outcome. But Lenore explained that they, as guild employees, should not be interested in the lives of adventurers, much less give them advice. The girls began to argue again, and Kenny as usual called her friend a terrible bore, and then stated that that was why people said of her that her body was so coarse that there was not a hint of a real woman's form in her. Lenore could not stand such rudeness and demanded an explanation as to which people were saying such things about her. Kenny, of course, could not answer this question, for it was all just a figment of her imagination. Ryuji decided not to linger in the guild and left as soon as possible, so as not to be a witness and an irritant to the 2 girls' quarrel. Kenny again offered to have a drink together, but Lenore reminded her friend that she was currently at work and couldn't go anywhere. Afterwards, the young wizard went to the hotel where his former teammates were waiting for him. Ryuji was surprised to see everyone together and wondered why they were gathered here waiting for him. The elf Relma explained that they were celebrating their successes and it would be wonderful if Ryuji could join them. Relma stated that they had been waiting for Ryuji for a long time, and so he should, as the leader of the team, make an important toast. With that, the elfess quickly filled a mug with cold beer and handed it to the wizard. Ryuji raised the mug high and congratulated all his friends on passing the exam, and then admitted that he was very proud of each of them, because they were all able to achieve a positive result and increase their rank. The toast pleased the adventurers and everyone quickly struck their mugs. A discussion of future plans and various remarks about the assignments followed. Through these conversations, Ryuji learnt that Kurat had decided to team up with the swordsman Erogen, and it was truly amazing news. The young wizard asked how this could even happen, as they were constantly arguing and it seemed as if there was real animosity between them. Escola explained that while the 2 of them were arguing about the reward, they had somehow picked up on each other's similarities and were eventually able to come to an agreement. Spurvia asked that didn't Escola have the same rapport with Kurat, since they had worked together perfectly during the assignment. Escola explained that when it was just the 2 of them, they were just a mage and a thief, and at some points they lacked physical strength. And so it is wonderful that a warrior like Erogen decided to join them and strengthen their overall team. The elven Relma wondered if the 3 of them would be able to interact now, but Escola replied that he was confident of success. Kuroth was also positive, and then asked the others what they intended to do in the future. After all, they have Spurvia Warrior for close combat. Ryuji can easily perform versatile tasks during battle, use battle magic, and fight in hand-to-hand combat. And Relma can use spirit magic to help and support the whole team, and a combination of such adventurers would be perfect. Spurvia agreed that such an idea sounded very good and he would gladly agree to lead such a team. Although it was unlikely that he would be able to last more than 5 minutes against Ryuji, if he did, he could consider it a personal success. The elven Relma admitted that she hadn't even considered such a prospect, but Ryuji replied without hesitation that it was impossible at the moment, as he had already taken an important assignment and so forming a team right now would be quite difficult. After all, even though he had just reached rank D, the guild leadership had suddenly assigned him a task with the selection of a candidate. All the adventurers immediately realized that this was why the young wizard was alone with the chief examiner. Spurvia stated that this was not surprising, because Ryuji's incredible strength would allow him to complete any task no matter how difficult it was. The young wizard then admitted that while he had been the leader of the team during the exam, he had come to the conclusion that he was not suited for teamwork, at least not as a leader. The thief Kurat agreed with this assumption of Ryuji's, as his strength allows him to work alone, although perhaps such a decision is too hasty. Ryuji thanked the girl for showing concern, but then reminded her that he already had a griffin partner, Seth, and at this point they were quite comfortable operating alone. At the same time, the young wizard of course realized that given his secret about magical beasts, and the situation with the magic stones, working alone was the only way out for him. Just at that moment, there was a strange noise and someone started calling out to Ryuji. As it turned out, it was Solnan and Eclair, who rushed to congratulate Ryuji on his promotion. The young adventurer in turn thanked Solnan and Eclair for looking after the griffin while he was out of town. But the adventurers themselves were glad to have the help of the griffin, for thanks to him they were able to complete a dangerous task. Then Solnan and Eclair decided to join the feast and had to set up extra chairs. Solnan praised Ryuji for successfully completing the exam and suggested that at this rate he would soon reach the higher ranks. Meanwhile, Eclair ordered 2 mugs of cold beer and an appetizer, and Kurat took an interest in her new acquaintances. Ryuji introduced his friends from the Sizzling Flame team and told how they met during a battle against an orc settlement. The young wizard then wondered why Mylna wasn't with them, since usually the TNI are always all together. Solnan explained that at the moment the leader of their team had gone to say goodbye to the griffin. She had learnt of Ryuji's return yesterday and was a little sad that she would have to part with Seth. Ryuji decided that this is a normal reaction for the girl. After all, she is very much attached to the griffin and so later they will definitely talk to Mylna. Then the adventurers continued to celebrate the successful completion of the exam and unexpectedly for all the mage Solnan promised to pay for the festive table. Solnan explained that, thanks to Seth, they had been able to deal easily with the resulting fair reward so they could afford to have a little fun. At the same time, Solnan explained to his partner Eclair that she would pay her own bill. Meanwhile, at Count Dasker's palace, an assistant decided to bother his master. The faithful servant reported that the servant of Duke's daughter, Helena Carbella, had already arrived at the palace. Dasker did not expect such a quick visit, but still invited the guest into his study. A young man in fine expensive armor entered the room and stated that he was honored to meet Count Dasker. The knight then explained that he was a loyal servant of Helena and his name was Chaos. The upcoming assignment of escorting the Princess General to the dungeon kept Ryuji's mind at ease, so he decided to study the textbook on how to prepare for dungeon capture, and in the process of studying it he realized that the adventurer class of a thief was the right class for such a task. And it was hoped that in the retinue of the princess there would be at least one such specialist. Languid waiting and theoretical training bored the young wizard and he decided to take a break. Ryuji went to his flying friend and found Mylna together with Seth. Ryuji asked the girl that she didn't have any assignments today. Mylna explained that it was her day off and asked what Ryuji was going to do. The young adventurer explained that he just wanted to walk to the guild's training grounds to stretch his legs a bit and suggested the adventurer hang out with Seth if she wanted to, of course. Judging from the griffin's reaction, he was happy to be with the girl, but Mylna asked for permission to join Ryuji and go for a walk together because besides, she really wanted to fight in a training battle with Ryuji. Mylna promised the griffin to play with him a little later and soon they were at the training ground. At this very time, Ryuji's former partners with whom he had overcome the exam also came here. Ryuji introduced his friends to Mylna and explained, Team Leader Sizzling Flame. Kurat was delighted at this introduction and confessed that she had heard a lot about the famous young girl who led the C-rank team. Mylna introduced herself to her new friends and asked that apparently they all thought she was Ryuji's friend. Then Mylna said that they were going to have a training sparring session and would not mind if they had an audience, because it was more interesting to fight. Under the blazing sun, Ryuji and Mylna prepared for battle by drawing their weapons, and then they attacked almost simultaneously. Mylna was a very agile adventurer and was skilled in delivering powerful blows with her blade while dodging the scythe of death. Mylna assessed her opponent's abilities and declared that Ryuji's skill was far superior to that of a D-rank adventurer. That said, the brave adventurer promised not to let Ryoji's reputation be written down in front of others. Ryoji only smiled in response and asked if MANHWA was the kind of person who worried about such silly things. But still, after a few lightning attacks, MANHWA was unable to anticipate all of Ryoji's movements, and the young wizard was able to disarm the girl thanks to his magic weapon. MANHWA regretfully admitted her defeat and thanked for the duel. Wiping the sweat from her forehead, MANHWA said that it had been a great training and then offered her new acquaintances to fight Ryoji as they could gain valuable experience. Isekai'd immediately refused such an idea and explained that she didn't want to experience Ryoji's strength at all. But MANHWA explained that in such a case, it was not at all necessary to fight one-on-one, and they could all three of them experience Ryoji's abilities. After all, thanks to that, it was possible to have a good training session together. Ryoji liked this idea and the wizard expressed confidence that he could handle 3 opponents at once. Isekai'd felt the excitement of the upcoming battle and asked Ryoji if he felt too arrogant. After all, there would be 3 of them all. MANHWA stated that she would gladly be the judge of this fight and asked all participants to avoid lethal outcomes. Ryoji decided not to let his opponents use their advantage and was the first to attack. Aragorn tried to block the wizard's blow, but he failed. Isekai'd assessed the situation and ordered Isekai'd to stay back. The thief Isekai'd jumped high and decided to pounce on his opponent from above, but Ryoji anticipated this possibility and easily blocked the attack. At this point, Isekai'd attempted to attack Ryoji with an air strike, but the young wizard, thanks to his magic shield, safely blocked this blow and in a few seconds was next to Isekai'd. Ryoji's victory was absolute. A few days after this event, a guild messenger entered Ryoji's room and explained that it was time for Ryoji to go on a mission with an appointment. Ryoji decided after some thought that he didn't need to take Seth's faithful griffin with him, but he would have to warn him that he was leaving. Ryoji asked the guild messenger to give him some time to pack properly. The guild man agreed and promised to wait for the wizard outside. Soon after quickly packing and saying goodbye to the griffin, Ryoji found himself in the palace of the ruler of the city, Count Dasker, and was looking at the rich rooms with interest. Count Dasker greeted the young adventurer and thanked him for his visit, then offered to relax and listen to him. But Ryoji immediately felt the unpleasant gaze of the young knight who was also present in the room. Count Dasker noticed the mutual dislike of the young men and asked Isekai'd to stop looking so murderously at the man he had chosen for this important task. The servant of Princess Alina immediately apologized, but then admitted that he didn't quite understand the Count's choice, for it would have been more logical to choose an adventurer of their level rather than a commoner. But Ryoji only laughed in response to such words. The wizard's laughter made the knight furious. Isekai'd immediately called Ryoji a foolish redneck, and then said that he could not trust such a person, for he could hardly have the right skills for such a serious task. Princess Helena's loyal servant demanded that he be allowed to test the adventurer's skills in a trial battle. Dasker reminded Isekai'd that the man's name was Ryoji and advised the knight to behave more calmly in the presence of his guest. Count Dasker then explained to Ryoji that this fiery knight was directly related to the task they were here for, and Isekai'd certainly doesn't know Ryoji's true abilities, and so it would be a good idea to demonstrate them in a training match. Before the start of the duel, Count Dasker asked to take note that any attacks that could result in fatal injuries are strictly forbidden. Dasker asked Isekai'd why he chose to fight with a sword, since he usually specializes in fighting with spears. The daring knight explained that he only needed a spear to protect others, and using his fine spear to harass some commoner would be unnecessary. Ryoji responded to the insolence and promised the knight that he would surely feel on his own skin what the punishment for arrogance would be. Isekai'd in turn promised to demonstrate the strength of a true aristocrat, which would surely stun a plebeian like Ryoji. Count Dasker decided not to waste any unnecessary time, and noticing that the opponents were ready, announced the start of the fight. The two young rivals simultaneously launched an attack, and in the first seconds of the battle it was not clear which of them had seized the initiative. Isekai'd swung his sword desperately while Ryoji easily fought back with his death scythe. With a few deft moves, the young wizard was able to land crushing blows on the knight, from which Isekai'd bounced aside. The loyal servant of the princess had not expected such a thing, for Ryoji's strength had shaken him. At the same time, Isekai'd's self-confidence disappeared, and he feverishly began to think of ways to counter Ryoji. But the young wizard was also impressed by his opponent's abilities, for he had failed to wound the impudent knight with his deadly scythe. And it became apparent that Isekai'd might be holding a magical sword, and that his armor offered incredible protection. Ryoji then decided to keep up the pace and not give his opponent a chance to rest. The wizard rushed into another attack that made Isekai'd's legs shake with fear. Princess Alina's loyal servant could not believe what was happening to him. Isekai'd refused to perceive his fear, for he had never experienced anything like this before. Yet gathering his strength, the knight tried to counterattack the annoying commoner. But all attempts to hit Ryoji were to no avail. Isekai'd was puzzled and couldn't understand how this adventurer managed to dodge so many attacks, even though he didn't use his spear, and it didn't look at all like a D-rank Ryuji. In the end, Chaos decided to use his strongest and fastest attack to immediately end this tedious fight, and then he would finally show the superiority of an aristocrat over a pathetic dweller from the lower ranks of society. But the Princess Defender's swift attack was easily blocked by the Scythe of Death, and Ryuji could have destroyed his opponent at that moment. But suddenly there was an order from Count Daxter to stop the fight immediately. Then the agitated Gaemon demanded favors to immediately call for a healer, for Chaos' condition was worrisome. The illustrious knight was indeed in unbearable pain, and Daxter asked to bear with him for a little while, for the healer would be here soon. But Chaos declared that he did not need a healer, for he was capable of curing himself. The wounded knight used water magic and applied blue healing, which instantly began to heal his wound. After a few minutes, Chaos was able to fully recover his strength and heal his wound. The young knight then stated that he had made himself look inappropriate in front of the count, but now felt quite well. Dusker admitted that he didn't even expect Chaos to have water magic recovery and that it was a great ability. Chaos explained that for a member of the princess retinue, such knowledge was indispensable. The count then asked the knight if he was satisfied with the duel, because now he could realize how strong Ryuji was. Ryuji then reminded the count that it was too late and he would like to know the details of the mission, as he was only a D-rank adventurer and needed to prepare himself. The young wizard explained that he had been summoned here for a mission. Since he grew up in the mountains, he is not familiar with the norms of social decorum and is therefore ready to apologize for his rudeness towards the nobleman. Count Dasker advised the adventurer not to worry and to just sit down and not worry about anything. The count explained that he too was a very busy man, and so it was time for them to start negotiating the details of the mission. The count then reiterated once again that he was the ruler and lord of the city of Gil, and his guest Chaos Brashen is the leader of Princess Alina's knight retinue, so the first and important detail of the mission is that they will have to interact. Chaos explained to the adventurer that the purpose of the assignment was quite simple, and he would have to escort Duke Carible's daughter right up to the heirloom altar in some of the lowest level dungeons. Ryuji inquired as to what the heirloom altar even was, and since Ryuji was recommended by the count himself, he should behave much more respectfully with the aristocrats. Therefore, it is necessary to keep his mouth shut during the task and just do his job. Chaos explained that it was only because of Count Dusker that Ryuji would be honored to accompany the princess, even though he was from his own background. Therefore, there was no need to do anything extra, and it would be enough to obey orders unquestioningly and follow the main forces of the princess retinue. Count Dasker pointed out to Chaos that he was talking too much and reminded him that it was Duke Caribel who had asked that this task be offered to Ryuji. Chaos resented this decision and suggested that some adventurer of noble birth be chosen for the task. But Dusker explained that his city was too far from the capital and there were almost no noble families strong enough for such a task. And so he, as the leader of the noble faction, believes that Ryuji is the perfect choice for such an assignment. The count then reminded him that the most important thing for an adventurer is his strength, not his origin. And wasn't the strength that Ryuji showed not enough? Because this adventurer even had his own monster, a griffin of rank, so it was foolish to refuse the help of such a strong adventurer. Chaos found no more arguments to contradict the count as well and agreed with his decision. The princess knight then ordered Ryuji to come to the main gate by 9 o'clock tomorrow morning with his griffin. But in doing so, he must promise to behave decently in front of Princess Alina herself. After that, Chaos explained that he needed to seclude himself and prepare for the arrival of Princess Alina. After leaving the room, the princess's chief knight continued to resent him and was completely unwilling to cooperate together with some stupid commoner, even though he was strong. Also, Chaos was sure, based on rumors and reports from his subordinates, that Count Dasker would want to take a chance and weaken the influence of the nobility faction. And so he and especially his protege Ryuji could in no way be trusted. Chaos' relative explained before his departure that in the end Count Dasker would not succeed, and so for the sake of safety, they would allow a D-rank adventurer to be invited and no more, for this way they would feel more at ease. But now Chaos was taking the rumors even more seriously, because the combat skills of the invited adventurer were much higher than D-rank, and it would not be surprising that Ryuji actually had an A rank, and he also had his own griffin, which was bad news. So when Princess Alina arrives, one will need to keep a very close eye on this commoner. Meanwhile, Count Dasker was explaining to the young wizard that D-rank adventurers' meetings would soon become commonplace and one should gradually get used to it and find common ground amongst themselves. Ryuji thanked the count for the information and promised to take it into consideration. But Dusker insisted on remembering it once and for all because it was very important for future events. The ruler of the city then suggested to return to the main topic and explain that the reason why all these aristocrats are leaving the royal capital and heading here is because of the heirloom altar. But he himself doesn't quite understand what exactly the value of it all is. And the main problem is that this altar is located in one of the lowest level dungeons. In other words, to put it another way, Ryuji will have to accompany the princess through the other floors of the dungeon to finally reach this heirloom altar. Dusker wondered if Ryuji knew anything about dungeons at all. The young wizard did not deceive the count and confessed that all his knowledge fit into an ordinary textbook. And as far as he understands, a dungeon is a labyrinth that radiates magical energy from its very heart. And monsters that draw their power from this source become bosses, and until such monsters are defeated, the dungeon itself continues to expand. But once the main boss is destroyed, the dungeon expansion stops, and eventually, when the magic heart is destroyed, the entire dungeon collapses. However, the magical heart is usually not touched, as many resources and rare items can be found in the dungeon. Count Dusker explained that as far as he knew right now, the dungeon boss still hadn't been defeated. And even with the existence of him alone, exploring the dungeon becomes incredibly dangerous. That was why Ryuji had received his assignment to escort the princess. Ryuji asked if he could get a detailed map of the dungeon, but the count explained it would be impossible for lower levels, and for higher levels, there was no point in using a map. Therefore, it was best to trust your eyes. Dusker stated that he was really counting on Ryuji's ability because a lot depended on it. After all, to be honest, the very essence of the assignment is rather vague, because along with the princess, there will only be a small retinue of knights and just one D rank adventurer, and so there's most likely the possibility that someone is running their own secret game, although it all looks rather clumsy to be some sort of cunning ploy. The count explained that perhaps they might just want to stage and kill a princess in his lands and then blame it on. Ryuji agreed with this assumption, for then why require the presence of a weaker adventurer in the mission, for they could have prepared and assembled a very powerful squad to explore the dungeon. Count Dusker admitted that he suspected Duke of playing a cunning game to make him a scapegoat, and so in this situation, Ryuji is the only one who can be relied upon. The count stated that since he can't change the way the noble faction gets to his city, he would like this mission to go well without any problems and the princess would eventually return to her home unharmed. But in the meantime, on her way to the city of Gilm, Princess Alina is attacked by several bands of ferocious orcs. But the brave Princess General was not at all afraid of the dangerous monsters and decided to take the life of the pathetic brat who dared to disturb the royalty. Princess Alina had a fine outfit worthy of royalty. The golden robe gave her the ability to anticipate danger. The engraved illusory sword Mnut was a magical weapon made from an extremely rare material and forged by a master craftsman with exceptional skills. The Slipnir's boots could be used to take a few steps through the air. Meanwhile, the magic pendant created a magical protection around the princess, and the wind-blessed armor increased Alina's speed and gave her the ability to catch gusts of wind. The princess was fully confident in her strength even in front of a whole crowd of ferocious orcs and was eager to destroy as many monsters as possible. The brave princess decided to show all her strength and declared that she would never agree to bow down to someone weaker than her, so now the vile orcs will go to the underworld. The warriors from the knightly consideration who were watching their mistress fight were not worried about her at all. Arla Scarly said that she didn't expect any other behavior from Princess Helena, while Velceres only chuckled and said that it looked so horrible and yet beautiful at the same time. The knights decided that most likely these orcs that met their path were refugees from the destroyed monster settlement near the city of Gilm. Arla praised her partner for being so informed about a minor incident on the outskirts of the kingdom, to which Vel reminded her that it was only his job. Arla surmised that everything was heading towards the city of Gilm becoming the centerpiece of the neutral faction. And if that was indeed the case, they would have to be wary, for they would have to protect Princess Alina from possible dangers. But Velceres reminded his partner that Alina was far stronger than all of them put together, so their existence as the princess's personal bodyguards was meaningless in itself. Arla took umbrage at such a flippant statement from her partner and only snorted back at him. Vel then remarked that the battle was already ending and would soon need to collect the magic stones. Arla asked her colleague that did he really think there was such a need to collect the magic stones of the unfortunate orcs. But Vel explained that if they sold at least some of those stones in Gilm, they would look much friendlier to the locals, and they wouldn't even need to show proof of their victory to do so, for the magic stones speak for themselves. Then Vel remembered that they were not registered in Gilma and would need to do so when they arrived in the city, unless of course they planned to sell the magic stones, because unfortunately such are rules in the kingdom. Princess Alina was outraged at the sudden encounter with a group of orcs in the middle of a white day, for she had expected to see some sort of border-safe zone, which as it turned out was completely non-existent. Arla noticed her mistress' soiled and sweaty face and hurriedly handed her a snow-white handkerchief. The princess then reminded that the destination of their journey was near and her faithful knights should bear with their mistress a little longer, after which Helena asked if they could continue on their way. Vel replied without hesitation that there was no reason to delay, and fortunately the wagon had not been damaged in the orc attack. The princess's carriage looked like an ordinary carriage from the outside, but it was actually a high-class magic item that only a few existed in the world. This carriage had an invisibility effect that allowed it to move without being seen. In addition, spatial magic was used in the making of this carriage, so the inside of the carriage was so large that it could hold an incredible amount of massive items. And since the correction itself is made with magic, of course it is incredibly sturdy and no weapon is able to even scratch it. In addition to all this, the carriage can recognize hostility and increase the strength of the horses pulling it. And perhaps it would be right to call such a carriage a traveling fortress. Duke Caribal invited the best alchemists from Ozos, the city of the world's leading wizards, to create a magical item that includes all of the above-mentioned functions. And all this was done with only one purpose: to protect his beloved daughter. The magical city of Ozos is a state located in the central region of the continent. It is known throughout the continent for having some of the best magic schools in the world. This city maintains its independence from neighboring countries thanks to its powerful wizards. Ozos is also known for exporting high-quality magical items created by the alchemists who reside and create in this magical paradise. During the tea party, Arla worried about how Chaos was feeling now. Princess Alina did not immediately realize what she was talking about, and Arla explained that when dealing with noble people, Chaos is very polite, but when it comes to ordinary people, he shows a lack of discipline. Moreover, the city of Gilm has not joined the faction of nobles that Madam Princess belongs to, and since this city is a neutral city, one would like to avoid any misunderstandings. But Alina recalled that her father is the central figure of the noble faction, and she has said 1,000 times that this does not make her herself part of the noble faction or any other organization of aristocrats. Alina admitted that it was very tedious and boring with all these noble people. Arla laughed at the princess's words and reminded her mistress despite this she continues to act like a real noble lady, and this adds credibility to her words. Helena explained that she is well aware of her duties as a noble lady because she lives off the taxes of the citizens of her country, and so she would not hesitate to give her life for the defense of the people, but she is not at all interested in political struggles and all this power which only tires her. Arla explained that princess status alone is the symbol of the noble faction and there is no escaping it. But Alina joked back, explaining that in fact she always perceived her nickname Princess General to be nothing more than a ridiculous nickname. But Arla disagreed and reminded her that the name Princess General ran throughout the noble faction not only in the kingdom of Milena, but even in the neighboring states, and there is not a single person who has never heard of the famous and fearless Princess General. Helena asked to stop saying such pathos to her and offered to remind her of her future schedule. Arla stated that on arrival in the city of Gilm they would definitely meet Count Dasker and stay overnight at his estate, and the next day, as planned, their expedition into the dungeon would begin. The princess confessed that she had never thought of being able to discover something like the hereditary altar. Arla replied that she had not expected such a journey either, and it was a very good thing that they had not yet realized the true value of this magical artifact in Gilm. The princess reminded that the biggest problem at the moment was whether they would be able to get safely to the altar, and even when they get there, it was unknown for sure whether they would need a first-class thief. Though it doesn't matter at all how experienced and trained the thief turns out to be, since this will be his first trip into such a dungeon. Arla asked the princess not to worry, for at any speed as she was assured everything would be fine and they would surely manage this demanding task. Then Alina remembered the forthcoming meeting with the adventurer and asked if it was possible that such a person would be stronger than she was. Arla advised the princess to act prudently and to refrain from saying that she was supposedly entrusting her life to those who were actually weaker than herself. The princess promised not to add trouble to her retinue, for there was no one who could resist her splendid equipment anyway. Arla thought at this point that Alina often outdoes herself, and certainly she could be understood that such a strong girl expects her future lover to be stronger than she is, although this is something the princess will never admit. Of course, at this moment the princess could not have imagined that in the remote city of the kingdom to which she is traveling she will have a fateful meeting with the one of whom she speaks. Early in the morning, Ryuji, along with her trusty friend Seth, arrived at the main city gate and greeted the commander of the Nang guards. The chief guard decided that the young wizard was most likely here for the same reason as the whole noisy crowd. Ryuji agreed with Nang's words, and the commander of the city guards warned his young friend that Chaos was a real egotist and should be careful with him. Ryuji was of course in agreement with this and was well aware that he was very annoying to the royal knight, even if he just kept quiet. The young wizard then apologized and explained to Nang that he was in a great hurry and had to go. As he got closer to the gate, Ryuji noticed the frightened faces of the soldiers, who apparently had never seen a live griffin before. The soldiers immediately grabbed their weapons, but Count Dasker ordered them to calm down immediately. The Count apologized for the behavior of his guards, and Ryuji decided that he shouldn't have approached so suddenly. Dereks explained to his guards, "Calm down and this griffin is perfectly safe." Then the vice-captain of the Knights of Gilma, Trenma, approached Ryuji and greeted the young adventurer. Trenma explained that he was always interested in monsters and if Ryuji didn't mind, he would like to pet the griffin. Ryuji thought that this was really just a cunning move by an experienced soldier who just wanted to see if Seth was really tame, and perhaps Count Dasker would like to see for himself, but his too high status does not allow him to do it himself, and so he asked his vice captain to fulfill this request. The young wizard of course allowed the griffin to be stroked, but warned that there was much to dislike about monsters like humans. Vice Captain Trenma nevertheless overcame his fear and approached the griffin. After the captain, Seth wanted to pet the knight Isekai'd, but this caused a negative reaction from the griffin. Ryuji explained to the lad that Seth disliked him in some way, and this caused Isekai'd to become aggressive. The irascible knight immediately grabbed his spear and was ready to strike the griffin. In doing so, he insulted Ryuji, causing a real conflict. Count Dasker hurried to settle the misunderstanding and reminded them that they had to go to the dungeon together tomorrow and therefore could not quarrel. Isekai'd immediately apologized to the Count, although there was no sincerity in his words. Ryuji also apologized and promised not to clash again. Isekai'd looked angrily at the griffin and thought that this monster was really able to scare him, and even if he is a rank creature, one shouldn't be afraid of such a monster. Also, the knight was also annoyed by Ryuji, who absolutely did not know how to properly communicate with noble people, and one can't let such a plebeian scumbag be around the beautiful Princess Alina. After this incident, the young wizard was also very upset, because he could get along with anyone and even managed to negotiate with Arrogant. But in this situation, it is not at all clear how one can calmly communicate with this pompous aristocrat. Although one must admit that in the case of Arrogant, things worked out much better than originally expected. Soon the sentries shouted and reported the approach of the royal carriage. Count Dasker thought at this point that it was wonderful that the princess had managed to get there unharmed. After all, if something had happened to her on the way, he would have been responsible for it. Alina's title of Princess General isn't just a winged word, and most likely any monsters in her path pose no threat to such a girl. The young wizard admitted that the royal carriage looked impressive. Count Dasker explained that thanks to the inbuilt disguise abilities for ordinary people, this carriage was nothing special, although that was not the case with Ryuji. After all, the wearer of such a magical robe simply can't be an ordinary person. Ryuji smiled and thought that this old man was still a very perceptive person, and it was not for nothing that he held his high position. Soon the royal carriage reached the gates of the city and stopped completely silently. Vel informed Helena of its arrival at its destination, and the princess thanked the knight for his valiant service. As expected, Princess Alina looked incredibly spectacular, and everyone present stopped even blinking, scrutinizing the royal's every movement. An enthusiastic crowd of locals welcomed the magnificent Princess Alina, but the girl in turn did not give out any emotion and immediately noticed the strange guy in the crowd. Ryuji's magical energy caught Alina's attention, and it seemed as if this stranger was completely made of her. The princess immediately paid attention to the adventurer's feet, more specifically his slipmere boots. Ryuji at that moment noticed the exact same shoes on the princess's feet. Alina further noticed the beautiful magical dragon skin robe on the guy and his magnificent magical bracelet. And Ryuji looked with interest at the princess's sword, armor, robe, and magic pendant. Princess Alina was amazed at the existence of such an incredible person in this remote city, and Ryuji was incredibly impressed with the princess's equipment. Ryuji and Princess Alina looked at each other with interest and stopped noticing everything else going on around them. The unknown spark that romance writers are so fond of telling about leapt at that moment between the young adventurer and the representative of the royal family. Arla noticed her mistress's condition and decided that someone had deliberately bewitched her. The princess's brave bodyguard immediately found a target, and it was of course Ryuji. Irritated, Arla demanded that the wizard immediately explain what he had just done to Princess Alina. Arla was instantly on the defense of her princess and attacked the stranger, who she thought was a danger, but Ryuji easily repelled the girl bodyguard's attack. Without hesitation, Princess General also entered the fray and couldn't stay away. Ryuji was surprised by the princess's ability and her magic whip sword. It turned out that Alina was able to repel the blow of the Scythe of Death with her enhanced magic. The young wizard remembered that his powerful attack could not be repelled even by the self-confident knight Isekai'd, although one could not expect anything less from the illustrious warrior Princess Helena. Meanwhile, Alina could barely contain the trembling in her hand, for the young stranger's attack stunned the princess, for she had never before in her life felt such power. The princess was unsure if she could once again hold such an attack. The excited girl didn't even realize what kind of feeling filled her heart. It was unclear whether it was fear or rage, or perhaps something else entirely. The feeling was uncharted and strange. At some point, Princess Alina realized that she was just smiling. After all, it had been a long time since she had been encompassed by such a feeling of exultation, and now it felt very good to feel it again. The illustrious Princess General then asked everyone to calm down and stop. Helena then acknowledged that her actions had been inappropriate and she deeply apologized, but now the thoughtless actions must stop. The girl asked if everyone was ready to heed her words. Count Dusker of course agreed and replied that he saw no problem with it while transparently hinting that Ryuji also had no objections, and so everyone was ready to forget this misunderstanding. The young wizard then asked Seth to calm down too, as the faithful pet was already ready to defend his master. Princess Alina was incredibly surprised when she noticed a real griffin, and without hiding her admiration the girl turned to Dusker for explanations. Count Dusker explained to the princess that it was the hand monster of the adventurer with whom she had just crossed arms. Alina was delighted and said that a man capable of taming a true griffin should at least be rumored. The lord of the city agreed with the princess, but still explained that rumors about this guy might not have spread across the kingdom yet because Ryuji arrived in the city of Gilm only a month ago. The princess general surmised that since this adventurer was expecting her arrival, he would probably accompany the expedition to the dungeon. Count Dusker praised the girl's insight and confirmed her speculation, explaining that this adventurer was fully compliant with the request and was of rank D. Alina was surprised at what a talented guy and had only reached D rank, although it was understandable since he had only been in the city for a month. Dusker talked about how Ryuji during a mission to destroy orcs had actually killed a monster king who was a very strong opponent. Alina exclaimed that this was an incredible achievement for such a young adventurer. The princess then confessed that she initially felt uncomfortable at the mere thought of descending into a dangerous dungeon, but now she is considerably calmer looking forward to the journey. Count Dusker then called the introduction of Ryuji to the princess, and Helena promised to remind her bodyguard Arla later to apologize to the adventurer. The princess explained that although Arla is a worthy warrior and a promising person, she sometimes overreacts to anything that concerns her mistress. And in this incident, her reaction was really a surprise because there was really no threat from Ryuji. Meanwhile, Arla asked Isekai'd, "Is this guy really an adventurer of only D rank?" Isekai'd confirmed this information and explained that given the adventurer's behavior, he was strongly against this guy being with Princess Alina. There was no denying his incredible strength. Vel agreed with his colleague and acknowledged that Ryuji did indeed possess tremendous strength, and the mere fact that he had exchanged blows with the princess herself was already enough to demonstrate his uniqueness, and it would be better if they were accompanied by some ordinary adventurer. Isekai'd asked why Vel was reacting so emotionally to these events. Vel explained that he was experiencing excitement about descending into a dangerous dungeon, and he would not want to be constantly on the lookout for a dangerous adventurer during his explorations. Isekai'd agreed that this fellow's presence would only distract from the main purpose, but the problem is that Ryuji was recommended by Count Dusker himself and one cannot simply refuse to accompany him. Vel emotionally fumed at such information, and Isekai'd once again paid attention to his colleague's strange behavior. Vel apologized for his emotionality and said that since Princess Alina herself was so much interested in the adventurer and considering that this guy had been personally chosen by the Count, it was still worthwhile to take his presence more calmly and try to concentrate on the main goal. Just at this moment, the God Axe team appeared at the gate and greeted Princess Alina. As it turned out, they were old acquaintances, and Alina stated that it had been a long time since they had last met, and they had last seen each other during the battle with the Earth Spirit. Elk smilingly asked the Princess General what she was doing in such a run-down little town. After all, it was very far from the capital of the kingdom. The princess immediately asked not to call her by that stupid nickname. After all, you can just call her by her first name. Alina explained, her father, Duke, asked her to do research on a dungeon nearby and that's why she's here. Elk decided to clarify and asked if he understood correctly that Alina wanted to hire some experienced thief for her journey. But the princess explained that Lord Gilma had already recommended a local chap to her, with the girl pointing in the direction. Elk immediately recognized his acquaintance, the young wizard, and explained that the two of them together, Ryuji, had worked well together on a mission to destroy the orcs. Elk stated that if this adventurer followed along with the princess to the dungeon, she could be at ease for her safety, especially if he traveled along with his griffin. Alina appreciated the fact that this young adventurer had the approval of the God Axe team. Elk stated that he could safely say that although Ryuji could be a little rough, taking him along on a dangerous mission was the best decision. Count Dusker agreed with Elk and called Ryuji a true talent and then asked where the illustrious God Axe team was currently headed. The head of the God Axe explained that they had been given a mission and must hunt trolls, since these vile creatures were attacking merchants and it was necessary to protect the entrepreneurs. Dusker remembered that the level requirements for adventurers for such assignments had increased a lot. Elk promised to visit Princess Alina later as they now needed to move out on the mission. The girl invited the entire God Axe team to join her on a tour of the city, and Elk did not forget to mention that his son Rhodes is a real fan of Alina and such an invitation will be a real gift for him. Princess Alina of course understood Elk's desire to introduce his son to her, but immediately laughed and reminded that she would only agree to a personal relationship with a man who would be stronger than her. A little later, Ryuji arrived at the estate of the Count married for his slight tardiness. In the room, he immediately noticed that Helena was under the careful watch of her bodyguards. Dasker, on the other hand, suggested that we discuss a few important matters. The young wizard felt a little embarrassed to be surrounded by real aristocrats and was very surprised when Count Dasker offered him, an ordinary commoner, to sit next to him. But as it turned out, this did not embarrass anyone at all and everyone was ready to discuss the upcoming mission. Count Dasker once again, but now in front of everyone, explained to Ryuji that his task was to accompany Princess Alina and her loyal knights. Ryuji immediately noticed the contemptuous look in Belle's eyes and decided that maybe this guy was just being cautious, because they were not in conflict yet and there was no reason for enmity. And the only one with whom there was a problem was Arla, although she had objective reasons to be cautious. Dasker then reminded Alina that Ryuji the adventurer had been chosen because of his abilities to accompany her. And as for his power, the princess could feel it herself and so there was no point in explaining it once again. Alina admitted that after repelling Ryuji's attack, her arm went numb for a while and she had never before encountered anyone capable of such an attack. Ryuji thanked the princess for her indulgence and realized that Alina didn't blame him for the ridiculous situation. Alina in turn acknowledged her guilt as well and asked Arla to come closer. The belligerent bodyguard girl stated that she wanted to sincerely apologize for rushing in and attacking without warning. Ryuji apologized in return and stated that they both acted foolishly in that situation and were equally at fault. Arla, still as unemotional, thanked the adventurer for his kindness. The princess in a friendly voice asked Ryuji not to be angry with Arla, for she really meant no harm and only cared too much for her mistress. The princess then asked Ryuji if he could prepare to leave tomorrow morning by 6 o'clock. The young wizard stated that he was fully prepared and could leave right away, because after accepting the assignment, he had bought most of the things he might need in advance. Chaos couldn't help himself and called the adventurer a braggart who could embellish his skills. Chaos smirkingly asked how Ryuji was going to go down into the dungeon in such cheap clothes that had no protection. But Ryuji immediately reminded his implacable adversary that he was a wizard and then demonstrated a magical bracelet vault. Count Dasker once again marveled at the young wizard's abilities, and Princess Alina realized where the Scythe of Death had come from at the moment of Arl's attack. Alina admitted that she had seen so many fakes of such magical items before, but the real vault bracelet she saw for the first time. The princess then asked if she could ask a favor to transfer her luggage using the magical vault. Ryuji of course could not refuse the princess herself and stated that there would be no problem with such a special magical item. Alina inquired what was different about his special magical vault. The princess explained that it was the first time she had seen such a thing and would be very grateful for details about the artifact. For starters, Ryuji stated that if such a magical vault were ordinary, anyone could use it. Ryuji explained that this magical bracelet could recognize the magical energy of each user and in other words saying that he was the only one who could use such a magical item. Alina said that it was very thoughtful, because there were not many magical items that could recognize the energy of their owner and this item was something like Chaos' personal spear. The knight agreed with Alina's words and stated that his spear in the hands of another person was nothing more than a simple stick and it would neither cut nor pierce the enemy. The princess stated that things were so, then they could trust Ryuji for transporting any luggage. Alina said that it was an excellent idea that would make their journey easier. Arla agreed with her mistress and promised to follow her example. But Vel voted against it and explained that he couldn't trust his personal belongings to someone he had just met. Chaos appeared to be in solidarity with Vel and refused to use the adventurer's magical vault. Alina realized that her team's opinion was divided and, as a princess, declared that she chose to entrust all her belongings to Ryuji. Alina said that she understood everyone's opinion perfectly well, but even if they were to just explore the dungeon, it would be too dangerous to carry any luggage wasting energy and attention. It was for this reason that starting tomorrow morning, everyone, without exception, would rely on Ryuji to carry the luggage. Next, the princess suggested discussing fighting styles and asked Ryuji what he specialized in. The young wizard explained that his fighting technique was something like a warrior mage, and the scythe he used earlier is a magical weapon that activates his magical powers. Ryuji then decided that it would be best to tell everyone that the Death Scythe's abilities are magical and explained that the main type of magic is fire magic, but also the scythe can use wind and earth magic and some more support magic. The princess marveled at the fact that one could use the magic of the three elements at the same time, and even support magic, so this scythe was indeed an incredible weapon. But Ryuji explained that most non-fire abilities are practically useless, although this magical item is his main weapon and is actually called the Scythe of Death. The attentive princess then stated that as far as she understood, Ryuji's cloak is also a magical item, not to mention his bracelet on his left hand. And she's also pretty sure that Ryuji's boots also have magical powers and this whole collection looks impressive. Alina admitted that maybe the boots aren't as impressive as the magical vault makes them look, but still, Slipmere boots are very rare and it would be interesting to know where Ryuji was able to get them from. Although the possession of the magic vault is Ryuji's most interesting feature. The young wizard explained that he had inherited all these magical items from the wizard with whom he had spent most of his life. Alina explained that she had heard about this information from the count, but that the princess genuinely wanted to know who the adventurer's mysterious teacher was. Then the brave Princess Alina decided to tell about herself and her team. The girl stated that she was a mage warrior who specialized in medium range attacks, and her main element was wind. Ryuji thought it was very interesting to learn that the princess was also a mage warrior like him, and if he were to use melee attacks with his scythe and ranged attacks with magic, then surely one could consider the princess sword attacks as medium range. After all, she was able to line up against a 100-kilogram death scythe attack, which means that Alina has good skills and will hold her own decently in a real battle. Ryuji then stated that from the looks of it their fighting skills were very similar to each other and he would be very interested in sparring with the princess if of course she didn't mind. Alina responded with interest and promised that she would look forward to that day. The princess then offered to meet her team. Arla stated that she is a class knight and as has already become clear, her favorite weapon is the short sword. Therefore, she fights exclusively in close combat and if they were to fight shoulder to shoulder, she would be willing to trust Ryuji to watch her back. Chaos reminded that his main weapon is the spear and as previously stated by the princess, he fights mostly at medium range. He has also trained in the art of swordsmanship and can use a sword perfectly, but his main speciality is the spear. Chaos has also stated that he is an adept of water magic and acts as a mass healer. Ryuji, judging from Chaos' words, realized that this knight was definitely implying that he had lost the duel only because he used a weapon that was unfamiliar to him. Vel then revealed that he is an archer, but can also be counted on as a melee fighter as he can wield a short sword quite well. He also has earth magic and is something in between a thief and an adventurer. Ryuji thought that Vel was indeed very similar to an experienced thief and that meant they didn't have to worry about traps while going through the dungeon. Alina then shook Ryuji's hand and stated that she was counting on him as a member of her dungeon exploration team. Although their journeys should only last a short time, she looks forward to working together. After meeting with the princess, he went for a walk around the city trying to find the very place the merchants had told him about. Meanwhile, Seth was asleep as usual after an impressive lunch. But then suddenly on one of the streets Ryuji heard a familiar voice resenting his ignorance of the city. As it turned out it was Princess Alina, who was wandering around the city. Ryuji asked the girl why she was here alone, without her guards. Alina explained that she was just out for a walk for a change of scenery. But the young wizard asked again that wasn't it dangerous for the princess to walk alone in unfamiliar places. The beautiful Alina certainly attracted the locals and everyone realized that she was a true aristocrat who was rarely seen on the streets of this simple town. That was what worried Ryuji, for there was no telling what kind of reaction the common people might have. The young wizard explained that he wanted to visit his shop, but he couldn't find it. The young wizard explained that he wanted to visit his shop, but he couldn't find it. The merchant explained that the neighborhood was quite confusing and that it was difficult to find any particular place if you didn't know the exact address. Well, now he is going back to the shop and will be happy to show the way to the guests. Ryuji noticed that she was interested in what she heard, but she tried not to show any appearance. As a result, the young wizard offered Alina to go with him to the shop of merchants, to which the girl happily gave her consent. Soon Ryuji and Alina found themselves in the cozy shop of the merchant. The enterprising man himself was glad that all the employees had gone home and he could enjoy the quiet. The merchant explained that this is his personal shop where he sells magical items outside of Gilm as well, although he doesn't have many customers. The merchant then asked him to wait for a while and promised to bring the best magic items from the warehouse soon. Alina looked at the room with interest and admitted that it was the first time she had seen such a shop, because this was not the case in the capital. Ryuji pointed out that this shop looked more like a weapons warehouse. Alina was surprised and replied that she would like to see what a normal shop looked like since she almost never visited them herself. Soon the merchant himself returned and said that he had brought some magical items that might be of interest to the guests. The merchant declared that it was the best of what he had. After all, Ryuji and his companions had saved his life and so he could not offer simple items. Beyond that, the merchant decided to talk more about magic items. A short sword according to the merchant had improved stabbing properties and could cut even leather armor. At the same time, this blade has earth magic embedded in it, so it is much heavier than it seems at first glance. And this seemingly ordinary sword can very unpleasantly surprise the enemy. Ryuji thought that the increased sharpness and magic attribute would be useful under normal circumstances, but he had other goals. Ryuji explained to the merchant that he already had a magical death scythe, and Alina confirmed that such a weapon would not be suitable for Ryuji. The offered magical shield also proved useless for the young wizard, as Ryuji with his fighting style absolutely cannot use such an item. The merchant then offered to familiarize himself with a magical item called Isekai'd. Such an item was capable of absorbing a portion of the damage received by its owner, but this was only possible once. Ryuji was interested in such a strange item, and the merchant explained that this artifact had many pros and cons. For starters, it certainly absorbs a portion of the damage, but it's just hard to know how big that portion will be. And he had once heard a theory that such a protective item could even activate if the wearer simply scratched his cheek. But it might not work the best if the head is chopped off. Besides, once activated, this magical item will shatter into many shards, making it a very unreliable magical defender. Ryuji realized that his cloak had a similar ability to absorb the damage it received. This seed looked like a sort of protective amulet. And come to think of it, he doesn't have anything that can be used as a last resort, so it's worth acquiring Isekai'd. Alina was surprised at the young wizard's choice and asked why he wanted to buy himself this strange item. After all, the item seemed too unreliable, even if it was saved for an extreme case. Ryuji explained that with his fighting style, he is more dodging than defending, and maybe this magic item will come in handy someday. Ryuji stated that of course using such an item would be an extreme measure, but if you let it be thought that there was a way to avoid danger without hesitation, then perhaps in an emergency situation Isekai'd would prove very useful. Ryuji explained that the whole thing could be called a normal precaution or a good luck charm. Alina decided that like knights, some adventurers also wear their special talismans. After visiting the shop, Princess Alina asked Ryuji to keep her company for a while, unless of course he was in a hurry to go anywhere. Ryuji replied that he had free time, and then asked if the knights were not worried about the princess's whereabouts. But Alina only smiled in response and stated that there was no need to worry about the knights. The princess explained that she would really like to see the local gear shop. Ryuji decided to show Alina the very shop that Kenny had shown him and offered to follow him. Alina was excited to walk around the town and immediately pulled the young wizard by the hand, completely ignoring his requests to walk slower. Soon they found themselves in the very shop, and Alina looked with interest at the local products, which were very different from those she had used. The shopkeeper complimented the princess on her very keen eye and explained that this potion was their new product. It uses ingredients that can only be found in remote areas, and this potion tastes much better than standard preparations. The shopkeeper explained to the princess that after using such a potion, the sense of taste returns in just one day. The princess was very pleased with these characteristics and assumed that this potion would be in demand, because usually the sense of taste returns within a week. But Ryuji was quick to point out to the girl the characteristics of the potion itself, which were indicated in small print under the name, because usually the most important information is at the bottom. As it turned out, after pointing out the advantages of the new potion in terms of the quick return of the sense of taste in just one day, the small print said that such a potion has a very weak recovery effect and needs to be used repeatedly. In the end, Ryuji and Alina decided not to buy such a potion because it turned out to be completely useless. The next morning at first light, Ryuji and Seth went to the city gates. Near the city gate, the young wizard was met by an unknown guard and asked for a guild card and a monster pass. Ryuji wondered why it was not the commander of the Manga who was at the gate. But as it turned out, even the commander of the city guard has a day off, and today was just such a day. But the young guard said that his commander rarely rested and always found extra work for himself. Ryuji only laughed in response, and just at that moment Alina approached. The princess thanked Ryuji for coming so early and explained that they would have to wait a bit as Vel had some business in town. Ryuji wasn't too interested in Vel's thief problems and replied that he was willing to wait as long as necessary. Princess Alina then admitted that she would really like to pet the griffin and had been thinking about it since last night. These words caused consternation to both Isekai'd and Arl, for they were supposed to guard the mistress from danger. Both knights cried out in one voice that it might be too dangerous. After all, even a tamed monster is still a monster, and it might be too threatening to the life and health of the princess. But the princess was not going to give up her idea and said that since they were all going to go traveling together, it would be much better if she got to know the griffin better. Alina petted Seth and then admitted that looking at the griffin now, she would never have thought that such a cute creature could be called death from the sky. Meanwhile, Ryuji took out a bundle of food from the magical storage. Ryuji suggested that Alina feed Seth. But of course Isekai'd understood it differently and began to resent Ryuji's actions, as usual accusing him of impudence. The princess did not refuse this opportunity to feed the rare monster, and with a slight movement of her hand removed her glove, which caused Ryuji's sincere interest. In response to Alina's questioning look, Ryuji said that he never thought that a girl who could fend off his attack could have such beautiful hands. Hearing such a compliment, Isekai'd felt furious and angry again, demanding Ryuji to watch his words. But the princess explained to her loyal knight that the ability to be friendly with others was a sign of true strength. Helena stated that if someone disagreed with her and wanted to prove otherwise, should first show her real strength, which would exceed her capabilities, and then she would listen to such a person. Ryuji did not comment on Helena's statement so as not to inflame the situation. The princess then remarked that it was unusual enough even for a tame monster to feel so comfortable around humans. Ryuji explained that it was all due to Seth's popularity with the townsfolk and local children. Helena laughed and replied that she wasn't surprised at all, as the Griffon was indeed very cute. The princess then asked Arla to show Ryuji the luggage to take with her. Arla asked the wizard to follow her to get the equipment from the carriage. Ryuji was surprised, for the carriage looked very small to hold the entire team's equipment. Once inside the carriage, the young wizard was surprised at how spacious it was. Ryuji smiled and said that as far as he was concerned, this carriage was a unique magical item. Arla explained that this carriage was made especially for Duke Caramble, all for the protection of his favorite daughter. That said, even in the great magical city of Ozos, creating such a unique carriage required the efforts of a huge number of alchemists and many years of work. Arla then pointed out the numerous things that needed to be taken along and declared that they were the best. After the unique carriage, Ryuji didn't even doubt otherwise, for the princess could afford it. Ryuji wondered if it wasn't easier to put the entire carriage in a magical storage. But Arla explained that since the carriage was being moved by horses, it was unlikely to work, for as far as she knew, living beings could not be placed in such a vault, or yet Ryuji had the option. Ryuji agreed that he could not take the horses with him, but he also stated that even with the excellent disguise, it would be foolish to leave the carriage unattended at the entrance to the dungeon. After all, there are too many criminals around who would gladly steal it. But Arl reminded the young wizard once again that this carriage was the result of the incredible labors of the best alchemists in the city of Ozos, and so it would be foolish to assume that a magical item of such a high level was not equipped with protection against tampering and theft. Ryuji grinned in response and said that he wasn't going to dispute the foresight of the creators of the carriage at all. Arla then reminded Ryuji that they would soon be in the right place, and so he should make sure that all the necessary items were placed in the magical vault. The carriage, despite its capabilities and capacity, traveled very easily on the road, and thanks to the unique suspension, the bumps in the road were not felt. Inside the carriage there was a smell of fragrant tea, which Alina loved very much. At that, the princess noticed Ryuji's agitation and asked what was bothering him so much. The young wizard confessed that for him it was the first time traveling in such a high-class carriage, and therefore he felt a little unaccustomed. The princess suggested in that case to read some book to distract himself a bit. But Ryuji, thanking for the good advice, replied that he had some interesting books with him. Alina then recalled yesterday's conversation and suggested that Ryuji have a practice duel when they stopped for the night. The young wizard was not ready for such a hasty offer, but Alina continued to insist and hinted that it was not very nice to renege on her promises. In the end, Ryuji accepted the princess's offer and promised to have a training duel with her. But at that moment, a strange sound was suddenly heard, which disturbed the calm atmosphere in the carriage. Arla explained that the supply carriage was on a system alarm and it goes off when hostility is detected, and everything indicated that they were currently under attack by something. But after a few seconds the sound stopped, just as suddenly as it had started. But as it turned out, everything was alright. Vel explained to Chaos that they had indeed been attacked by several iron snakes, but the Griffon had easily defeated the terrible monsters and they were now perfectly safe. Chaos was surprised, but reacted with restraint to Seth's feat. Ryuji immediately asked the princess to make a brief stop so that Seth could dine on the destroyed iron serpents. Alina was surprised at the Griffin's habits and watched with interest. Vel recognized that the Griffin Seth was indeed very useful in such dangerous situations. The young wizard explained that his pet had already repeatedly shown himself a worthy partner. Ryuji then apologized for the unscheduled stop, but Vel replied that they shouldn't worry as they were absolutely not late for anything. Vel then asked Ryuji if Chaos was bothering him too much. Ryuji did not elaborate, but replied that it was much easier for him to pretend that Chaos did not exist. Vel agreed that Chaos wasn't the most pleasant person to be around, but it still wouldn't be a bad thing if they could find some common ground. Ryuji made no promises and stated that it was up to Chaos himself. After this conversation, Ryuji wondered about Vel's attitude towards himself, because before, it seemed to him that he didn't like this guy at all. But now Vel had shown himself to be a benevolent person. Then Vel apologized again, for because of Chaos' selfishness, Ryuji has to put up a separate tent for himself. But the young wizard replied that it was probably much better that way, for they couldn't be in the same space for too long anyway. It became all the more obvious that there was no way the Griffin would fit in the shared tent. Vel did say that there was actually a good side to Chaos, but unfortunately it was unlikely that ordinary people would be able to see it. Meanwhile, Arla prepared a bed for the princess and called Helena into the carriage. The young wizard then stated that apparently the Griffin was hungry and needed to go cook some iron snakes. Vel promised that they could still talk later and Ryuji could worry about nothing and go about his business. Ryuji was glad to have a normal relationship with Vel, for he had treated him with suspicion before, though it was unclear why this guy had become so friendly just the day after they met. After all, it was obvious that Vel should follow Alina's every word as Arla does, and the fact that Vel is the thief in this group, such behavior is not quite usual for him. Ryuji thought that perhaps he was only exaggerating, but it was still worth being cautious of everyone in the group. After all, Count Dusker had warned of possible betrayal. When he was alone with Seth, Ryuji fed him the magic stones he had received from the Iron Snakes, but unfortunately the Griffin did not gain any new skills. Princess Alina admitted that she was surprised that the Griffin liked roasted meat, as she was sure that such monsters only liked raw meat. Ryuji explained that apparently Sito had passed on his master's preference and that was why they ate similar foods. The young wizard then stated that he had been thinking for some time about the training match they had agreed upon. Alina promised to wait until Ryuji is pet. Ryuji asked the princess if they could dispense with the use of magic since their duel would only be a showdown. But the princess took it negatively since she wanted to see Ryuji's magical abilities. Arla meanwhile resented it, as it could be dangerous for Alina. Unlike his partner, Vel was calm and waited with interest for the fight to begin. Isekai'd was quite expectedly also against this fight, which surprised Vel. Isekai'd explained that he was only expressing his opinion that some commoner boy was unworthy to fight a princess. Alina herself stated that she was not going to take into account the worries of her bodyguards and was ready to accept Ryuji's offer and fight him. The princess also agreed to fight on Ryuji's terms, without the use of magic. Ryuji and Alina looked very impressive as they drew their weapons under the night sky. Each of them was confident of their superiority and eager to test the strength of their opponent. The princess was the first to attack, attempting to strike with her whip. But as Alina expected, Ryuji was able to repel her swift attack without much difficulty. Meanwhile, the young wizard thought that he still couldn't figure out the real range of the attack and it remained a mystery how far the princess' sword could extend. Therefore, it is necessary to shorten the distance to the enemy as soon as possible and prevent Alina from attacking again. But this proved to be a very difficult task, as the princess continued to attack with her whip, which rapidly changed its trajectory each time. The young wizard decided the right way out in this situation would be frequent attacks, which would reduce the princess's vigilance. In the end, after several attempts, Ryuji was still able to get to the right distance to the princess and tried to attack her, but Alina simultaneously conducted a counterattack and the opponents were in a stalemate situation. The bodyguards were surprised at this, as it was the first time the princess general fought someone who was able to draw the duel. Isekai'd was out of his mind with anger. After all, of course he knew that Ryuji was a very strong opponent, but he didn't even realize that he was that strong. Princess Alina was also shocked by the young adventurer's incredibly fast attack, but was never able to defend herself against it. Ryuji eventually proposed to settle for a draw. The princess accepted this proposal as it was indeed fair and fully reflected the real strength of both opponents. The next morning the travelers continued on their way. Princess Helena was busy reading a book, and probably the assistant Arla was frankly bored by her inactivity. The journey was going smoothly and such monotony was tiring the girl knight. Thanks to the reinforcing properties of the carriage, the travelers covered the distance which normally requires 2 days of travel at top speed. Therefore, the princess and her team should have arrived at the designated point by tonight. In addition, all the nearby monsters who sensed the difference in strength between them and the Griffin Seth did not dare to attack the humans and fled away. Although occasionally some hapless monster would still try to pounce on the wagon, but that was the last thing the monster would do in its life, as it would quickly become an appetizer for Seth. Arla complained about the lack of any adventures, and unless they were attacked by bandits or something, this was how they would have to try to kill time and fight their boredom. Well, suddenly the alarm system was working and Chaos blamed it on Arla, who only wanted to get some trouble. But the girl knight replied that it would be alright as the phone would sort out the problems. But to everyone's surprise, the alarm didn't stop sounding nasty and it was really strange. Chaos asked Vel what was going on outside. The agitated thief explained that he didn't really see anything dangerous, but since the siren wouldn't go silent, things were bad. Princess Alina suggested that perhaps they were facing something that could not be seen from a great distance or some invisible monster altogether. Arla immediately reminded her mistress of the time they had fought against a zombie and a ghost. Alina explained that if it continued like this, that such a creature would follow them all the way to the dungeon and could in no way be prevented. Alina then ordered Vel to stop the carriage immediately, as she intended to fight the antagonists. Alina explained to Ryuji that since he wasn't used to acting with her team, who could fight on his own. The young wizard thanked for the opportunity and stated he would act in tandem with the Griffin. Chaos and Arla were the first to run towards the enemy, and already everyone else was trying to keep up. It was important to find out at this point who exactly they were going to fight. But after traveling some distance, everyone stopped, as there was nothing dangerous on either side and it would be foolish to just run on, gradually moving away from their wagon. Vel decided not to let his guard down and reminded them that the alarms were still working, which meant there was still a dangerous enemy somewhere. Princess Alina agreed with this statement and advised everyone to be careful, they could be subjected to a surprise attack. Seth was also agitated, generally making it clear that he sensed some kind of danger. But Ryuji immediately realized that in this environment, they would all just have to defend themselves since Seth couldn't understand exactly where the source of the danger was. In the next moment, the young wizard created a magical shield, which immediately attracted the princess's attention. Alina asked if Ryuji could find out the exact location of the enemy. The young adventurer did not have time to answer the question, as something unknown attacked him, and only thanks to the magic account he was able to react in time. Ryuji warned Alina of the danger and explained that during the attack he was able to see the enemy for just a second, and this monster was no smaller than a carriage, and in all likelihood he would attack suddenly, taking advantage of his invisibility. Ryuji thought that the monster's invisibility was a visual camouflage ability, but it was very strange that the monster's movements could not be heard. At the same time, even the Griffon can't sense its presence or smell, and how could it even be possible for a monster to have no smell? Suddenly, an uncharted enemy attacked Arla and Kayasta, and both knights felt a terrifying fear. This time the monster appeared in all its glory, and it was a huge mantis. Princess Alina instantly ordered Ryuji and Seth to attack the enemy from the sky, but warned that the mantis might be able to fly and should be taken into account during the battle. Ryuji decided that while Alina's bodyguards were fighting the mantis, he could take a chance and attack the monster from behind, though in doing so, the strength of the attack might be lower and might have to repeat his attempt. Also, Ryuji reflected on the fact that the monster could sense and identify Alina as the strongest opponent and therefore seek to destroy her first. The young adventurer explained to the Griffin that he was going to jump off and Seth would have to pick him up immediately after the attack. At the last moment, the mantis sensed the attack from behind and tried to turn round. At that moment, Arla missed a kick and Ryuji tried to apply a parrying kick. At the same time, the mantis was also attacked by Princess Alina using her whip. But the mantis proved to be a serious opponent, chaotically spinning its paws to try to hit all opponents and at the same time defend itself from the attack. Alina saw how dangerous this situation was and tried to warn Ryuji, but Seth had already managed to save his master. The princess then asked Ryuji to try to distract the monster while she would try to use a spell to destroy the mantis in one blow. The young wizard promised to honor the request and immediately prepared to act. Ryuji was on the ground and swiftly attacked the enemy, gradually advancing towards him and covering himself with a magic shield. Such a bold attack really distracted the mantis and it was a chance for the princess. The mantis was at close range, but Ryuji was able to deliver a few accurate blows and cut off a couple of tentacles. But this was not critical to the monster and the mantis began to attack the adventurer even harder. All of this made Ryuji very wary, because he knew that insect monsters do not feel pain, but it was unclear why this mantis did not make a single sound after the painful loss of limbs. Suddenly, KS came to Ryuji's rescue, calling the wizard an idiot and advising him not to hang in the clouds any longer. Ryuji thanked the knight for his help and promised to return the favor. Just at that moment, Princess Alina prepared to use her destructive spell and ordered everyone to go back immediately to get out of the kill zone. As soon as the area was clear and the mantis was alone, Princess Alina applied her electric tornado spell and colossal sparkling energy rushed towards the enemy. The powerful electrical discharges surrounded the mantis and did considerable damage to the monster. Ryuji was surprised that Princess Alina could use such a high level of magic and still have the strength to fight. It was a testament to the girl's immense strength, for she was nicknamed Princess General for a reason. Alina asked the adventurer if he had ever encountered such a monster before. Ryuji replied that this was the first time he had ever seen such a monster. Alina also admitted that she had never faced such a strong opponent before and expected that there must be some rumors about such monsters. Ryuji explained that he couldn't even imagine that someone could have the ability to completely blend in with their surroundings, and upon encountering such a creature, an ordinary adventurer would be immediately destroyed without even realizing who he was dealing with. This was probably why there were no rumors of such a monster, as no one had survived an encounter with it. Moreover, judging by the characteristics of this monster, it can be safely attributed to the monster rank B. Alina suggested that if it was possible to more accurately determine its strength, the mantis could get the A rank. The princess then ordered Kayastis to take care of Arl's treatment, while Vel had already immediately retrieved the creature's magic stone. But as it turned out, this could not be done, for to the surprise of all present, the mantis began to evaporate very quickly as if it consisted of some liquid. Kayas suggested that this strange greenish gas might be unsafe and therefore everyone, and especially the princess, should leave the place immediately. Helena agreed with her bodyguard and ordered her entire team to pack up immediately and continue down the road. At the same time, the princess asked Ryuji and Seth to monitor the surroundings from the air, because the possibility that there might be more of these mantises nearby cannot be ruled out. The young wizard thought that such a creature did not fall under the usual signs of a monster. After all, beasts, monsters, and magical creatures, no matter what they are called, are all living beings. And yet when the mantis nevertheless when it died, it simply vanished, leaving behind absolutely nothing. After a few minutes, Bell reported that the carriage was ready to move. Asked Ryuji what he thought of such a dangerous mantis. Ryuji replied that he had nothing to say at the moment, for he was himself under the impression of such an encounter. However, it could be said for sure that the mantis was clearly no ordinary monster, as no living creature could vaporize so easily after death. Bell agreed with the adventurer's observations and stated that they might not actually be monsters at all, but something unknown. Ryuji showed Vel's hints and strange words, and the suspicion arose that the mantis could have been controlled by someone and the creature itself had been created using magical powers. Princess Alina asked Isekai'd what he thought of that mantis. The loyal bodyguard admitted that it is unlikely that he can defeat such a creature alone, because its outer shell is very difficult to thin out. And also the mantis use slashing attacks similar to the wind magic that Ryuji uses. Ryuji recalled that the biggest problem was the mantis' ability to disguise itself. After all, even he and Seth couldn't determine the location of the monster. To top it all off, even the griffin's improved sense of smell couldn't pick up the mantis' scent, and in a normal situation it would be difficult to fight off an invisible enemy. Alina, on the other hand, stated that she was greatly alarmed by the anomaly after the monster's death. In general, such behavior of the monster after death, when it just dissolves into thin air and leaves no trace, cannot be normal. The princess asked Ryuji if he had any guesses about it. After all, he is a wizard's apprentice. After a little thought, Ryuji explained that it is of course just his assumptions, but as it seems to him it is artificially created with the help of alchemy monster, and in the event of its death destroy all evidence that could point to alchemical technology. Alina explained that she was not personally familiar with alchemical technology and could not imagine that such a thing was even possible. Ryuji replied that he had only heard of such technologies, but was sure that anything could be created if desired. Alina was puzzled by such reasoning and offered to notify the guild of the incident when they reached the nearest village. Less than an hour later, a rather large settlement appeared ahead, which did not look like an ordinary village, but rather was a small town. As it turned out, the dungeon is located in the very center of this village, and as a defense mechanism, all monsters are forcibly moved into the dungeon. As a result, the number of monsters in the area was reduced, allowing this settlement to expand greatly. The locals were shocked when they saw a real griffin, but Vel was quick to reassure everyone and explain that this monster is in the service of the princess and is completely safe for ordinary people. Alina calmed down a bit and asked the team what they were going to do now. Isekai'd suggested going to the local guild for starters. It was known that there were several adventurers and traders in the settlement, so it would be a good idea to decide on a place to sleep first. Alina agreed with this decision and asked Isekai'd to take care of the matter, to which the knight promised to find the best possible place in this settlement. The princess thought it would be wonderful to rest in a less decent place. Arla was a little disappointed by the sight of the local inn, although she had originally expected something better from such a large building. But unfortunately there was nothing better in this settlement. Princess Alina said that as soon as they booked rooms at the inn, they would go straight to the local guild. Vel asked Ryuji with Seth's help to look after the carriage left in the stables. After all, it is still not known what kind of people live here. The young adventurer promised to honor the request, and with the griffin, no one would dare approach the carriage. Meanwhile, Princess Helena had delighted the locals and especially the men. Everyone was delighted by the beauty of the girl and her harmonious muscles, which only emphasized the majesty of the royal especially. The locals decided that the people traveling with such a beautiful girl must be very strong warriors, for they needed to protect her all the time. All this talk and looks irritated Arla and Vel, who were ready to punish anyone for talking wrong. Soon the traveler found the local guild of adventurers and went there to report their arrival and of course their encounter with the mantis. Princess Helena looked with interest at the interior of the guild, and Vel suggested not to waste time and go to the administrator, who had already noticed the strangers. Princess Helena explained that she had business to attend to the head of this branch of the guild and also had two matters to discuss. The guild administrator immediately became agitated and promised to immediately inform the head of the arrival of such important guests. After a few minutes, after apologizing for the wait, the administrator invited the guests to follow him into the room where the guild branch head was already waiting for them. The rather young head of the guild branch introduced himself as Volker. Ryuji thought at this moment that Volker looked too naive, and if he was just an ordinary loser, he wouldn't be able to deal with adventurers, and most likely this feigned smile is just a screen of Volker's true image. Alina stated that Volker, having read the letter, had of course already realized who she was. But despite this, Alina still reminded him that she is the daughter of Duke Cerebral and a princess. Then Alina explained that she had come here on behalf of her father and that she had to find the hereditary altar in the dungeon. Volker listened attentively to the girl and stated that he was very pleased to meet the princess and was willing to assist in any way he could. Volker clarified that the letter specified that the hereditary altar was located on the 7th floor of the lowest level near the main boss of the dungeon. And even considering that Alina is a famous princess general, it will still be very difficult to reach the goal and pass all the difficulties. But the princess explained to a flustered Volker that her team had already gathered all the necessary equipment and prepared firepower. Why? Alina admitted that of course this would be their first time going into the dungeon, and so they planned to go through it carefully and in no hurry. Volker inquired as to what kind of assistance he could provide since the letter from the Duke requested it. Alina replied that she didn't need anything special and just wanted unrestricted access to the dungeon without incident. Volker hesitated and immediately made a serious look. The head of the local guild then suggested that the princess take a special card that would grant her the same powers as him. This card would help enter the dungeon even during rush hour, and at the same time, the card would ensure that the dungeon would be entered without too much trouble. Princess Alina thanked Volker for the ordered help and promised to be sure to return the card before leaving the city. But then the head of the local guild offered to move on to the second important issue, because the first they have already sorted out and he is interested in continuing the conversation. The princess explained that on the way to this settlement they had encountered a very strange monster that attacked their squaw. Volker became visibly animated at the mention of the strange monster and asked for details. The girl explained that the most incredible fact was that after it died, this monster simply vanished into thin air and didn't even leave a magic stone behind. Therefore, it makes one wonder who exactly this monster was. Moreover, this monster possessed strength comparable to that of a rank B adventurer. The previously cheerful and smiling Volker turned into a thoughtful and serious man who occasionally adjusted his glasses and sighed heavily. Without waiting for an answer, Princess Alina asked Volker what he thought about it. Volker explained that as a guild overseer he could not be trusted with stories that were not backed up by evidence. And then Volker stated that they had actually had a group of traders go missing a week ago, and those traders were supposed to be traveling the same route as the princess's group. Alina asked that were the traders really unguarded. Volker asked to wait a few minutes and promised to verify the information. Then Volker said that the merchants were accompanied by a group of adventurers from F to rank C, and if everything is as the princess said and that monster is that strong, then most likely they all died. Volker asked again if Alina was really sure that the monster was that strong. Alina offered to listen to Ryuji, who would explain the details of the incident in more detail. The princess said that Volker, as a guild representative, must have heard the story of the orc settlement. And during that attack, it was Ryuji who defeated the rank B monster known as the Orc King. Ryuji stepped forward and promised to explain. As the young wizard explained the danger of the situation, Volker's face became quite alarmed. And in the end, the guild branch head promised to be sure to report the incident to his superiors. The only consolation was that such a dangerous monster was apparently only one. The next morning, Princess Alina and her team went to the entrance of the dungeon, where there was a huge queue of people willing to make the dangerous journey. Orla asked the princess what she was going to do in this situation, because there was a possibility to avoid the queue thanks to the card they had received yesterday from Volker. Alina agreed that there was no time to lose, because the way to the heirloom altar would be very long already and it would be foolish not to use the card she had received. Alina turned to the man who led adventurers into the dungeon, but the serious man in a monotone voice advised the princess to go back to the end of the queue and wait for her opportunity like the others. But Alina immediately showed the special guild card and the man replied that he had no objection to such a pass, and Alina did indeed have the privilege. The queue immediately began to stir, its adventurers began to insult and resent. But those who were older and more experienced began to calm the most fiery young adventurers, explaining that this card grants the authority of the guildmaster and should not be ignored. The head guard of the dungeon was also annoyed and told the princess in a disgruntled voice that he would be very concerned if her troop entered the dungeon so frivolously. After all, he did not want such neglect to affect public order and cause discontent among the locals. Chaos could not stand this kind of communication and had already rushed to explain to the man that one should not speak to the princess in such a tone. But Alina asked Chaos not to interfere and let her talk. Alina explained in a subdued voice that her team was indeed using the ghosts that Volker had provided, and she certainly understood the just grievance of all the people gathered here. However, despite the outrage of the people, Princess Helena has good reasons for such actions. After all, no one would use such privileges without an absolute necessity, and so they should enter the dungeon as soon as possible. The guard declared that he understood. The guard explained that under normal circumstances, everyone would need a guild card, but with Volker's special card, one could pass through without any problems. However, even without looking at it, one still needed to keep account of the people who visit the dungeon. The strict guard then asked if anyone had a guild card. The only one who possessed such a card, of course, was Ryuji, and immediately showed the guard his ID. The guard was surprised by Ryuji's D rank and called him a rising star and praised him for his achievements. After that, the guard allowed the entire team to enter the dungeon. Princess Alina then wished to make sure that everyone had properly prepared their equipment. The girl advised to make sure that they have weapons, armor, and potions. Alina also advised to distribute everything in such a way that the necessary items would be convenient to use at any time. One by one, all the members of the team checked their equipment, and even Seth, sensing Alina's seriousness, made a strange sound. Then the princess drew her sword and exclaimed that if everyone was ready, they were going to adventure. As a true leader and a strong warrior, Princess Alina led her troop forward into the unknown without showing her emotions and inspiring confidence in the whole team. Entering the dungeon, Arla was surprised at the well-equipped staircase. Vel explained that this staircase had been prepared by the guild to make it convenient to pass through this section. After traversing the not too long corridor, the explorers found themselves in front of a rather powerful door, which apparently protected the peaceful world from vicious monsters. All that remained was to cross this boundary to find themselves in an uncharted and dangerous world filled with monsters. The interior of the dungeon proved to be quite spacious, and the walls were illuminated offline. Alina explained that judging by the information she had gathered, there were luminescent walls on all levels of the dungeon. Although of course there are also rooms that are completely engulfed in darkness, and so it was not worth it to be particularly relaxed. Arla suggested to Vel to collect some glowing shavings from the walls. After all, it could be sold upon his return in the city. But the experienced thief replied that it was unlikely, that the idea had only crossed Arla's mind. Yes, and if one took such glowing shavings with him, it would hardly glow on the surface, as it only worked in this dungeon. Vel said that according to one theory, the heart of the dungeon glows so as not to inconvenience the monsters living there. Isekai'd was distrustful of such information since he didn't strongly believe in the existence of a dungeon heart. Isekai'd asked if it would be difficult for the monsters to travel from the surface and move around their dungeon in pitch darkness. And if you think about it, that's what the walls are lit up for. Such a theory seems pretty plausible. Then the princess asked everyone to prepare for possible dangers, because as much as she would like to, but all will have to explore the dungeon. Alina reminded everyone that their main task is the heirloom altar, which is located on the lower level of the dungeon. At the same time, they have with them a map of the first 3 floors, and so they need to overcome them as quickly as possible. The princess suggested that Ryuji and Arla should go in front, while she and Isekai'd will move in the middle, and Vel will move behind and cover everyone. In doing so, Seth would have to act as a sidekick for Vel. The first monsters encountered were vicious horned rabbits that attacked chaotically. Arla easily dealt with the weaker opponents and experienced the true excitement of a hunter. Arla then stated that she expected to meet the more serious resistance, but so far the difficulty of this dungeon was much lower than expected. Vel reminded her that this was only the first floor, which was designed for beginners, and so the most interesting part would come next. Princess Alina remarked that although the enemies are very weak, the number of enemies is a concern. Ryuji, thanks to his phenomenal favor, warned of another wave of monsters approaching. Arla smugly asked who else wanted to get acquainted with her sword, for she was already tired of fighting some little thing like ants or frogs. Ryuji replied that he had no influence on the quality of his opponents, but then hearing heavy footsteps said that it looked like Arla's prayers had been answered and now they would have to face someone serious. The young adventurer explained to the princess that it looked like the enemies were trying to surround them, as judging by Seth's voice the same monsters were approaching from behind. The princess admitted that the monsters appeared to be much smarter than the previous opponents, but Vel advised not to worry as they were still on the first floor and shouldn't encounter any very dangerous monsters. Soon the enemies showed up, which turned out to be the evil goblins. Princess Alina was surprised at the goblins having good equipment, because it is not typical for monsters. But Ryuji explained that most likely the goblins had taken all this equipment and weapons from the adventurers who had stayed in this dungeon forever. Simultaneously with the appearance of the goblin squad in front, 5 goblins were advancing from behind. Alina ordered to quickly deal with the monsters in front and clear the passage. Arla and Isekai'd instantly began to follow the order and immediately destroyed almost all of the encountered goblins, who were unable to resist the well-trained knights. Princess Helena pointed out that even in the face of their deaths, these goblins still did not run away and continued to fight to the very end. Arla agreed with her mistress, for goblins are the kind of creatures who like to bully the weak and fear to face strong opponents. Ryuji surmised that perhaps all the monsters moved into the dungeon were to protect the heart of the dungeon itself, and so even monsters like the horned rabbits or giant spiders they met on the ground floor were working together and fighting too confidently. Princess Alina agreed with Ryuji's words, because that was the only way to explain the activity and bravery of even the most ordinary monsters that never pose much of a threat. Suddenly Vel at the top of his voice ordered the squad to stop immediately and everyone froze like stone statues. Vel explained that there was a trap ahead. After a few minutes, the experienced thief still managed to disarm the dangerous trap and explained that it released arrows after the mechanism was triggered. In this case, the trap was set just at the place where the travelers were relaxing after defeating the goblins. After all, it is quite logical and so one should move as carefully as possible. Princess Alina agreed with Vel and asked everyone to watch their step and move as carefully as possible. Next, the exploring party found themselves in a place that diverged in several directions. Arla noticed the stairs ahead and ran forwards. Vel was shocked at the stupidity, but Ryuji held the girl back at the last moment. Arla began to resent it, and Vel suggested that she look carefully at the stairs ahead. Arla calmed down and looked closer and was able to see a faintly visible spider web. Vel explained that it was a thin and light web of a monster like an arachnid and no one would even notice it when it was torn. So most likely this web should activate the trap and we need to disarm it. Princess Alina offered to rest while Vel deals with the trap. The girl asked Ryuji to get some drinks and some light food from the magic vault so they could all have a quick snack. After about 20 minutes, the trap was safely disarmed and the travelers slowly descended the stairs to the 3rd floor, which immediately presented a sense of new danger. As soon as the explorers were on the lower level, a huge spider began to approach them, which was the source of the web. Arla and Ryuji immediately prepared to meet the crawling monster. Ryuji of course guessed that it was this spider and set a trap on the stairs. But suddenly Chaos alerted everyone to another enemy approaching from the right. As it turned out, a whole squad of armed monsters were approaching down the corridor and were making some kind of nasty hissing sound. Riffon Seth prepared to engage and spread his wings threateningly. As it turned out, it was a whole troop of reptiloids, which at first glance were at least 30 individuals. As usual, the princess took charge of the team and ordered Ryuji and Seth to take care of the spider, and then if they succeeded, it would be a good idea for them to help fight the reptiloids. Ryuji and his faithful griffin rushed to destroy the spider. The monster immediately attacked with a web, but the young adventurer was ready for it and hurriedly dealt with the enemy. Ryuji realized that such a huge spider certainly had a tempting magic stone, but right now, supporting the others was the priority and there was no time to waste. After a few maneuvers, Ryuji decided to use fire magic and created a fireball that rushed out to meet the spider. In the confined space of the labyrinth, the vile smell of burning spider immediately spread and the monster died. Meanwhile, the Princess General fought the reptiloids while leading her subordinates. Ryuji came to the rescue as promised and said that he wanted to use magic that would destroy the reptiloids' rear and so everyone should be careful. The entire squad retreated back a bit, giving the young wizard a chance to use his magic power. This time, Ryuji gathered all his magical powers together and decided to create a spell that would drastically affect the course of the battle. Such a powerful and crushing spell turned out to be the creation of a hail of fire arrows, which began to literally vaporize the reptiloids. Princess Alina realized that the bulk of the enemies had been destroyed by the magical fire and ordered her subordinates not to miss the chance. As it turned out, there was only one fighter left of the entire reptiloid squad. Judging by the gestures of this monster, Princess Alina realized that the reptiloid wanted to fight her and of course accepted such a daring challenge. Chaos was shocked by such a rash decision of his mistress and asked Alina not to do it. But the princess explained that in front of them is a reptiloid who is the leader of the group and he is quite a powerful monster. Ryuji suggested that perhaps this monster is some kind of higher rank sea reptiloid or what they call a lizard general. Alina explained that she could sense an unusual aura from the monster that was much different from other monsters. This made Chaostus even more agitated and began to demand that the reptiloid be left to him, but the princess was adamantly opposed. Alina declared that her honor as a magical warrior would not allow her to ignore the challenge of such a monster. This time Vel was in solidarity with Chaos and also spoke out against this fight. Arla promised to pray for the princess, and Ryuji stated that this was a great chance to see the true power of the Princess General. Alina promised to make this battle as spectacular as possible and headed forward. The princess swiftly attacked her opponent with her whip, but the C-rank monster was able to repel this attack. Then, Alina quickly shortened the distance with a slashing sword strike and deprived the reptiloid of its left arm, making it much more vulnerable. But the reptiloid was not going to give up and the terrible pain only added to its resolve. But the monster, even of such a high rank, could not break through the princess's defense. Having withstood the enemy's attack, Princess Alina made a swift counterattack and delivered a decisive blow that ended the life of the reptiloid. Ada was happy with her mistress's victory and was the first to congratulate the princess. Chaos as usual began to lecture about safety, for Alina must not forget who she really was and it was foolish to put her life in danger like that. Chaos's words caused Vel to laugh and he recalled that he had heard the same thing when Alina had destroyed Emperor Vestia. The princess asked Ryuji to take care of the reptiloids, and offered to divide the collected magical stones later on the surface, although she personally wouldn't mind if Ryuji took them all. But but the young wizard reminded that Count Dasker had promised him a generous reward for this mission, and therefore he did not care so much about the trophies he had found. Ryuji then decided to exercise his sense of smell and declared that the greatest reward he had received was to meet the beautiful Princess Alina. This elicited laughter and a sharp reddening of face from Alina, who replied that she too was very pleased to have met and traveled with such an amazing adventurer as Ryuji. Vel was surprised at how quickly Ryuji decided to get close to the princess since they had only met a few days ago. It wasn't that strange though, since this young adventurer had shown incredible strength and that might have interested Alina. KS began to hiss like an angry snake, and Arla asked her partners to shut up immediately, because they had no right to discuss such things behind the back of the princess. The traveler went further into the depths of the dungeon, and the arguments between some of the participants were a great distraction from the oppressive atmosphere that literally loomed over the explorers. After a while, Princess Alina's entire team found themselves in a strange room completely covered in the most incredible mushrooms. No one understood what to expect from an area more like a forest of mushrooms, and only the Griffin Seth tried to explain something to his master. Ryuji asked the princess if she could hear anything unusual, for it seemed to him that there were people talking in the distance and perhaps a group of adventurers who had been in the dungeon all night were coming. The princess asked Ryuji how best to behave around unfamiliar adventurers. Ryuji explained that the best thing to do would be to act according to the situation, and as he had heard from Alt that it was considered a show of true courtesy to give a friendly greeting without any sign of hostility. The princess suggested that they wait and see how the adventurers they encountered would react first, and it would be best to delegate this task to Ryuji, but if there was any hint of attack, it would be best to fight back with dignity. The young wizard stepped forward, and after a few minutes a squad of strangers appeared and looked quite calm. The leader of the encountered squad said hello to Ryuji and confessed that he had not expected to meet anyone at all in a place like this. Ryuji explained that his team had only descended into the dungeon this morning and had therefore only recently begun exploring this level. The leader of the strangers explained that his squad was working on a mission to collect materials from underground monsters, but due to the monsters' nightly attack, they had spent the entire night here. Ryuji responded by introducing himself and calling himself a rank D adventurer, explaining that he was on missions together with noble aristocrats from the capital itself. The words about aristocrats clearly interested the stranger, but one of his partners began to resent and rush their leader, since he would like to get out and get a good night's sleep in a quiet place as soon as possible. The squad leader agreed with his subordinates and said goodbye to Ryuji, but before doing so, he warned of the danger from the undead loitering on the 5th floor. Ryuji thanked his colleagues for the important information and wished them luck. But then as they progressed in the mushroom room, Princess Alina noticed the mushrooms trying to surround her squad and intending to attack. So the princess ordered Ryuji to immediately deal with the nasty plants and make way for the squad. Vel marveled at the camouflage skills of these strange creatures, for apart from the special legs at the bottom of the torso, they were absolutely no different from ordinary mushrooms. KS was already visibly tired of fighting off the small and annoying creatures and said that there were too many mushrooms around and they with their high levels would just waste all the energy. Ryuji at this point wondered why the group of adventurers he had met hadn't warned about the dangers of mushrooms, only mentioning the undead. There was a possibility that those guys had just somehow managed to get past the mushrooms safely, or perhaps the reason was something else. Unexpectedly, the young wizard remembered that the adventurers met did not look exhausted at all, and it turns out that they were not attacked by mushrooms, and this is very strange. Ryuji acted immediately and asked the faithful Griffin to buy him some time so that he could accomplish what he had planned. The young adventurer again turned to his incredible fire magic for help and began to create a powerful spell summoning a fire creature. Ryuji, after a few minutes, was able to summon the true Lord of the Sky, a terrifying fiery phoenix that could destroy all the inhabitants of the mushroom room with a single flap of its enormous wings. A few minutes later, all the monsters were burnt to a crisp and the smell of fried mushrooms wafted everywhere. Alina then asked for a more detailed explanation of the situation. Vel explained that it was impossible to collect magic stones from these mushrooms. In other words, these strange mushrooms were not really monsters. KS inquired why they attacked their squad then. Vel admitted that he had studied these creatures thoroughly. Ro couldn't definitely say who they really were and what their goals were. Princess Alina also noticed a strange pattern, for her squad had attracted the attention of several troublesome mushrooms just as they had attracted the attention of the mantis. And this could not be a mere coincidence. Ryuji decided to clarify his hunch and began to examine the dead mushrooms. Vel wondered why the young wizard was doing this, because they had already learnt that it was impossible to collect magic stones or other useful materials from these monsters. But then Ryuji extracted something strange and showed it to Princess Alina. Ryuji explained that these mushrooms have a special route to move around, and such mushrooms that attack them are completely similar to the normal mushrooms on this level in the dungeon except for one and such strange root outgrowths. The young wizard then asked everyone if they had heard of the existence of a monster that only consisted of such legs. No one except Princess Alina understood what the young adventurer meant. But then Ryuji stated that such outgrowths on mushrooms are exactly the same in structure as the limbs of a praying mantis. Alina asked if she understood correctly that Ryuji thought these creatures were created through alchemy. Ryuji explained that it was only his speculation for now, but that the absence of the magic stone strongly supported such a theory. Alina became agitated, for if this is indeed true, there are some people involved. The princess stated that the presence of a traitor could not be denied, and if they could write off the appearance of the mantis as some failed experiment by a mad alchemist. Now after the attack in the dungeon, it certainly could not be considered a mere coincidence. Ryuji stated that it also confirmed the fact that the previously encountered adventurers were not attacked by these artificial mushrooms as they presented no target for them. And considering this, it can be said with certainty that the mushrooms were waiting for the appearance of the princess squad. Vel was indignant that there was someone from the noble faction who was not very happy about their appearance and decided to cause trouble in this way. Arla said that it was simply impossible since Princess Alina was also part of the noble faction. But Vel replied that perhaps that was the real reason, because Alina is a symbol of the nobles and the fact that she was in the dungeon was bothering someone. But although this is only circumstantial evidence at this point and cannot be taken seriously in any way, it is not yet clear whether such monsters can be created with alchemy. Moreover, the mantis vaporized after its death, and these strange mushrooms remained lying on the ground. Therefore, do not jump to the conclusion that the mantis and these strange mushrooms were created by the same alchemist. Princess Alina suggested that perhaps this is because the creator of the monsters has the confidence of impunity, but Ryuji still agreed with the experienced thief and admitted that there is really no direct evidence right now and it will be necessary to look into everything well. But Princess Alina still insisted and said that after 2 attacks they could no longer think it was pure coincidence, for it must have been in the plans of the same person. So if everyone acted vigilantly, the plans of the vile alchemist shouldn't be a problem. Then the traveling team moved and they were able to reach the entrance to the 4th floor. Alina immediately urged all the subordinates to be extremely careful. The first impression of the 4th floor caused shock to the travelers, and they could not believe we're actually descending the stairs deep underground to the so-called 4th floor. The 4th floor was a vast plain with forests and green fields, beyond which were high mountains, and in the sky the sun shone brightly and birds could be heard chirping. One had the impression of being on the surface rather than deep underground. Princess Alina asked Arla not to be surprised so much and try to calm down as the road in front of them was uncharted territory. And unlike the past levels where they just moved forward in search of the stairs to the next level, in this case it will be very difficult to find the entrance to the 5th floor and we'll have to explore a vast area. Alina reminded that when moving forward, it was important to be extremely cautious, and that is why they would now be changing formation. This would be done in order to utilize Vel's thief abilities to the maximum. And now Vel and Ryuji would switch places and Ryuji and Seth would cover the squad from the monster's attacks from behind. Vel was glad for the opportunity to show off his true skills, for his abilities were more suited to a wooded area than to the usual confined dungeon. Ryuji in turn promised to control the rear and protect everyone along with the griffin. Arla asked the princess exactly which direction they would be heading. Alina hesitated, then explained that in the absence of a map, they would have to rely solely on their own intuition. The princess asked Ryuji to use her adventurer's intuition to be a guide in the area. Alina explained that no one on her team was capable of determining their own location and finding the right path, and so it would be best to trust the instinct of a true adventurer. The young wizard promised to try to find the right path, but warned that he was not sure that they would be able to find a passage to the next floor in just one day. Therefore, it would be rational to find a good place to camp so as to be ready for a possible overnight stay while searching for the right path. In the end, all the team members agreed that it would be best to set up a temporary camp on the bank of a body of water. Ryuji explained that it would be difficult to find a place that was not so close to the water as to attract monsters, but also not too far away, and would be ideal to settle down by the river. The griffin was the perfect helper in finding a suitable location, and thanks to his phenomenal hearing, he quickly identified the place where the sounds of water were coming from and pointed in the right direction. Ryuji at once directed the whole party to the left side, and the travelers continued on their way. The road passed through vast areas that were dotted with small patches of land with trees. After a while, Seth showed concern and began to look around. Ryuji explained to the princess that the griffon was wary for a reason, and that apparently some monster in the area had caught his attention and most likely danger was coming from different directions. The princess was very surprised but still took the information seriously. Princess Alina quickly assessed the situation and stated that they were surrounded by a group of monsters. Seth and the other travelers reacted instantly to the threat and prepared for another battle. As it turned out, this time the dungeon explorers encountered strange primates. Ryuji said that he had read about such creatures in an encyclopedia, if he remembered correctly, that these primates were like water bears and were called water monkeys. The princess asked for more details about these monsters, and Ryuji said that they are D-rank monsters and can use water magic. Their skins are covered in water, making them resistant to fire magic and physical attacks. Earth and wind magic will be effective against them. Alina asked Ryuji that it would be very difficult for him not to be able to use spells of his magic. But the young wizard replied that stabbing or chopping blows would still be effective and he would definitely be able to deal with his opponents. At the same time, Princess Alina of course realized that only her wind magic would be effective in this situation and it would be necessary to use combined attacks. But at the same time, the girl remembered that Ryuji could also use wind magic. But the adventurer explained that he could only use the air blade that he had used in the battle with the mantis. The princess replied that it was better than nothing anyway, and then warned that the monsters were starting to attack and everyone needed to gather. Ryuji instantly rushed to counterattack and used a soaring kick that was able to stun the first water monkeys. The other primates didn't expect such power and hesitated. Princess Alina then applied an air blade that drastically reduced the primate population. After this successful magical attack, Arla and KS rushed forward. Their considerable superiority in experience and strength helped the knights break the apes' defenses and break through their dense ranks. They did not slacken the onslaught and tried to destroy as many opponents as possible. The most unpleasant surprise for the apes was the attack of the griffin and Vel's accurate shots from which there was no escape. The water monkeys quickly changed tactics and began to keep a considerable distance, although they were not going to give up and retreat completely. Vel continued to send arrows at the monsters, and KS decided that still the water monkeys had finally realized that there was no chance for them to win this fight. But Vel advised him to look closely at the monkey's eyes, which clearly did not indicate that they were about to give up. The primates were really not frightened and were only trying to behave cautiously. KS was indignant, for such behavior was not peculiar to monsters, which usually follow only instincts and not the voice of reason. But then something inexplicable began to happen. All the water monkeys began to shout loudly as if they were calling or greeting someone. The deafening roar of the monsters made the travelers uncomfortable, for no one understood what was happening at the moment. After a few minutes, as if somehow ordered, all the water monkeys rushed deep into the forest, completely forgetting about their opponents. Princess Alina could not believe that these brazen creatures would just run away. Alina stated that the water monkeys were letting out a battle cry and were only here because someone was controlling them. Just at that moment, the griffin Seth sensed a new danger and began to warn his master. The griffin's instincts never failed and now helped him correctly determine the direction of the new monster's attack. This time, a huge silhouette of a terrifying primate appeared in front of the travelers, which surpassed its relatives many times over. The creature was about to attack from above and appeared at the top of a tall tree. Arla stated that in all likelihood this creature was the one that controlled all the other water monkeys. As usual, Vel asked why such a huge monster was not called a water gorilla and why Ryuji had not read about this creature in his encyclopedia of monsters. But the young wizard explained that there was no description of such a monster in the encyclopedia, and it stated that such creatures are at most 1 meter tall. So the previous water monkeys fit the description in the encyclopedia of monsters perfectly, and this one exists apparently as a rare species or has simply grown to gigantic size for unexplained reasons. And unfortunately, there was no mention of such a creature in the book he was reading. At the same time, it became obvious that such a huge monster had enough intelligence to make a sound signal to call the other kin to retreat back in case of danger or attack by a superior enemy. Ryuji advised everyone to try very hard not to die in battle with this highly intelligent monster. With the huge ape-like monster out of sight, the traveling team decided that trusting Seth was the right decision. Princess Alina had been looking for a suitable place to camp and wanted to find a spot that was close to the water but not too conspicuous and would not attract monsters. Griffon quickly responded to the princess' request, and Ryuji explained that apparently Seth wanted to say that he had already found a suitable place to camp. Alina was surprised at the griffin's reaction to her words, but the young wizard immediately reminded that Seth is much smarter than ordinary monsters, and although due to the peculiarities of his body structure he cannot speak words, but perfectly understands them. The princess thanked the griffin for his help and asked to lead them to the campsite. Alina then ordered KS and Ryuji to follow her, while Vel and Arla were to explore the area around the proposed camp. Soon Seth pointed out the desired location, and Ryuji suggested that everyone appreciate the griffin's choice, for by all accounts it was a suitable camp location. As it turned out, the griffin pointed to a huge tree whose trunk formed a kind of cave, and although it was far from the original expectations of the travelers, everyone decided to settle here. Princess Alina immediately thought of a possible trap in this place, because a huge monster monkey could be somewhere nearby. But despite this, the girl ordered to set up camp here and asked Ryuji to gather the whole squad together, and she personally in the meantime with Chaos to survey the surrounding area around. Vel apologized for being overly observant but still asked how the local water could have ended up in the middle of the dungeon. After all, it was a very strange phenomenon and very interesting where the river would lead them if they went upstream. Arla admitted that she was already tired of everything unbelievable and had already stopped thinking about such things. Ryuji said that they had picked the right place to spend the night and asked the knights to go with him, and on the way they could gather branches for a fire. Vel started questioning again and asked that was it really necessary to reproduce the cycle of the sun's movement in the dungeon. But Arla asked her partner to stop asking strange questions, because it would still not help to find out the causes of phenomena that contradicted common sense. Vel agreed with the girl, but still asked if she was not interested in what is happening around her. Arla irritatedly replied that she did not care at all, because the main thing is to achieve the main goal and complete the task. Ryuji invited Vel to listen to his speculations if he wanted to familiarize himself with the usual speculations. Vel asked for his opinion and reminded him that inquisitive wizards were completely different from impulsive warriors. Arla instantly realized who Vel meant and threatened him with a painful kick to the groin. The whole situation amused the princess, and Helena asked her not to tease Arla so much anymore, and then confessed that she was also very interested to hear Ryuji's speculations. The young wizard stated that there was actually nothing complicated about this setting, and since the monsters were moved here to protect the heart of the dungeon, perhaps the dungeon itself is trying to replicate the environment that these monsters used to live in before. And pondering thus, what would happen to a creature that was used to the change of day and night if it suddenly moved into a completely dark dungeon? After all, such a drastic change of scenery would greatly affect the fighting ability of the monsters, and they would no longer effectively defend the dungeon. And even after mental indoctrination and special brainwashing, monsters will still perceive time as a change of day and night. This means that the instinct that is ingrained in monsters cannot be eliminated from their way of life. Therefore, the dungeon is most likely trying to replicate their original environment to help the monsters maintain a stable lifestyle in which they can function effectively. Although in doing so, there are many flaws to be found in this entire environment. Princess Alina agreed with such assumptions, because if the condition of the monsters starts to deteriorate drastically after they are moved to the interior of the dungeon, they will be completely useless in the role of its defenders. However, if Ryuji's theory is correct, then wouldn't it be better to execute the entire interior of the dungeon to match the outside environment? And so it was strange why the first floor looked like a normal dungeon, while the third floor was a forest of mushrooms. And one would assume that the reptiloid they met on the third floor would be much more comfortable on the shore of some body of water. Princess Alina summarized that if one kept thinking about it, one would find many inconsistencies. Ryuji agreed with the girl, but at the same time, one should not forget that the heart of the dungeon hardly works in the same way as things in the human world. Arla only laughed at this conversation and reminded her that it was best to stop thinking about all this, because the world around him completely contradicted all the laws of common sense. Settling down by the fire, Princess Alina once again convinced that the magical storage is really a useful thing. After all, to be able to enjoy fresh food in the depths of the dungeon is a real pleasure. Vel agreed with her and reminded her that wherever an army was going, the slowest part of it was always the supply unit. If every army had such magical storages, the speed of troop movement would increase many times over. Then the princess decided to organize the night watch and said that in the army the guards changed every few hours, but she did not know how it was organized in the adventurers. Ryuji explained that the adventurers have it the same way and there is almost no difference with the army. But as long as Seth is with them, one can't worry too much about it, as the griffin will sense danger better than any guard. After all, the average person is very far from the heightened perception of a griffin. For example, if monsters were to attack, and even if they were of a high level, Seth would be able to defeat them on his own, just as it happened to the Iron Serpents during their journey into the dungeon. Even so, Princess Helena stated that it would still not be unreasonable to put one person next to the griffin. After all, if Seth was constantly on duty, he would have absolutely no opportunity to rest. But Ryuji disagreed with the princess and explained that Seth is a high-level monster and therefore the griffin can go days without sleep and it does not affect the use of its abilities. Alina replied that she was willing to take Ryuji's word for it since he had much more experience with griffins. In the end, Alina still did not give up her idea of assigning duty to team members and assigned Arla first, followed by Alina herself, then Isekai'd, Vel, and finally Ryuji. Isekai'd and Arla immediately resented and asked the princess not to participate in the night duty. But in the end, just one threatening look from Alina was enough for the loyal bodyguards to stop resenting. The night turned out to be quite warm and calm and nothing interfered with the travelers' rest. Toward morning it was finally Ryuji's turn to be on duty and Vel passed the unpleasant baton. Vel said that since it would soon be morning, there was hardly any need to fear a monster attack. But at this time, the guard could also be inattentive, and so Ryuji should be extremely careful. Ryuji took the watch and was soon able to take down a whole group of water monkeys that apparently stumbled into the camp by accident. The young adventurer waited for the griffin to wake up to wish him good morning and offered Seth breakfast of the night's spoils. Soon Ryuji suggested that his flying friend try to swallow the water monkey's magic stone and see if he could acquire some new skill. Judging from the griffin's reaction, the magic stone was not very tasty and had no effect on Seth. After that, Ryuji offered to eat the reptiloid magic stone, but that also turned out to be a waste of expensive material. Ryuji resented the lack of effect because he still didn't understand what factors the acquisition of new skills depended on. After the failed experiment with the magic stones, the young wizard offered Seth to enjoy some well-roasted meat, and this treat pleased the griffin much more than the useless stones. Suddenly, the peaceful morning was no longer peaceful, and Ryuji felt powerful tremors and then heard something or someone heavy approaching. The young wizard immediately realized that someone with bad intentions was approaching, and judging by the strength of his steps, it was a very dangerous creature, so it would be foolish to stay here. Ryuji decided not to waste time and ordered Seth to fly to intercept the monster. Barely awake, Arla asked what that noise was and what was even going on. Ryuji exclaimed that the enemy was approaching, and from the sound of footsteps it was someone incredibly huge, and that was why he had sent the griffin to intercept the enemy. Ryuji then asked the girl to inform the others and to prepare for the defense of the camp while he hurried forward. After traveling a short distance, Ryuji was shocked to see a monster that was beyond his wildest expectations. From behind the trees, a real giant ogre appeared towards the young wizard and the griffin, snarling viciously, feeling its physical superiority. The ogre giant did not hesitate long and attacked the young adventurer with lightning speed. But Ryuji was prepared for this turn of events and dodged the crushing blow in time. The impact was so strong that the ground literally shook and the birds instantly flew away from the area. But Ryuji decided that he could not be crushed by such an attack and needed to use his speed. The brave griffin was not left behind and rushed towards the terrible beast with his deadly claws. The young adventurer decided to support his flying friend, and thanks to his magical boots jumped so high that he could strike a death slash directly on the head of the ogre. But unfortunately, Ryuji's magic weapon did not inflict a fatal wound, but only slightly cut the huge torso of the ferocious giant. The adventurer realized that this time he would have to work harder and gathered his strength for another attack. The enraged ogre decided to take immediate revenge for the painful cut and launched a series of swinging blows. But it was all to no avail as Ryuji easily dodged the slow giant. But gradually the ogre began to slow down and lose his balance. Ryuji, of course, did not miss such a great chance and made an act of revenge for the spoilt breakfast by the fire. As it turned out, the cause of the ogre's sudden weakening was the griffin's poisonous claws. It was obvious that Seth had used his magical ability, but I was not too strong, for it was only a first level ability. Besides, it took some time for the poison to spread over such a huge body. But in any case, I was able to assess the skills of such a ferocious opponent and destroyed him without a scratch. The young wizard once again praised his best friend Seth and congratulated him on his incredible victory. Vel and Arla were stunned by the sheer size of the monster destroyed. Princess Alina rejoiced that Ryuji and Seth were unharmed after such a battle. The young adventurer said that the ogre was so huge that the ground gathered from its footsteps, and to prevent the monster from destroying the camp they had to be proactive. The princess admitted that she had a few reservations, but she still agreed with Ryuji's decision, for it was impossible to do otherwise in such a situation. The adventurer explained that she needed to wait a little while for all the blood to drain out of the ogre so as not to dirty the magical vault. Alina replied that she certainly expected to meet an ogre in the dungeon, but she could not even imagine how huge it would turn out to be. And this giant is even bigger than the ogre leader she met once. Ryuji surmised that this ogre was just an ordinary ogre, but for some unknown reason, it was able to grow to such a huge size. After the blood had stopped, the princess asked Ryuji to hide the ogre's body as soon as possible and said that after breakfast they should quickly find the entrance to the 5th floor. Alina suggested that the day promises to be challenging and so everyone should be as focused as possible. The princess asked Ryuji to take care of breakfast, and the wizard was glad that while he was fighting the monster, the fire had not yet gone out. At the same time, the young wizard promised Seth to cook the ogre meat, for he must taste the monster he had destroyed, as it had become a standard tradition. The meat for the griffin was still being cooked, while the rest of the research team had already decided to have breakfast. Everyone was pleased with the delicious food and once again thanked Ryuji for such a great opportunity to have fresh food even in such a horrible dungeon. Ryuji, of course, did not forget about Seth and carefully roasted meat for his friend who was patiently waiting for his treat. But suddenly Arla was a little embarrassed and asked for a treat of roasted meat as she really liked the smell. Vel immediately reacted to the situation and also asked for a treat of roast meat. The example proved to be contagious and Princess Alina joined the company of those who wanted to savor the roast meat. Ryuji promised to cut fresh meat and quickly grill it for everyone on skewers. After a while, the smell from the roasted meat intensified many times over and everyone was eagerly waiting for it to finally cook. Ryuji explained that it was certainly not a dish that was usually served to noblemen, but it was still delicious. The only one who refused the roasted meat was Chaos, who tried to ignore what was happening. Princess Alina apologized for Chaos' behavior, and Ryuji admitted that he was very surprised that Chaos saw no problem with his princess eating ogre meat. Belle agreed with the adventurer, because it would be normal to hear Chaos say something like that eating such meat is not worthy of noble people. But he explained to the princess that in the old days they needed to eat the meat of various monsters because there was not enough food on the battlefields. Arla also remembered those harsh times, but noticed that back then the meat was not as tasty as it is today. Ryuji explained that meat that contained so much magical energy became delicious when cooked properly, and since this giant ogre is a B-rank monster, it's quite expected that its flavor is especially good. Although if you think about it, even the legs of low-level poisonous toads also have a wonderful flavor. The princess declared that since they were done with breakfast, they should now proceed to complete the level, and if possible, it would be wonderful to get to level 5 today. And not to forget the warning of the adventurers they met, who reported the undead on the 5th floor of the dungeon. Alina reminded that usually the undead are very susceptible to fire magic, and since Ryuji is very good with fire spells, they should be able to handle the enemies. But the rest of the monsters will have to be dealt with on a case-by-case basis. And the main problem may arise with the water monkeys that attacked yesterday, because they are unlikely to stop bothering as long as you have to stay on this level. Arla agreed with her mistress and suggested that perhaps a scouting party had wandered near the camp during the night. And the most enormous ape is unlikely to refuse a new attack and is sure to think of something unpleasant. The assumptions proved to be accurate, and after a few minutes Ryuji reported a large contingent of enemies approaching, and judging by Seth's reaction they were trying to encircle from all sides. Princess Alina decided not to worry too much, as it was unlikely that a rare type of aquatic ape would decide to repeat the actions that led to his defeat. But Chaos advised not to overestimate the capabilities, even if it was a rare type of monster, because they had often faced dangerous opponents before. Ryuji thought that Chaos was right about a lot of things and it was just another monster against them. However, when this monster looked at them yesterday, its gaze was quite meaningful and it seemed to be studying the actions of its enemies. Ryuji speculated about a possible trap that the leader of the water monkeys might have prepared, and perhaps he would act as he did yesterday, deliberately trying to appear weak and foolish in order to lower the vigilance of his opponents. Suddenly, Chaos agreed with the adventurer and decided that any options should be considered. After all, they were all in monster territory. Ryuji explained that at this moment, the opponents had already occupied a large part of the territory but were still out of sight, and therefore there was no way to approach them. And if the water monkeys were hiding among the trees, there was then a chance to deal with them. Princess Alina asked that does Ryuji have ranged attacks besides magic. Ryuji demonstrated his long-prepared spears. Chaos asked what the wizard was going to do with such weapons, for if it was only a joke, it might be funny. But Ryuji replied that this was no time for jokes at all and he just wanted to use the spears for their intended purpose. Ryuji swung the spear hard and poisoned it in the direction of the trees where the opponents were likely to be. But then, looking into the distance, the adventurer admitted his unfortunate blunder. Belle did not really understand what had just happened, and then wondered what was the point of using magic if Ryuji could do something like that, because not everyone could throw a spear that far. The young adventurer explained that there was nothing special with the spear and he never knows if he can repeat such a throw. And if he uses magic, the spent magical power regenerates on its own. Ryuji also admitted that although he has a few spears prepared, he would prefer to refrain from using them so as not to waste them. Moreover, unlike magic, a throwing spear can't be enhanced with magic power, so there's always a chance of missing, as it happened this time. Everyone agreed that it would be very difficult to attack an invisible monster relying only on one's wits. Arla was outraged by the situation and said that it was all very strange. The bodyguard girl explained that it had been 2 hours since they had set up camp and they still hadn't encountered a single monster yet, and being on guard waiting for an ambush was a very tedious task. And perhaps it would be much easier if they were attacked immediately, and then there would be a chance to quickly resolve this problem quickly. Suddenly, there was a terrifying roar from the direction of the trees again, and Chaos irritably stated that Arla had an incredible ability to attract trouble. The girl was outraged and bellowed that it wasn't her fault. Princess Helena only smiled and reminded her that something similar had already happened in the carriage. Just at that moment, the angrily screaming water monkeys finally decided to do a desperate act and rushed down from the tall trees to attack. Thanks to his magnificent magic boots, Ryuji was able to jump very high and met the monsters with a spinning death-size strike that left not a single chance for the bravest monkeys. But behind the first group, there was of course the next group that screamed no less threatening than the rest. The young adventurer continued to fend off the pesky water monkeys and wondered why they all suddenly pounced on him, for there must have been a reason for such an act. Princess Alina speculated that perhaps the water monkeys' attack had started when Ryuji had thrown his spear, but before that they had been on guard, waiting for the right moment, believing that no one could see them. The griffin Seth deftly destroyed the nimble monkeys with his claws, and Chaos proved once again that he was an excellent warrior even in spite of his bad temper. The knight wielded his spear masterfully and promised to show all the lower creatures what it meant to fight a nobleman. Vel didn't stop for a second to send arrows at his opponents and then stated that such a reaction from the monsters was quite expected, since Chaos' magic spear instills fear in the monkeys, because it can pierce through without giving the protective water shell a chance to manifest its properties. Vel admitted that his arrows were not enough to effectively stop enemies, as they could not always pierce the protective water layer. Vel asked the girl knight to assist him and Arla swiftly rushed forward, destroying everything in her path with her short sword. Vel praised his partner and said that even magical water defenses were useless against Arla's superhuman strength. The girl replied that this was too ignorant a compliment, making her out to be some kind of monster. But Vel explained that this was his way of trying to praise and perhaps improve his communication skills in the future. The tedious battle continued for some time, and repeatedly the water monkeys attempted to attack the traveling party in waves, taking short breaks. The most tired of all was Arla, who was always in the lead. Suddenly, from a high tree on the exhausted girl bodyguard jumped Fierce Monkey, but Chaos did not lose vigilance and was able to destroy the monster at the right time. Arla thanked the knight for his help, but Chaos did not relax and reminded her to wait for an attack every second because there were still many monsters around. Arla instantly pulled herself together and started actively swinging her short sword again. Then Ryuji heard some strange sounds and tried to quickly find the source. The strong steel of the short sword could not withstand the strain and Arla was left unarmed, and at that moment an angry water monkey was already rushing at her from above. The young adventurer noticed all this and rushed to help the girl bodyguard. Ryuji destroyed the water ape with an incredibly accurate throw of his dagger and saved the girl. Arla thanked the adventurer and promised to repay this debt, but it was still very early to relax as a threatening roar came from the forest. A few minutes later, Ryuji had already rescued Princess Alina, who had also failed to notice the monkey that was trying to get close behind her. Alina did not stop to thank the adventurer and gave her smile. The young wizard realized that if even the princess was exhausted, it meant that it had been at least an hour since the battle had started. And it would be nice to praise this brave girl for lasting so long and still not even sweating despite not stopping swinging her sword for a second. Vel asked the princess if she was going to retreat, since the advanced party of monkeys had already been almost destroyed and if they attacked now, they could break through. Alina replied that that's probably what the monsters wanted, because that way they could trap the whole squad. Especially when faced with superior forces of monkeys will quickly waste their energy and therefore need to retreat for a while and regroup. It was obvious to Ryuji and Alina that Vel was right, of course, and it was urgent to think of a way out of this impasse. The young wizard decided to call upon his fire magic once again to stun the water monkeys and buy time. A deadly hail of fire crashed down on the monkeys, destroying all life and drastically reducing the monster's population. After the crushing fire attack on his opponents, Ryuji decided to protect his squad and allow a change of formation. The adventurer decided to use fire magic to create a cutting edge that could repel the enemy's attacks. Ryuji created a wall of blazing fire and separated the travelers with a protective barrier. Princess Alina did not expect this and asked Ryuji what he was doing. But the noisy purple wall of fire drowned out the princess's words and Ryuji did not hear the question. Ryuji offered Helena a drink of water and the princess again inquired about the strange magic the adventurer had used. Ryuji explained to the princess that everyone had a chance to rest and replenish their strength as the fire wall would last for about 30 minutes and there was no need to worry about its effectiveness. Helena gave thanks for the water and called such fire magic truly life-saving. Ryuji explained that the magic he used was called the Purple Wall of Fire and it formed a protective wall of flame, thus guarding against outside attacks and resisting any attempts to penetrate it. And so within half an hour one should try to maximize their recovery and decide how they would proceed in the future. The travelers were all glad that Ryuji possessed such advanced magic, because otherwise they would still have to fight non-stop. Vel asked the adventurer why no one felt the heat at all if they were within the ring of the Wall of Fire. Ryuji explained that it was an image used in preference to the spell, so the magic works so that the temperature inside the ring of fire never changes and doesn't bother the people inside. At the same time, the outside of the fire ring, the temperature of the wall is incredibly high, a temperature high enough to make the water monkeys unable to even touch it. Everyone was surprised at the power of the magical energy that the adventurer used. Ryuji then stated that no matter what, for the next 10 minutes, they should focus on restoring the energy and then start to formulate a plan for the next attack. Alina displayed her shabby sword and asked Ryuji if he thought there was any way to use it further. The girl explained that as she thought her blade had exhausted its useful energy and it would be nice if Ryuji could find some suitable weapon for her. But the adventurer explained that unfortunately he only had one sword and had already given it to Arla. Instead of the usual sword, the young wizard offered the princess the use of an axe of strength, explaining that this magnificent battle axe was a magical object. The girl inquired what properties this axe possessed. Ryuji replied that he could feel the strong magical energy of this weapon, but unfortunately he wasn't too sure of its capabilities since he had only recently obtained it. Arla, you decided to help your mistress and offered to use this unknown weapon yourself. But as soon as the bodyguard girl picked up the axe of strength, she immediately dropped it, as the weapon was incredibly heavy. Arla awkwardly picked up the axe and admitted that she didn't expect to feel such weight from this magical weapon. But then after making a few movements, Arla was able to get used to the unusual heaviness and asked the adventurer to let her use the weapon. The girl admitted that after only a few minutes of exercise she felt as if she had been using this axe for years. Everyone then asked the princess how they would proceed. Helena stated that firstly the suggestion to retreat is rejected, and in fact she believes that even if at first glance the enemy troops are few who attempt to lead them in a certain direction, so the best choice would be to break through a certain point, trying to get past an obvious trap. And if possible, one would like to defeat monsters of a rare type. Vel explained that there was an undeniable problem, because it was unclear how to deal with those monsters that would definitely chase them. After all, constantly running away from monsters is too tedious and can end unpredictably. Seth tried to make an important suggestion to Ryuji, and the adventurer as usual understood his friend's thoughts. The young wizard realized that the Griffon's advice was to use the king's intimidation to escape from this trap. But in doing so, there is the possibility that Seth's secret will be revealed, and before that happens, it is vital to proceed with extreme caution. Princess Alina inquired exactly what the Griffin had to say. The adventurer explained that there was one important suggestion on exactly how to overcome this difficult situation. Alina asked for more details, for any help would come in handy now. Ryuji promised to explain everything in detail, but before he did, he stated he had one important condition. The young wizard explained that he wanted to use a spell called the Seed of Caution. Simply put, it is a magic that acts as a binding contract, and if the contracted people break the contract, this spell will instantly work and burn them from the inside out. That is the only condition in this situation. Chaos reacted angrily to such a suggestion and once again called Ryuji an insolent scoundrel who intended to use his magical power to restrain the noble Princess Alina. Ryuji could not stand the insults and angrily bellowed back that Chaos was once again overstepping his bounds and trying to talk about his noble lineage in a totally inappropriate manner. Ryuji was outraged by Chaos' reaction and said that if no one wanted to accept his terms, then the noble travelers could explore the dungeon on their own, and he, along with Seth, would return safely to the surface and wait for their return. Chaos was not going to be appeased and stated that an ordinary adventurer could not so easily abandon his customer and sneakily flee. Ryuji explained that he had tried to ignore Chaos until now, but now he was fully convinced that the knight was a perfect example of a noble man with an overinflated ego and a complete lack of useful skills. Chaos reacted angrily to such accusations and tried to grab the young adventurer, but the attempt was unsuccessful, and Ryuji gloatingly asked that if a noble man, something could fail. With a swift movement of his hand, Ryuji knocked the spear out of Chaos' hands and asked if he wanted to try to lift it under these conditions. Chaos only snarled viciously in response, sincerely wanting to destroy the insolent adventurer. Princess Alina ordered an immediate end to this silly quarrel. Vel, in his usual smiling manner, also asked everyone to slowly calm down. Even if Chaos had overstepped his bounds, it was not at all necessary to kill him. The princess then asked Ryuji if there was really a need to use the said caution seed spell. The young adventurer explained to Helena that if anyone found out about this ability, it would probably bring all sorts of problems in the future, and he did not want to endanger his friend Seth. Ryuji then explained that he was prepared to offer everyone 3 courses of action. One of them is that everyone takes the spell of the Seed of Caution and he uses his trump card to gain victory in this battle. The second option is that the nobles don't accept his terms, and in that case he along with the Griffin returns to the surface. And the third option is a compromise in which everyone continues to fight using only their own strength and does not rely on the use of magic trump card, and only relying on luck and their abilities will try to change the course of the battle in their favor. Ryuji promised to continue to guard the princess as best he could, and if things deteriorate, he may revert to option 2 and leave the nobles in the dungeon alone with their problems. Princess Alina asked to be given some time to think about it, because this decision is not so easy. Vel decided to clarify and asked if Ryuji was really going to leave them in the dungeon. And if that was true, then the adventurers should understand exactly what would happen in the event of the princess' death, After all, it would happen in Count Dusker's territory. But Ryuji replied that the Count's problems don't bother him at all, because he is usually an adventurer who can continue his journey in any other city of the kingdom. Belle asked why. In that case, Ryuji kept offering them various options if he could leave right now. But the young wizard explained that it was likely that the nobles were overestimating his capabilities as a D-rank adventurer, and if they were truly concerned about protecting their princess, they should not have placed such a restriction on the level of the accompanying adventurer and chosen to have an unranked adventurer assist him on this journey, for it was much more logical and safer. Belle pondered over the adventurer's words and then stated that Ryuji should not say such things, for things had already gone too far now. Belle reminded Ryuji that he himself was the D-rank adventurer who had accepted the order on his own, and was also willing to receive a huge reward even though he was well aware of how dangerous the task would be. And everything looks from the outside like the complaint of an irresponsible child, and Ryuji should behave like an adult and feel responsible for his actions. Ryuji couldn't find anything to object to, for Belle's words were true and his decision had been too impulsive. Then Belle turned back into a cheerful guy and confessed that he had never thought they could go this far into the dungeon before. After all, they wouldn't even be able to confirm anything until they got to the magical altar, and maybe it was his fault. The cunning thief then stated that they were now facing a problem anyway and would be unlikely to get any further than they were now if Ryuji along with the Griffin left their team. Belle admitted that they really had no other options but to accept the adventurer's terms. Princess Alina asked to clarify whether the magic trump card Ryuji had mentioned would really be able to turn the situation in their favor. Ryuji explained that he was fully confident that it would, although he couldn't tell more than that, but he could guarantee that the battle with the monsters would be much easier. Princess Alina, after a short consideration, stated that she was willing to accept these conditions for the sake of her goal and for the sake of the team. However, it should not be forgotten that the most important goal is to reach the altar of inheritance, and in doing so, the altar needs to be manipulated in some way. Therefore, one must be sure that Ryuji's spell would not negatively affect this process or affect the ritual. The young wizard explained that his ability is the best he can offer at this moment. Alina watched the adventurer carefully and Ryuji also tried not to look away, and then the princess suggested that the young wizard finally reveal the secret of his magical ability. Ryuji agreed to the girl's proposal and stated that his magic trump card had something to do with the griffin. Ryuji stated that although outwardly Seth looks like an ordinary griffon, but in fact he is a rare breed and can what an ordinary griffon is not capable of. The young wizard then asked his friend to demonstrate his abilities and apply fire breath. The griffon complied with his master's request and spat out a whole plume of deadly flames. Ryuji then explained that Seth had other options such as a battle cry that slowed down the movement of opponents. When using such a skill, the enemy's movement becomes slower by at least 10%. Belle agreed that such an ability could work on water monkeys because their bodies were too light, and if they were slowed down significantly, it would make it easier to destroy them. Ryuji then suggested that the noble travelers quickly make a plan for a future battle. To begin, the adventurer suggested that they apply the Griffin battle cry as soon as the wall of fire disappeared. This would help slow down the speed of the opponents considerably, and everyone should take this opportunity to break through the water monkey's defenses. Ryuji warned that the effect of the wall of fire would soon end, and so everyone should prepare their equipment and set themselves up for a desperate battle. The princess carefully watched the preparation process of her team and was glad that Ryuji possessed magical storage, because thanks to this, Belle could safely replenish his stock of arrows. The princess also realized that the mere fact that there was a griffin with them was already enough to attract attention. And taking into account its unusual abilities, Alina understood Ryuji's fears, because it was really not worth spreading about the rarity of his pet. The princess thought a little more and suggested that perhaps this was not the only reason for the secrecy of the young adventurer, which may be something else. Alina realized that if Ryuji had initially said that Seth had incredible powers, it might have influenced decisions to take him along. Although this method of secrecy could get him into serious trouble under certain conditions, then one would have to be sure of the need for such secrecy. Then as soon as the wall of fire ceased its effect, the griffin wasted no time in applying magic deterrence, which significantly slowed down the advancing water monkeys. Princess Alina instantly ordered the entire squad to run forward, destroying all in their path, and the noble knights did not hesitate to begin to carry out the order of their mistress. Alina ordered to concentrate on clearing the passage and to deal only with those monsters that tried to attack. After a while, an excited Isekai'd reported about a gap among the trees, and the princess without hesitation ordered to move in that direction, because if they get out of the forest, they will have an advantage in the open. But as it turned out, there was a whole group of different monsters ahead of them, led by that fierce primate giant who had already proved his intellectual abilities. Arla stated that the monsters had indeed managed to lure them into their trap, but Isekai'd suggested that perhaps there was something different here, for if it was a trap, there would be a much larger group ahead of them. but Princess Alina ordered them not to relax and pointed to the passage behind the group of monsters. As it turned out, this was the passage to the next floor, and all that was needed was to overcome this group of monsters and get to the right staircase. Arla then warned that a troop of water monkeys were moving behind them and were rapidly catching up. Princess Alina ordered an immediate change of plan and asked them to use the roar of the griffin to deal with those monsters behind them, while the rest of the team should concentrate on the monsters in front of the passage to the next floor of the dungeon. Ryuji once again enlisted the help of fire magic and threw a huge fireball forward, which crashed into the group of monsters with a crackling sound. Meanwhile, Princess Alina ordered Arla and Chaos to destroy the monsters with extreme prejudice, and Vel should use his magic to slow down the enemies. For Ryuji, the Princess General chose the task of attacking the enemies from the side and stretching their forces. The young wizard rushed to do the princess's bidding and decided to use a hail of fire arrows in front of him to weaken the enemies as much as possible. The hail of fire arrows stunned the monsters, and Ryuji continued to use his unique abilities and quickly approached the enemies. After that, the young adventurer decided to introduce his magical weapon to the monsters and grabbed the Scythe of Death tighter. With lightning-fast movements of his hands, the Scythe of Death was able to cut through everything in its path, and none of the monsters were able to resist such power. Ryuji, traveling at top speed, combined Death Scythe's blows with the use of magical abilities and even managed to use acid spray, which proved to be a dangerous weapon. After a while, there was only one monster left in front of the young wizard, that highly intelligent primate. At this, Ryuji paid attention to the wound that was on the monster's shoulder. Only now did the adventurer realize that the spear he had launched at random had found its target and had not been wasted. The adventurer then declared that he would try to provoke the great ape so that the monster would direct all its hostility and attack him, and everyone else should take this chance and try to crush the monster from different directions. Princess Alina agreed with this plan and realized that it was because of that spear that most of the monsters focused their attack on the adventurer, for it was he who had wounded their leader. Meanwhile, Ryuji tried to get closer to the huge monster, making himself a decoy. The adventurer deliberately picked up the exact same spear he used to wound the evil ape, and it caused the monster to react. The ferocious monster was rapidly picking up speed to reach the adventurer as soon as possible. Ryuji had been waiting for just this moment and mentally praised the monkey for his predictable reaction. The terrifying monster concentrating on Ryuji let his guard down, and at that moment he was attacked from behind by Princess Alina. The chopping blow of the blade unfortunately did not cause any fatal damage, but it was able to cause fear in the wild ape. But Ryuji of course realized that such a blow was not enough, and now this huge monster was concentrating on Princess Alina, which is very bad. But the solution came instantly. The young adventurer took advantage of the monster's interference and with a swift blow introduced the Scythe of Death to the neck of the monkey. A second later, the monster's heavy body collapsed to the ground and the ape made the last movement of its life. Princess Alina exhaled a sigh of relief and said that at last they had done it. The princess asked Arla if she was all right, for it was the first time she had fought in such a difficult situation with an axe she was not used to. The bodyguard girl explained that she was fine and had done a great job with the axe, and Chaos had used his magic to heal her several times. Alina praised her faithful knight for a great job, but Chaos replied as usual that he didn't need any thanks, after all healing was one of his duties. Ryuji and Chaos continued to look at each other with genuine dislike, for each felt the other to be an implacable rival. Then the young wizard asked the princess if they would rest or go straight down to the 5th floor. Alina suggested taking a short break, because everyone was too tired after such a battle and needed to recover their strength. At the same time, the princess asked Ryuji to keep an eye on the neighborhood with Seth's help. It would also be a good idea for everyone to eat something tasty. Ryuji promised to fulfill the errand and prepare some quick snacks. Ryuji realized that he would have to deal with the safety of the entire squad again. And then Princess Alina informed him that they would soon be traveling onwards, and Ryuji could, if he wanted, take care of the collection of materials that were left after the slain monsters. Ryuji decided to still collect the magic stones, but before doing so he reminded Princess Alina about his condition about the Seed of Caution. The girl even resented such a reminder and asked that whether Ryuji thought she was a noble princess would break her promise. The young wizard replied that he did not doubt Alina, but extra caution never hurts. The princess decided that Ryuji was hinting at their complete incompatibility, for even Chaos can be less stubborn when dealing with her. After all, even Chaos only behaves overbearingly towards those who are not noble people, and Ryuji was able to surpass even him. The adventurer calmly replied that he did not know all the details of the communication of noble men, and so he must remind that he would not allow any of the 4 of them to break the contract they had made, for they might regret it themselves if they had not yet fully understood the responsibility. Princess Alina replied that she understood everything perfectly, that thanks to Ryuji and Seth they were able to cope in this endurance battle. However, at the moment when their lives were threatened, Ryuji took advantage of the situation to insist on this difficult deal, and such brazen actions were inexcusable. Ryuji asked the princess what would happen if for any reason the noble knight KS broke his contract, deciding that his aristocratic status allowed him to do so. The princess sensed real anger in the adventurer's words and pondered the answer. But then, getting her emotions under control, Princess Alina promised that in such a case she would personally kill KS. Ryuji replied that he was willing to believe the princess's words. Alina then suggested changing the formation of the squad because there were supposedly undead roaming the 5th floor that were different from the usual monsters. The princess general ordered the fire mage Ryuji to position himself in the vanguard along with the fire-breathing griffin. Alina herself together with the wind Vel decided to be in the middle of the formation, and KS along with the girl Arla would have to close the formation of the team. At this point Arla became indignant and declared that with her new weapon, the Axe of Strength, she could fight on the front line. But the princess explained to the girl that this was the position Arla should take while they explored the 5th floor, since this was the position where Arla would be able to intercept attacks from behind. After all, undead such as zombies or skeletons are easy to spot by the sounds they make. However, there are also ghosts that can silently sneak up from behind. Therefore, Arla's keen senses along with KS' keen perception will be especially useful in protecting the rear of the squad. Arla agreed with the princess and promised to work hard to fulfill her expectations. Alina then asked KS if he agreed with her decision. The loyal bodyguard found no reason to resent it and promised to protect the entire squad as much as possible from unexpected attacks from behind. The princess thanked everyone for their loyal service and advised them not to relax. The 5th floor of the dungeon appeared at first glance to be an ordinary labyrinth, not some mushroom forest or spacious plains with bright sunshine. But immediately, an incredibly nauseating smell could be heard in the air, which was an unpleasant surprise for noble travelers. The young wizard immediately realized that with such an incredible stench, his heightened perception of the griffin scent would be useless on this floor. Princess Alina ordered him to move forward as carefully as possible. Suddenly, strange footsteps were heard ahead and the entire squad prepared to face an unknown enemy. Ryuji tried to recognize who exactly could belong to such strange footsteps, which were approaching behind the strange fog shrouding the tunnel. But after a few minutes, the languid wait came to an end as several angry skeletons ran out towards the travelers. Seth instantly reacted to the danger and released a plume of fire in the direction of his opponents, which immediately enveloped the ringing bones of the vile creatures. The griffin's attack delighted the travelers, for all that remained of the skeletons was dust on the ground. Vel praised Seth for such a useful set of magical attacks, without which they would have found it much more difficult to overcome the dangers. The cunning thief admitted that he wouldn't have agreed to become Ryuji's enemy at any price. The monsters in question were skeletons of rank. Such creatures are completely indifferent to pain and fear and can take a large amount of damage. However, the skeleton's speed decreases when they get wet. The only way to destroy such skeletons with a physical attack is to destroy their magic stone. But since the magic stone is part of the necessary items for budding adventurers to prove enslavement, skeletons are terribly annoying monsters. On top of that, since skeletons are human remains, some useful resources are usually harvested from them. Princess Alina was incredibly pleased with the griffin's ability and praised Seth for his ability to deal with the undead quickly. The girl called the griffin a very reliable comrade and confessed that she would be happy if he continued to protect her squad in the future. Such an appeal to the beautiful girl liked and the griffin itself, which showed joy at the communication. Finding herself in front of another fork in the labyrinth, Princess Alina asked Ryuji where he thought it would be better to go this time. Kaestus looked at this with a creepy indignation but remained silent. The loyal bodyguard of the princess could not accept the fact that Alina herself asked the advice of some ordinary boy, even if he is a real adventurer. After all, in the past, whenever there was any serious problem, Princess Alina would first ask the advice of her loyal knights. Chaos once again reminded himself that the adventurous rogue was having too negative an effect on Princess Alina. Belle of course noticed his partner's mood and smiled as usual. The cunning thief then suggested to Kaesta to have a little drink and relax, because of course it is obvious that he hates Ryuji very much. But one must realize that this is a dungeon and under such circumstances it is perfectly normal to count on the adventurer's help, especially since they themselves invited him to go. Greedily sipping from the flask, Chaos said that if things were really as Vel said, then it wouldn't be too much of a problem in the future. Chaos then stated that the most important thing was to not let anything happen that could affect the ritual in the future. After brief deliberation, Ryuji suggested going to the right passageway and Princess Alina followed the adventurer. Vel noticed that despite the serious battle, Arla was still able to recover very quickly and this had never happened to her before. The girl agreed and confessed that she too felt something unusual in herself and it seems that this magical axe somehow heals its wielder from exhaustion. and compared to the long sword she used before, using this axe of strength is much easier. And now she is gradually getting used to this magical weapon as if it was made especially for her. Vel only sighed heavily as he once again looked at the terrifying axe of power that his partner was now masterfully wielding. Meanwhile, Ryuji pointed at the door that appeared. It seemed to be an ordinary dungeon room, and the young adventurer asked the princess how they would proceed. Alina thought for a moment, then asked Vel to check the area for hidden traps. The cunning thief set about his primary business. After spending some time studying and various manipulations, Vel solemnly announced that the deactivation of the traps was complete and it was safe to go ahead. Vel explained that there was a particularly annoying trap waiting for the travelers at this door, which would fire poison needles as soon as someone pulled on the door handle. Ryuji pondered such ingenuity and decided that poison needles were a very effective tool. The young adventurer asked Vel not to throw away the poison needles, unless of course he was going to use them himself, as they might come in handy later. Vel agreed to give the poison needles to Ryuji and asked if he wanted to use them. The adventurer replied that he hadn't decided yet, but he knew for sure that they would come in handy. Vel reminded the young wizard that no one knows what kind of poison these needles contain, and so one should try to handle them very carefully. Ryuji asked not to worry, as he would stow the poison needles in his magical vault so as not to accidentally prick himself or someone else. The travelers then decided to check what was actually behind this well-guarded door, and it turned out that the room contained a lonely chest with unknown contents. Princess Alina immediately surmised that perhaps this chest contained some sort of cunning trap. Vel agreed and advised the princess not to touch the chest at all and to leave it alone. Alina, after a short thought, agreed to the thief's suggestion. Especially in this room there is no staircase, and so it is best to go back to the corridor. But the travelers had no time to leave the room before the mysterious chest opened and out of it burst something terrible, looking like the skeleton of some monster. Such a sudden attack took the travelers by surprise, and it was only thanks to the reaction of the griffin, which instantly destroyed the enemy, that serious consequences were avoided. Princess Helena thanked Seth for his help, for he was the only one who perfectly coped with such an unexpected attack and resisted the attack of the unknown monster. The princess then stated that there were hardly any other traps left in this room, for already this room was a perfect trap for curious adventurers. Vel still expressed his opinion and said that it was unlikely that ordinary adventurers could have fallen into such an ingenious trap, for no one had even intended to open the chest and it had worked by itself. But Princess Alina surmised that it was most likely a trap that activates precisely when someone gets too close. So no more time should be wasted in this room, and it would be better to go further in search of the stairs. After following a long corridor for some more time, the young wizard suddenly stopped and said that for some reason it seemed to him that they had passed in this place before, and perhaps they had got lost and had already made a few circles. Princess Alina did not believe this and reminded him that they had been going forwards the whole time, and how could they go backwards? Ryuji agreed with this observation and asked Vel for his opinion, for he was the one with phenomenal powers of observation. The cunning thief explained that he had once read in a dungeon manual that there was indeed a type of trap called a spatial loop, and it was quite likely that they were in just such a place. But if that is indeed the case, then it can only mean one thing, that the heart of this dungeon is incredibly powerful. And it's also possible that there are undead that can use spatial magic, and it's a completely different type of enemy that requires a special approach to destroy. Vel explained that the undead that can use such high-level magic can be very dangerous, and it could not be ruled out that they would have to face a lick, although it would be wonderful not to meet such a dangerous opponent. Ryuji agreed that there were indeed many options of who they might actually meet, but right now, the most sensible solution would be to mark the place they had already passed. The Griffon made a mark on the wall with its powerful claws to finally verify the closed loop theory. Everything happened according to the worst case scenario, and in a few minutes the travelers were back at the place where the wall had been marked. Ryuji looked thoughtfully at the wall and gradually began to guess how exactly everything was happening. The young wizard noticed that the marks on the wall had somehow become smaller, and it appeared that the damaged walls were repairing themselves. And all this is capable of creating dangerous spaces with endless repetitions, wandering through which adventurers can completely lose their powers. Princess Alina stated that since they had already ascertained that they were in a spatial trap, they should now figure out exactly how to get out of it. But no one could offer any solution, and the princess suggested that they think hard about the matter and give their opinions. Ryuji was the first to break the languid minutes of waiting and thinking and said that he had an idea. The young adventurer explained that even if they had entered a looped space, there was still a place that was necessarily connected to the outside world, and if they could destroy that part, they could each return to the place where they had been from the beginning. Princess Alina agreed with such a reasonable solution, but then asked if the adventurer knew how to get to such a special place. Ryuji explained that with his fire magic, he would be able to fill the entire space with fire, and that would help locate the right spot. The princess was surprised and asked if Ryoji could really do such a thing, as it would require finding a huge amount of magical energy. But the adventurer confidently stated that there would be no problem with that and he had enough magical energy for such a trick. After saying that, the princess suggested that they should not waste any time and get on with the necessary task. The young adventurer again turned to his fire magic for help and used the spell Fire Carpet, thanks to which the entire space of the labyrinth was filled with deadly flames. To the travelers' surprise, this flame appeared to be controlled and did not burn any of them at all. Following the flow of flames after a few minutes, the adventurer reported that he had found the right place. As it turned out, the young wizard led the troop of travelers to the very door where they had earlier discovered the mysterious chest. Princess Alina asked if they had really been able to get out of that trap. Ryoji suggested that in all likelihood, when they entered that room, they had activated a dimensional loop. Alina stated that if this was indeed the case, then another trap would be triggered when the chest was discovered, and so it would be impossible to avoid several traps at once. The princess asked Vel to be especially careful in the future because similar places may be encountered more than once on this level. The cunning thief promised to take note of such tricks and survey the area more carefully. Vel explained that falling into the same trap would hurt his pride as a thief too much, so he would try to avoid such a situation. Kajest, who had already drunk a lot of alcohol, admitted that he was ashamed too, since he was such a noble knight who had fallen into a trap prepared by some despicable monsters. After that, Princess Alina ordered the griffin to keep watching the area so as not to miss the monster's attack, and Vel should concentrate on finding the traps, and in doing so the whole team should slowly advance. After about 10 minutes of cautious advancement, Ryoji warned of the approaching enemies. Tightening the bowstring, Vel asked if it was possible that the monsters had not expected to be able to escape the spatial trap so quickly and now decided to counterattack in a panic. Princess Alina agreed that it could indeed be the case and therefore one should prepare to meet the enemy. Then Alina ordered Arla and Chaos to control the territories behind the squad, because if the local undead are following someone's orders, there is a good chance that they are going to ambush them. As the unknown enemy approached, the horrible stench that was being blown in the corridor by the strong draft grew stronger. Ryoji gradually began to guess who they were dealing with, for only one creature could shuffle its feet so disgustingly on the ground while stinking of the dead. The assumption of the young wizard was justified 100%, and a huge crowd of real zombies slowly began to approach the group of travelers. The travelers were surprised to see zombies, many of which were equipped in real iron armor. Princess Alina surmised that it was likely that many of these zombies were likely converted adventurers. But as it turned out, the trouble didn't end there, and Arla advised her mate Chaos to look the other way. Princess Alina's assumption proved to be correct, and the vile adversaries did indeed decide to attack the traveling party from behind. Alina stated that this is evidence that these zombies are being controlled by someone from the shadows, and it seems this unknown entity decided to throw a welcome party for them. Princess Alina ordered Arla and Chaos to try to hold off the advance from behind until Seth and Ryoji could clear a path for them to advance. The loyal bodyguards vowed, with one voice, to destroy anyone who tried to get close to the princess. Arla grabbed her magic axe and prepared to face the dead monsters, while Chaos sought the help of the great water spirits and asked for the power of the Five Fangs. The cocky knight then applied the Water Fang spell, with which he managed to strike the first row of zombies. But to the surprise of the travelers, the undead did not die and after a few seconds continued their movement. A distressed Chaos voiced the already known information that his water magic was powerless, but since they only needed to buy time, water magic would be able to delay the zombies' advance. Arla agreed with her partner and then confessed that she would really hate to moralize her magnificent axe on the dead bodies of the zombies, and so water magic would be the perfect option. But a few minutes later, a griffin flew to the rescue and the princess ordered her knights to focus on defense. Seth, thanks to his fire breath, instantly vaporized a whole group of zombies that proved to be more susceptible to fire than water. Ryoji praised his trusty friend for a job well done. And then the young wizard advised Princess Alina to move forward, for they still don't know who exactly is controlling the zombies, and if they continue to stay where they are, they will soon be attacked again. Alina agreed with the adventurer's words and ordered the entire squad to move forward to find the entrance to the next floor as soon as possible today. But they were constantly attacked from behind by scattered groups of skeletons and periodically had to slow down to fend off their pesky pursuit. Princess Alina admitted that she had really expected the monsters to back off for a while. Arla agreed with her mistress, because any other opponent would have surrendered long ago, but these undead representatives have absolutely no feelings at all and constantly continue to attack. Therefore, it all seems like a battle of endurance and perhaps someone just wants to exhaust them with such constant attacks. After a while, Ryuji reported finding a door further down the corridor, but then the adventurer was surprised when there were actually 2 doors. Such a strange find got the travelers thinking, and Vel asked which door he should start investigating for traps. Princess Helena herself did not know the answer to this question and so suggested that the thief start with any door, for eventually they would need to secure the passage both ways. Vel carefully began to examine the door for fear of getting into a stupid situation like the previous room. This time the thief took much more time and finally declared that he was now clear. Vel offered to go through a door that had no locks or traps on it and the next moment tried to open it. Such a decision caused Princess Helena to panic and she shouted that one should not open unknown doors so easily. But despite such a reckless decision, nothing terrible happened and the room appeared at first glance completely empty. Princess Helena ordered her faithful thief to search every corner of this room and see if there were any hidden doors or staircases. Vel promised to examine the room thoroughly and report the result. To the rest of the team, Princess Helena ordered the rest of the team to use this room to rest and restore their energy. Vel immediately resented it, as he too wanted to rest, but Isekai'd hastened to reassure his partner and promised that once he had finished surveying the room, he would replace him immediately. After a while, the experienced thief reported that he had been able to examine the entire room but had found nothing of interest. Princess Helena advised the thief to have a snack and some rest, and then proceed to examine the second door. Having satisfied his hunger, Vel began a thorough examination of the second door and immediately found something interesting. The experienced thief explained that this door had a rather dangerous trap set on it, and perhaps something interesting lurked behind these doors. Vel was indeed a very skillful and experienced thief, and after a while he managed to disarm even such a cunning and dangerous trap. And then Vel in a joyful voice invited all the travelers to come into the room. Isekai'd incredulously asked his partner if he was sure that he had correctly disarmed the trap this time. Vel smilingly replied that he had no intention of making the same mistakes and had indeed checked the area around the door and his hunch had found nothing and so it was safe to enter the room. Vel then grasped the doorknob with interest and tried to open the mysterious door. The door opened easily and Vel declared in a satisfied voice that as he had promised there was nothing wrong and he had checked everything. But at the same moment Vel prudently stepped aside and Arla demanded that the door be opened properly and not stand behind the wall. Vel immediately declared that it was really no big deal if he suddenly missed a few traps, and so Arla should treat him better since he had already disarmed dangerous traps many times. Then Vel still entered the room first and said that it looked like they had hit the real jackpot and this room looked like a research lab or something like that. Such a room surprised the travelers and the princess suggested that perhaps this was the room of an alchemist who had been after them for a long time. Alina thought about everything that was going on and then asked Ryuji to speak on the matter. But the adventurer did not know what to answer and Alina asked Ryuji together with Vel to search this strange room. After all, there was a possibility that this room might contain a floor map and perhaps some useful magical items could be found here that Ryuji could keep. The young wizard thought for a moment and Vel voiced what all the travelers were thinking. After all, it was indeed very strange to find a research lab like this in the middle of a dungeon. Vel also drew everyone's attention to the fact that this door still hadn't been opened. After all, how could the adventurers they had met on the 3rd floor or those who had found the crown altar not have looked into this room before? After all, it was hard to believe that the adventurers had simply walked past such an interesting room. Isekai'd thought about it and agreed with Vel's reasoning, for it was very strange to find this room in such a state. Vel surmised that most likely the stairs to the next level were somewhere to the left along the corridor they had missed earlier. But suddenly there was a sense of something present in the air and an unknown voice announced that the travelers were mistaken. All this startled the explorers and all stepped back sharply. The squad immediately prepared for an attack and everyone grabbed their weapons. But the unknown voice continued to speak and stated that the point was that the guests of this dungeon were in a mirror dimension. Ryuji guessed that this unknown voice was speaking directly into their heads, so they were being communicated with by telepathy. In the meantime, the voice said that he had left the place for a while, and when he returned, he found a bunch of pathetic thieves in his house, and it turns out it's now very difficult to keep his experiments a secret. Princess Helena was already tired of such strange dialogue and demanded that the stranger show himself. But the strange voice only laughed back and said that he was not fool enough to show himself in front of such dangerous people. But Alina warned the stranger if he did not show himself, he must realize exactly what she would do to his precious laboratory and in that case many valuable things would be lost forever. But this time the princess's cunning did not work and does not familiarize the stated. Indeed many things dear to him, but nevertheless almost everything that is here can be easily replaced. Such an answer did not please Alina, for it was hard to imagine exactly who they were dealing with. Ryuji was then incredibly surprised, for his very best friend, the loyal and fearless Griffin, was trembling with fear. To believe that a monster was in terror was hard to believe, and the young wizard realized that the person opposing them was incredibly strong. It was the first time Ryuji had seen Princess Alina in such confusion. Always confident in herself and in her orders, the girl was now just silent and trying to find some solution to this problem. Ryuji also didn't know what to say to the princess because they didn't even know who they were dealing with. But then Princess Alina turned to the man whose voice they hear all the time and asked him to answer two important questions. The mysterious stranger replied in a calm voice that although they were just a pathetic bunch of thieves, he had not had any guests for a very long time and missed the companionship. So if he could, he would certainly endeavor to answer the two questions. Princess Alina asked the stranger if he had really controlled the attack of countless zombies the moment her squad was caught in a spatial loop. The voice replied that he could not take full responsibility for this attack, as this happens to all unauthorized visitors to the dungeon. Alina asked if she understood correctly that he was not the one who ordered the zombies to attack her squad. The stranger replied that this was a correct assumption and he did not order anyone to do anything. Princess Alina then stated that in that case her squad and herself posed no threat to the stranger and their main goal was to find the crown altar on the lower level of the dungeon, and there was no need to completely sweep such a vast space. The stranger stated that the heirloom altar is a rather old name and is the princess sure that is the item she is looking for. Alina stated that she was completely sure, for it was the only reason her squad had entered this dungeon. After a little thought, the stranger stated that in that case there really shouldn't be any animosity between them, though whether noble people would be able to believe a man who refuses to show himself to them. Princess Alina explained that based on their conversation she could say with certainty that the stranger appeared to have a mind and will of his own, and yet she felt no malice towards herself. The stranger paused and asked what such a trusting princess would do if he was suddenly just hiding his hostility. Helena replied that even in such a case she did not like to hold a grudge against people and could understand any actions, even the most foolish and cruel. There was loud laughter in response and the stranger said that he was very pleased to be perceived as a real person. Then the stranger's voice calmed down and he promised not to disappoint the beautiful princess. The stranger then suggested that a second question be asked. Princess Helena decided that this strange man, or whoever he was hardly under the control of the dungeon and asked if she correctly understood that he had been summoned to this place. The voice admitted that he had indeed been summoned, and since this dungeon has a suitable space for his research, he is happy to take advantage of such an opportunity. The stranger explained that he had created this mirror dimension for his own needs without the involvement of the dungeon. The princess explained that she did not fully understand the purpose of the stranger's existence, but it would be beneficial for all to go to a truce and thus help each other. The stranger stated that Princess Alina is a very courageous girl, and he was grateful for such an interesting conversation, for he had not had the opportunity to talk to such a person for many years. After that, the stranger asked to give him a chance to make amends and promised to walk the whole squad to the next door. The princess thanked him for his help and said that it would greatly help her whole squad. Eventually, the stranger did indeed point in the right direction and led the travelers to a door behind which was a staircase to the 6th floor of the dungeon. The voice explained that this was the entrance and the exit was connected to a similar place deviating from the given path. Princess Alina once again thanked the mysterious stranger for his help, and the voice in turn thanked him for allowing the travelers to entertain him for the first time in so long. Then the stranger said goodbye to the beautiful princess, but the girl asked to wait for a while and not to leave. The girl asked the stranger to give her name and introduced herself as Princess Caribel of the Duchy of Caribel of the Kingdom of Melina. But the stranger explained that unfortunately he had already answered all the questions and if they happened to meet again, perhaps then he would tell her his real name. The princess regretfully replied that she would not insist on his request and if it must be so, so be it. Helena then ordered all her subordinates to proceed to the next floor of the dungeon and in parting apologized once more to the mysterious stranger for disturbing her. But lastly, the stranger's voice said that he had actually forgotten something. This phrase displeased Ryuji very much and he became wary, expecting some kind of trick. The stranger inquired about the griffin and explained to Ryuji that he was currently stopping time for the other team members to talk quietly. After all, Ryuji wouldn't want anyone to hear their conversation. The young wizard was horrified to realize that this mysterious man could use not only necromancy but also time magic. But the mysterious man quickly read Ryuji's thoughts and asked not to be surprised at anything, because such abilities were commonplace for him, and then suggested to get to the point of the conversation. The voice repeated again that he was very interested in the griffin and Ryuji thought that indeed for an adventurer to be accompanied by a griffin looked very unusual. The adventurer was silent and the mysterious voice laughed and then asked him to answer honestly whether this griffin was really ordinary. Ryuji decided to buy some time to think and asked in reply what exactly the stranger meant. The voice asked the adventurer to answer the question himself and not to waste too much time. Ryuji really didn't know how to answer this question properly and kept thinking about the answer. But then the mysterious voice asked if Ryuji knew a man named Zeppael, and this caused the wizard to wonder. The adventurer realized that no one in this world could just call the name of such a great blacksmith and asked the stranger how he knew Zeppale. The stranger laughed again and called Ryuji as great a man as the princess, and thanked him for today, which turned out to be full of surprise. The voice stated that he didn't expect to meet an animal caster in the modern world at all, and even at such a young age. Ryuji realized that this man knew all his secrets, and the fact that he can instill fear in a griffin and use several types of powerful magic makes him a very strong opponent. And now it turns out that he knows not only about Zeppale, but also about the animal caster. All this information came as a complete surprise to Ryuji and he didn't know how to act. Finding nothing better to do, the young wizard asked the stranger in a confident voice who he really was. The excited Ryuji, trying to overcome his fear of the stranger, once again demanded an answer to his question. But the mysterious stranger replied that he would surely tell who he really was, but only after the young animal caster had told him about himself. The adventurer wondered if he should tell about himself to find out information about this mysterious man. Ryuji then wondered if he would accidentally become a test subject for this dangerous man. After all, he has his own laboratory and suddenly he is some crazy researcher. But when the voice mentioned the name of the blacksmith Zeppale, it made the adventurer feel respect for the stranger. In the end, Ryuji decided that it shouldn't be no problem for them to just talk. After all, he really wanted to get important information from this stranger and agreed to tell him about himself. The stranger wanted to know detailed information about Ryuji, about Zeppale and beast magic, as well as the magical arts that had faded into oblivion thousands of years ago. Ryuji explained that he was not really from this world, but was born and raised in a world where magic and sorcery never existed. That said, Ryuji occasionally wondered what this stranger might be defending himself against by lurking in a dungeon for years. After the adventurer told his whole story, Ryuji reminded him that it was now the stranger's turn to answer questions, and the first thing he wanted to know was how he knew Zeppale's name. The mysterious voice confessed that his story would actually be very short. The stranger stated that he knew many interesting Zeppale long ago, and in those years the great blacksmith was a very respected man. In those days, Zeppale's fame was known to the whole world. Ryuji decided to clarify if they were really acquaintances so close. The stranger replied that Zeppale did not know of his existence, and in general in those distant times there were many great geniuses, and so it was impossible to know everyone. And if a wizard of those times had existed in the modern world, things would have been different. In the modern world, such a person would be considered a rare genius with an aptitude for great things and would immediately attract the attention of society and various kings. The adventurer asked if he correctly understood that the stranger was one of such great wizards. The mysterious voice confirmed Ryuji's speculations and confessed that if he had lived in that era, he would have been considered a great genius and would have received worldwide fame. But even in that long ago era, he had managed to reach the top level of the middle level, and that wasn't a bad achievement at all among the huge competition of wizards. That was why he was aware of the information about the great blacksmith Zeppale. In those days, the group under Zeppale's leadership was a place where he unfortunately could not get to with all his desire, and it remained a long-held dream. The adventurer asked the stranger that was he really born a few thousand years ago. The mysterious voice replied admiringly that Ryuji had finally realized that he was so old, for it was already so clear. The young wizard then voiced his worst guess and, trying to speak more confidently, asked if he was really talking to a real lick right now. The stranger's voice praised Ryuji for his superior insight and explained that since he had the talent to be recognized as a necromancer who had reached the top of the middle level, he was able to perform the ritual on himself. The young wizard then stated that he was most likely communicating with a true Lick Lord, as an ordinary Lick would hardly be able to live for more than 1,000 years. The stranger once again laughed and said that he liked the name and now he would always call himself Lord Lick. Lord Lick then confessed that too much time had passed since his past life and he had forgotten the last time he had laughed so heartily. Lord Lick thanked the young adventurer for such a great opportunity and offered to take the gift. The mysterious magical item piqued the adventurer's interest and Ryuji inquired what it was. Lord Lick explained that it was a special magical gift for the person who was able to inherit the mark of the great blacksmith Zeppale, and this magical item is called a paired sphere, and Ryuji can use this magical item to contact him at any convenient moment. Lord Lick explained that Zeppale was a man of unimaginable stature and so great that it would be very valuable for him to meet his young successor. Lord Leech promised to help in any way he could, and if anything happened to Ryuji, he could be sure to let him know. The adventurer said thoughtfully that such a meeting only happens once in a lifetime, and that's what they say in his world. It means that you only see someone once and that should be appreciated. Lord Leech agreed with the adventurer and recognized that those words were very well suited to the situation. Lord Lick then stated that since this was indeed a once-in-a-lifetime encounter so meaningful, it was worth making it truly memorable and Ryuji should see his true form. Lord Lick explained that he didn't want to show his true form in front of the entire squad earlier because he was afraid of being exposed. But there was another reason why he didn't show his true face. The Lick Lord explained that in fact his aura was so strong that no normal person would be able to resist him, and if weakened spirits saw him, they might instantly perish. But since Ryuji is not an ordinary person, but the heir to the knowledge of the great blacksmith Zeppale, he would definitely be able to withstand the terrifying aura. Lord Lick then asked the adventurer if he was willing to see his true appearance. Ryuji pondered the question, and Lord Lick once again asked if he could trust that Zeppale's heir wouldn't die from such a sight. Having never waited for the young adventurer's answer, Lord Lick still decided to show his true appearance. Such an otherworldly aura was indeed terrifying and made Ryuji feel a chilling fear that he had never felt before in his life. The Lick Lord then came close to the adventurer and peered into Ryuji's face with his eyes as blank and black as darkness itself. At that moment, the young wizard felt as if he was gradually beginning to lose consciousness, and now it was clear that it was this intimidating power that so frightened the Griffin Seth. The only thing that frightened Ryuji felt at this moment was the presence of real death. And the Lick Lord really wasn't lying, and an ordinary person would have instantly died of chilling terror. Lord Lick apologized for such a sudden appearance and admitted that he should have appeared in a more restrained manner, for he could feel the numbness and fear coming over Ryuji. But the young adventurer was able to pull himself together and make a few tentative movements. The Lick Lord was impressed by Ryuji's incredible willpower and praised the lad for resisting the terrifying aura with dignity. At the same time, the young adventurer thought that if he had to classify the Lick Lord as an ordinary monster, his rank would definitely be no less than S, although most likely, such a classification system is most likely not even capable of evaluating such incredible magical abilities possessed by this ancient wizard necromancer. The Lick Lord then asked permission to reintroduce himself, but now in his true guise, and stated that he was incredibly happy to meet such a strong and interesting person like Ryuji, who was the fire bearer of the great blacksmith Zeppale's inheritance. At this moment, the young adventurer thought that he did not feel welcomed at all. But at the same time, he sincerely feels mutual respect with this strange being, and it must be that this ancient wizard necromancer really aspired and admired the great Zeppale. Therefore, this encounter can rightfully be considered an echo of thousands of years of ancient magic history which the Lick Lord still met up close. Ryuji then explained that he was really just learning, but he sincerely believed that he would one day be worthy of carrying the will of the great blacksmith. The Lick Lord looked at the adventurer carefully, and after a short consideration, he agreed that Ryuji was indeed not neglecting his training. Even though Ryuji was actually still very young, he was still able to withstand the strongest aura of intimidation. Ryuji was also able to create a creature with incredible magical power that became his loyal friend and assistant. And so this is a testament to Ryuji's limitless potential. But then Lord Lick reminded that Ryuji was indeed still a very young creature, and to increase his power as a magical beast, he needed to train hard. And if Ryuji did so constantly, he would definitely become a beast whose strength would be equal to the army of an entire nation. One of the benefits of beast magic was the incredible speed at which Ryuji would be able to grow and gain incredible skills as he improved. Lord Lick then said thoughtfully that he was really curious about how much Ryuji would grow the next time they met. The necromancer wizard promised that he would look forward to their meeting and confessed that he was actually very tired of being alone forever. Lord Lick then stated that he should now remove himself, and as could be realized before, he was a very busy person. It was worth spending for the sake of such an incredible meeting with the beautiful princess, Ryuji, and the wonderful Griffin Seth. Lord Lick then gradually disappeared and said goodbye until the next meeting. As soon as the ancient necromancer wizard completely disappeared, time resumed again, and Princess Alina and her troop did not even notice this gap in memory. The girl only asked if Ryuji was alright and asked to keep up. The adventurer promised to catch up with the squad and discreetly hid the gift of the Lick Lord in his magical vault. After that, the group of noblemen found themselves in a strange room, which did not look like an ordinary staircase leading to the next floor. But as it turned out, this kind of passage to the next level was specially warped by the magic influence of the 5th floor and looked like an ordinary room on purpose to confuse the travelers. Also, all the squad members agreed that since this corridor did lead to the 6th floor, the traps would be much more difficult and complicated in the future. The only thing that pleased the travelers was that the vile smell of dead zombies had finally disappeared and a fresh breeze was wafting down the corridor, giving everyone a chance to regain their normal sense of smell. Princess Alina then suggested that they take a little break until their senses returned to normal. Even so, Princess Alina looked very pensive, and Arla inquired as to what had happened to Mistress. The princess instantly cheered up and replied that nothing was really wrong and she was just pensive. Alina then transformed back into Princess General and stated that it was now time for them to begin their quest, and since there were no more dead people on the trail, they could change marching formation again. Alina ordered Arla and Kayasta to take a place in the front row, while she and Ryuji would position themselves in the middle of the group, and Seth along with Vel will cover the back. Arla was as always the most active of the group and promised to destroy all enemies in her path. Princess Alina replied that she was counting on the girl and asked everyone to look carefully for traps. After all, as soon as they clear this floor, he will pass to the last level of the dungeon. Concentrate as much as possible and cover each other. Unexpectedly, the always confident Arla said that she had a bad feeling that there was some kind of setup ahead of them. Chaos told the girl's bodyguard that he knew exactly what she was talking about, but that they should keep an eye on their surroundings because you never know when the enemy might attack. Arla stated that they haven't encountered a single monster after an hour of advancement to the level, and she cannot understand the only thing why they meet constantly forks on which surprisingly there are no traps to disarm. It seems as if everything is done in such a way that they have to cover a huge distance as quickly as possible. Arla then asked the princess if they had really left that enchanted circle they had wandered around earlier. Vel admitted that he hadn't really even thought of such a thing, at least not thinking about it made him feel much safer. The experienced thief then asked Ryoji's opinion. The young adventurer explained that this corridor was indeed very similar to the previous one, but there were still some differences and he was sure that at least now they were not stuck in a spatial loop and there was nothing left but to go forward. The noble knight still didn't understand what the young wizard meant and asked if it was good that they had been walking for so long without meeting anyone. But Ryoji replied that he didn't know it himself and would just have to wait. Ryoji then felt the princess's gaze on him and asked if she was okay. Alina replied that she was just brooding and did not feel any danger yet. Chaos couldn't resist commenting and said that he had heard similar things a bit before. The noble knight Chaos said that if Princess Alina wanted to talk, she should listen to Arla because she was probably right. The bodyguard girl asked what Chaos meant. The noble knight replied in a disgruntled voice that everything was happening just as Arla wanted and he could feel the presence of monsters ahead. At least 4 individuals or even 5 were approaching them, and this was the 3rd time Arla had jinxed the entire squad. Princess Alina instantly got rid of her brooding and ordered all her wards to prepare for another battle. Vel quickly tucked in an arrow and prepared to cover his partners from long range. The princess then assessed the situation and ordered Arl to be careful. The unexpected ranged attack was indeed an unpleasant surprise, but the experienced Arla was able to cover herself from the deadly blow with her magic axe. Chaos instantly attacked his opponents in return, and then shouted that everyone should be extremely careful because these guys in front of him turned out to be quite agile. Arla, on the other hand, suggested to slowly advance without giving the enemy a chance to regroup. The silhouettes of previously unseen monsters appeared ahead. They were incredible creatures called emerald wolves and they had the ability to attack at long range with their spurs on their backs. The adventurer informed the princess that they had come across a pack of true emerald wolves. Alina had no idea what to expect from such monsters, for this was the first time she had seen them. The girl immediately asked to tell more about these monsters, because any information would be useful in such a situation. The excited adventurer replied that he had only read about these monsters in an encyclopedia. Ryoji explained that emerald wolves are about C rank by themselves, but usually move in packs increasing their level by numbers to B rank. Their main weapons are not fangs, but 2 elongated whips on their backs. Emerald wolves can freely manipulate their whips to attack their opponents, and then they usually finish off their victims with their sharp fangs. In the end of his story, Ryoji stated that the opponents in front of them were very strong opponents who, for all their strengths, could still use wind magic. Princess Alina thanked for the valuable information and realized that these monsters could cause great trouble. The pack of emerald wolves did not wait and quickly picked up speed and rushed at the travelers expecting to use their quantitative enhancement. At the same time, the monsters let out a terrifying roar that made the enemies worry. After reducing the distance to a minimum, the emerald wolves used wind magic, and in the next moment, an impenetrable air fog covered the traveling squad. Ryoji tried to sharpen all his senses to locate the enemies. The maximum concentration of all senses helped the adventurer pinpoint the exact moment the first emerald wolf jumped and Ryoji met the enemy with a sweep of the scythe of death. But as the impenetrable fog approached, the monsters began to jump out and attack in groups. Princess Alina appreciated the danger of the situation and realized that her entire team was now surrounded and drastic measures had to be taken urgently. It became obvious to the travelers that the C-rank emerald wolves were gaining a huge advantage in close combat and were now in a better position. Princess Alina ordered Ryoji to switch places with Vel as soon as possible, and then to try, along with the Griffin Seth, to keep the emerald wolves off their backs. Alina then ordered Vel to help the adventurer from a distance and place himself in the center of the group. For the others, the task was to repel the attack from the front and react to all wolf movements. The emerald wolves immediately attempted to attack and combine their attacks using furious leaps and deadly whip attacks. Ryoji tried to react as carefully as possible to the movement of his opponents, but the swift whip attacks were very fast and difficult to follow. The young adventurer hesitated for a moment while fending off an attack from one direction and didn't notice another emerald wolf sneaking up on him and making its fierce leap. It was only thanks to an incredible premonition that Ryuji was able to turn around at the last moment and notice the monster's movement. The wizard realized what a critical situation he was in, but only managed to curse.